I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, The Qin Family's Decision. The envoy that Yi Media sent to the Qin family was Yi Lin. The Yi family had been controlled by the Qin family for hundreds of years. The outstanding disciples were suppressed, and some mediocre people were supported. Not only did the talents in cultivation not get developed, but those who were good at business management and foreign affairs liaison were also rare. Therefore, Yi Media was really short of talents. In the past few decades, Yi Media had only trained dozens of talents who were capable of being used and able to take charge of their own affairs. Most of them were now in Dangzhou, and there were only a few people around him. Yilin has met Patriarch Qin. Yilin has broken through the Shengsu period after not seeing him for decades. It is really a cause for celebration. Qin Feng met Yilin and put on a happy face, but he would not forget that Yilin was also the one he suppressed badly. If it were not for Qin Feng's suppression, Yilin might have reached the Jinshan period now. They are all people waiting to die. There is nothing to celebrate. Yilin, what do you mean? How can they be people waiting to die? Didn't Yi Me just defeat the Wuji sect? It turns out that Patriarch Qin is also paying attention to the war. I thought Patriarch Qin was going to sit and wait for death. Yilin, you're going too far. Excessive. This is just the beginning. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. It won't be long before all the cultivators of the Qin family will be killed. Oh, no, maybe the female family members can survive. The daughter of the Qin family has the most beautiful face in the world, and shut up, Yilin. What do you want to do? What I want to do is very simple. The Qin family and the Yi family form an alliance. Alliance? Yes, it's an alliance. The Qin family wants to be independent. It doesn't matter. A forced melon is not sweet. Since you don't want to live with the Yi family, then separate. The Yi family will not pursue what you did before, and the same goes for the other families. But this time you must go all out. What if I don't agree? Haha, if you don't agree, Ancestor Qin, do you have the right to refuse? Do you know what the secret left by Emperor Hao is? As long as we destroy it before we die, the 7 sects won't be able to get it. They can't get anything. Who do you think they will suspect? You are so cruel. The same to you. The army of the 7 sects can be trained in 10 days at most. You still have time to consider it. Now you and I are in the same boat. If we don't want the boat of Emperor Hao's family to sink, you and I need to work together. I need time to consider it. Okay, I'll give you 3 days. You can stay in Cunyan Mountain for 3 days. Okay. Someone, take him down to rest. Yes, Ancestor. A disciple came in and took Yilin downstairs. Qin Ming and Qin Yu walked out. Father, this time our Yi family has really been forced into a desperate situation. Minga, tell me, if we agree to Yilin, what are our chances of winning? Not at all. The Yi family's supreme leader is in a worrying situation now, otherwise he wouldn't have let us out smoothly. Li Yuanzhen only came to help because of Lin Xiao, and it's impossible for us to fight to the death. Even if we mobilize all our men and horses, there are only 200,000 people, let alone the 7 families. Even the Guangxing sect is no match. But if we don't agree, we'll be dead. The Yi family cultivators are still brave. Once they destroy the treasure, the 7 families will never give up. Our Qin family is still a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Father, how about placing bets separately? The Qin family will be divided into 2 parts, one to surrender to the 7 sects, and the other to cooperate with the Yi family. In this way, no matter which one wins, we can preserve our bloodline. Stupid, the fence sitter will be the first to die. What if the 7 sects let the surrendered Qin family take the lead? What's more, no matter who wins, we will really die without a burial place. Then what should we do? Father, we must think of a way. I'll think about it. You go and arrange reliable people to send away the outstanding disciples in the family. No matter what, the Qin family must not be destroyed in my hands. There must be some blood left. Yes, Father. Qin Ming nodded. There was no way for high-level people like them to run away, at least not in advance. They could only escape on the battlefield, but the Qin family really had to keep some blood. Cunyan Mountain, Zakian, Zakiuan is where the major sects used to entertain guests. Yilin was arranged here. As soon as he entered the room, Yilin immediately took out a set of formations and set them up. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed, and a shadow appeared in front of him, and the shadow slowly changed, and hundreds of Yilin's appearances appeared, and slowly disappeared in front of his eyes. Yilin was also a disciple with excellent qualifications in the Yi family, but after the Qin family came to power, his treatment became worse and worse, and the Qin family deliberately found faults. They either sent him to a difficult place to guard, under the pretext of training, or found excuses to deduct his salary, delaying his path. It was after he followed Yi Mi that Yi Mi changed the Seven Souls pill, allowing him to break through to the Shengsu period. After the Shengsu period, Yilin followed Yi Mi and made fortunes many times. He participated in attacking the assassin god realm and going to Dongzhou. Therefore, at the Shengsu stage, his cultivation speed was also very fast. As the core of the Yi family, he also obtained the martial arts to cultivate the soul, and his biggest task, when he came to Kunyuan Mountain, was to force the Qin family to surrender to the Yi family. However, forcing the Qin family is not something that can be done with a few words. What the Qin family did in the Yi family was outrageous to both humans and gods, and the Qin family would certainly not agree easily, so they had to force him, and the best way to force him was to kill the messenger of the Guangxing Gate. Yilin's spirit was secretly wandering in Kunyuan Mountain, and soon found two envoys from Kunyuan Mountain at the other end of Zakiuan. Fortunately, both of them were in the Shengsu period, and their cultivation was not high. As a first-class sect, Guangxingmen was also very arrogant. In their hearts, the Qin family was nothing, and there was no need to send powerful disciples. The Shengsu period was enough to give face. After discovering the enemy's traces, Yilin withdrew his spirit, then took out a 6th level upgrade invisibility talisman, and quietly left the room, avoiding the eyes and ears, and came to the door of the Guangxingmen envoy's room. At this time, the Guangxingmen envoy was eating and drinking. Although they came to force the Qin family to surrender, the Qin family did not dare to offend Guangxingmen at all. They entertained them with delicious food and drinks, and tried their best to serve spiritual wine and spiritual food that ordinary disciples could not enjoy. There were even 2 low-level female disciples to accompany them. Yilin waited at the door for a while, and saw several waiters coming with wine and food. After knocking on the door, they went in, and Yilin followed behind the waiters. 2 ancestors, this is our Qin family's best. Puff the waiter was still explaining the origin of the dish. Yilin couldn't help but take action. A flash of sword light passed by. One of them was caught off guard. His head flew up, and mysterious light rained down like rain. The other Shengsu period looked at Yilin in horror. His hair stood up, and the whole person soared into the sky. Yilin shouted and chased after him, slashing with a sword, leaving an arm. Qin family, you are so cruel. Although seriously injured, the stargazing sect monk still managed to avoid Yilin's sudden attack and roared loudly. Several senior members of the Qin family were shocked and rushed over. Haha, Yilin said with a big laugh. He had a stack of talismans in his hand, all of which were level 6 talismans. Yilin activated them all, and bombarded the stargazing sect disciple. When the smoke cleared, the mysterious light had already fallen, and Yilin cut off his head. All this took less than a minute, and Qin Feng didn't even have time to stop them. When they appeared, the stargazing sect disciple had already been killed by Yilin. Yilin, you are looking for death. Yes, you are looking for death. The soul lamps of the 2 have been extinguished. Ancestor Qin can kill me. I'm cut off from both sides. Please, Ancestor Qin. You. Qin Feng was so angry that he vomited blood. Now the person he wanted to kill the most was his son. How could he be so stupid to arrange Yilin in the Zakiuan? Kunyuan Mountain is so big, can't he arrange for one person? Since Patriarch Qin won't kill me, it means that Patriarch Qin has decided to form an alliance with the Yi family. Yilin is gone, and I'll take his head with me. It will be just right for sacrifice when we form an alliance tomorrow. Father, you can't let him go. Let him go. Qin Ming wanted to stop him, but Qin Feng said coldly. 2 Shengsu stage disciples died in Kunyuan Mountain. No matter how much he explained, he couldn't explain it clearly, and the Guangxing sect would not pay attention to his explanation. It can be said that the Yi family has already made the decision for him. Father, arrange for twice as many disciples to leave and notify the other ancestors to come and discuss matters. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left. The Qin family was finished, completely finished now. There was no chance of pleasing both sides, and he could only prepare for the worst. One day later, Yilin returned to the Haodi secret realm, took out two heads, bowed to Ymir and Lin Xiao, and said, "Yilin has lived up to the trust of the sect master and Mr. Lin. The head of the Stargazing Gate envoy is here. The Qin family has no way out." Very good, Yilin. You make me very happy. This is what Yilin should do. Remember Yilin's great contribution. He will reward you handsomely after the war. Thank you, Sect Master. Yimi was overjoyed. As long as the Qin family made a choice, they would have an extra 100,000 troops and their chances of winning would increase by 1 point. Yimi looked at Lin Xiao with more admiration, because this was what Lin Xiao had instructed. Senior, you see, there is always a way out. If the Li family is willing to send troops at this time, the Yi family has a 70% chance of surviving. Look, it's useless for me. I have said what I should say, and have also reported it back to the Li family. As for how they make a decision, that is none of my business. Li Yuanzhen said lightly. He admired Lin Xiao's ability very much. Even the joint efforts of the 7 families did not break his will. He was still struggling hard. Okay, Mia, send one of the heads back to the Guangxing Gate, and then announce to the world that the Haodi family will always be the Haodi family, and the descendants of the Haodi will always be the descendants of the Haodi, and they are one family. I understand what to do. Ymir nodded. He had learned a lot about Lin Xiao's way of leading the rhythm and disrupting the vision, and knew how to use public opinion to force the Qin family to the last blow. Chapter 677, War in Central China. Guangxingmen had already seen the soul lamps of the disciples go out. When the Yi family brought back one of the heads, everyone in Guangxingmen was furious. The Qin family, a small family, dared not surrender, and killed the disciples of Guangxingmen. This was intolerable. Guangxingmen then ordered all the more than 200 vassal families affiliated with Guangxingmen to mobilize, and each family mobilized 1,000 to 10,000 people according to their strength, and assembled within 3 days. In addition to the previous mobilization of Wuji sect, not counting the 7 coalition forces, Guangxingmen mobilized nearly 200,000 people, which was equal to the Yi family and the Qin family. The coalition force of 16,000 people was their biggest support. The Qin family also made a choice. Qin Feng sent away 800 outstanding disciples of Cuneyuan Mountain and took away a lot of wealth. Then he announced to the world that Guangxingmen was too bullying, forcing Cuneyuan Mountain to be a slave and hand over all financial resources. Cuneyuan Mountain had no choice but to resist Guangxingmen. After the announcement, Cuneyuan Mountain began to mobilize troops. This time, Cuneyuan Mountain came out in full force, and all 100,000 troops were incorporated into the army. All the resources in the treasury were used to arm the disciples and fight with all their strength. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the eastern part of Zhangzhou, and a large number of independent cultivators fled to avoid this place of trouble. The eyes of the entire cultivation world were also focused on this place. The Qin family had already secretly prepared for war, and had mobilized nearly 50,000 people for training. The Qin family's liaison also returned to the secret realm. After Lin Xiao learned of the news, he made a shocking decision. What? Start the war in advance? Yes, the Stargazing Sect has mobilized 200,000 troops, but the Wuji Sect has just been defeated, and the remaining tens of thousands of troops may not have gathered yet. This is the best opportunity. But we are no match for them at all. We are too far behind in high level strength. Relying on the secret realm, we can also use the terrain to resist and start a war. The secret realm is not foolproof. The 8th realm cultivators can easily tear the space apart. They will not be stupid enough to attack at the entrance and exit. The secret realm can block 1 or 2, but not everyone. Attacking in advance, defeating the Stargazing Sect's vassal, and causing heavy casualties to the Stargazing Sect, this is the only chance to survive. Don't forget, the 7 alliances are not a monolithic entity. Why did the 7 families only mobilize more than 10,000 people? It's because no one wants to suffer heavy losses to their own troops. In this case, we should first cripple the stargazing sect and make their power lose balance so that we can find a chance to survive. Sect Master, I think what Mr. Lin said makes sense. It's death anyway, so it's better to give it a try. Maybe we can survive. Yi Family Supreme, what do you think? Alas, the world today is indeed dominated by young people. They are so daring. Did the Supreme agree? Yes, but Lin Xiao, can you leave some bloodline for the Yi family? Even if we all die in battle, we will at least have a thought. Okay, the Supreme will arrange for all the disciples under the age of 30 with outstanding talents in the Purple Mansion together, and send a spiritual light cultivator to be ready. When we attack, let them cross the East China Sea, and go to Dongzhou. Don't go to the Tiansheng Sect, but find a place to live in seclusion. Okay, I will also take part in this battle. All the foundation of the Yi family will be used. Then they will see what the foundation of hundreds of thousands of years means. Lin Xiao is looking forward to it, Lin Xiao said with a cupped hand. Each sect has its own foundation, and no one knows what kind of killer weapon is hidden. Compared with this, the foundation of the Tiansheng Sect is simply not worthy of being seen by others. Lin Xiao also wanted to know how much foundation the Yi family, which has a heritage of more than 500,000 years, has. That night, the Yi family supreme appeared. The secret method to delay the weakening period had been broken. Whether he fought or not, he would only live for 100 years at most, and his face had become much older. The Yi family supreme invited Yi Near and Lin Xiao to the core of the secret realm. Lin Xiao saw countless high-level spiritual medicines, which made Lin Xiao extremely greedy. He got a lot of things from Yi Near, but compared with this place, it was just a drizzle. Go pick whatever you like ahem. A gentleman loves money, and gets it in a proper way. Senior, don't make fun of me, it doesn't matter. After this battle, these things will be given to others anyway, so it's better to give them to you senior. Don't despair, there is still hope haha. Lin Xiao, do you know why I asked you to come here tonight? Please teach me. Senior, I'll tell you a secret about the secret left by Emperor Hao. This, it's not good, Lin Xiao replied. This is the secret that the 7 cultivators are desperately fighting for. Are you telling me like this? So do you want to listen or not? Yes. That's right. In the ancient times, this world was still a barbaric and ignorant place. The overlords of heaven and earth were divine beasts, demons, strange beasts, and monsters. At that time, they were at war with each other endlessly, and humans were just their slaves and food. Later, the Green Emperor turned up and defeated the demons, winning a chance for survival for the human race. But do you know how the human race dared to resist the demons before the Green Emperor appeared? Didn't the human race rely on self-reliance and unwilling to be slaughtered? Haha, at that time, the human race was ignorant and most people felt that they were born to be slaves of the demons. How dare they resist? Please teach me senior. Because of the Book of Heaven. Book of Heaven? Yes, there must be a world outside this world, and there is also a fairyland. Maybe the immortals in the fairyland couldn't stand it anymore, so they gave down the Book of Heaven. The Book of Heaven contains the Great Way, and can be used to comprehend the method of cultivation. Only through cultivation can the human race gain powerful strength and continue to accumulate strength before they can begin to resist the demons. And this heavenly book is also related to ascension. After reaching the supreme level, one has reached the pinnacle of this world. It can be said that the path of cultivation in this world has been completed, and one has to take the path of the fairyland. But we live in this world, how can we know what the cultivation in the fairyland is like? The heavenly book can help us to comprehend the heavenly book and the way of heaven. When the opportunity comes, it is the chance of ascension. I heard that the human race's exercises also started with the heavenly book. That's right. All exercises above the heavenly extreme start from the heavenly book, and only exercises above the heavenly extreme can be practiced to the supreme level. Earth level exercises may be possible, but the supreme level is the end. Everything originates from the heavenly book. I see. So the cultivators of the 7 sects don't know where they got the heavenly extreme or god level exercises, but they don't have the heavenly book, and cannot verify the way of heaven, so they can't ascend at all. You can say that. Senior, how many heavenly books are there in this world? I don't know. What is certain is that our family, the Li family, Kunlun, Wengsun, and Penglai families definitely have them. It is also possible that they are scattered in other places, but no one knows. 5 heavenly books. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know which one was more powerful, the heavenly book or the system. Lin Xiao, as long as you agree to one of my conditions, I will give you the heavenly book, including the spiritual medicine here. You can pick it at will, and I also have an 8th level magic weapon, a full set of armor, swords, and everything. Senior, you scared me. Even the 7 families joining forces can't scare you. Are you afraid of this? It's hard to repay a debt of favor, but a real fight is easy. You're right. Do you want to refuse? Just listen to it. Lin Xiao's face flushed. He had to admit that the words of the Supreme of Yi family tempted him greatly. My conditions are very simple. In this battle, whether we win or lose, I will do my best to save the lives of both of you. After you survive, you must marry me as your wife. Ahem, ahem. I choked. I didn't hear you just now. Grandmaster. Ymir's face flushed as well. Isn't this nonsense? Why are you saying this at this time? I'm not kidding. You know Mir's talent. As long as she doesn't die midway, it's very stable for her to advance to the Supreme. The only additional condition is that you have to share the heavenly book with Mir. Then you can become a true immortal couple. Senior, but I have already privately agreed to spend my life with Lan Lingyu of Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao said hurriedly. The Supreme of Yi family was not testing him, he was serious. What's the big deal about getting engaged secretly? With your ability, you are also a hero. Is having 3 wives and 4 concubines a problem? Well, I isn't Mir worthy of you? No senior, that means my Yi family's dowry is not thick enough. Senior, don't be like this. If I wanted to make a profit, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Yes, so I'm also confused. What does the life and death of the Yi family have to do with you? Why did you come here to die? Isn't it because I like Mir? I'm the Li family? Lin Xiao, don't deceive yourself. There is no internal strife in the Li family. The key is that their supreme cultivator has taken over, and the 7 families dare not move. I'm here. Are you willing to marry Lin Xiao? Ancestor, answer my question. The war is about to break out, and I'm about to die. Don't you want to let me go willingly? Okay, I do. Fellow Daoist Lin is extremely talented, and is the best in the world. Mir will not suffer any loss if she marries him. No, I haven't agreed yet. It's useless if you don't agree, Lin Xiao. I have learned your methods to deal with the Qin family. Just wait and see. Senior, are you so insidious? Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell is going on? Is there such a domineering way? What's that? I still have the charming soul powder. Do you believe that I can restrain you and feed you to eat so that you can do something good first? Ancestor, what are you afraid of? Didn't you hear this kid say that he has already secretly decided to spend his life with someone? You should take the position of the main wife first. It will be good for you in the future. There is no way to talk anymore. There is no way to talk anymore. Lin Xiao shouted, and he really wanted to run away, but an extremely powerful aura pressed on him, and Lin Xiao couldn't move at all. Ancestor, let him go. If fellow Daoist Lin doesn't want to, I won't force him. This kind of thing should be based on mutual consent. If you don't seize the opportunity now, no one will help you if you suffer in the future. Ancestor, forget it. Lin Xiao, I'll give you the Book of Heaven. Lin Xiao turned around and saw something flying towards him. Lin Xiao took it and saw that it was a jade disc. Chapter 678, The Background of the Haodi Family. As soon as Lin Xiao received the jade disc, he was about to probe into his spiritual sense to see it, but was stopped by the Yi family supreme. He said, you can't read the heavenly book now. Let's talk about it after you reach the 8th realm. You will bear the consequences after reading it. Okay, thank you senior. Lin Xiao put the heavenly book in the storage ring. The system has scanned it. This heavenly book has been included in the system, which made Lin Xiao happy for nothing. If it was not included, it would at least count as a few million points. You have a good mentality. I didn't make a mistake. Here are the experiences of the Yi family in observing and understanding the heavenly book for generations. There are also specific methods. Take it. Gideon was very pleased to see Lin Xiao's indifferent expression, which meant that he really didn't covet this heavenly book. You know, this is something that all supreme cultivators dream of. If this thing is thrown out, the 7 supremes may fight. So Gideon also gave Lin Xiao the follow-up information. If he didn't give it, it would be a trap, which might kill Lin Xiao. Thank you, senior. Let's go. I'll take you to the secret vault. Then the 3 of them went to the Yi family's secret vault. This secret vault was not big, about 100 square meters, but the things inside were all treasures that were enough to make all high-level cultivators fight for them. This spear, named Red Dragon, is a magic weapon that my father used. It is an 8th grade top grade. This set of armor was made by Mia's great-grandfather's great-grandfather. It was a gift for Mia's grandfather to break through the golden body stage. It is only a 7th grade top grade. This sword is no worse than the 7 swords of the 7 swords gate. It has also been nurtured for tens of thousands of years. Once, this Tiansheng Wei Gangsha was once. The Yi family's supreme introduced the things in the secret vault one by one. Each thing had a great origin. Nothing here was lower than the 7th grade, and even the lower grade things of the 7th grade could not be placed here. This was the foundation of the Haodi family for hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Xiao, take what you want yourself. I want these 300 top grade Zuan crystals, and I also want this set of 7th grade upper grade armor. In addition, give me this red dragon spear, as well as the 8th grade spiritual talisman and the 7th grade breaking array bead. Lin Xiao was not polite and pointed out everything he needed. If these things were not used, they would be given away to others in vain. It would be better to use them in the upcoming war. You don't need the 8th grade armor? I don't have enough Zuan Qi, so I can't use it. Okay, then give it to me. It only needs to exert 30% of its effectiveness, and it will be no less than the 7th grade upper grade armor. Thank you, ancestor. What are you thanking me for? Everything will be yours in the future. Xiao Jiu is a loser. He has no hope. All the hopes of the Yi family are on you, mere ancestor. Put it all away. The supreme consciousness of the Yi family swept through, and all the things in the secret library were collected into a storage ring and then handed over to Ymir. Afterwards, the Yi family's supreme leader took Lin Xiao and Ymir to another place. After they walked in, they found that there were dozens of monks sitting cross-legged inside. Each monk looked like a living person, lifelike, with eyes closed. But Lin Xiao could tell at a glance that there were many dead people here. This is the ancestral tomb of the Yi family, the ancestral tomb of the supreme monks. The Yi family started from Emperor Hao and has been passed down for 523,762 years. There are a total of 27 supreme monks. I'm the 28th. Every supreme monk will seal himself after reaching the week period and take the resurrection pill to use himself as the greatest support of the Haodi family. Eden's voice was a little sad, and Lin Xiao took a breath of cold air. Lin Xiao knew the resurrection pill. It was the best pill to prolong life. The resurrection pill was also called the fake death pill. Once taken, people would be like dead, and then their lifespan would be extended by hundreds and thousands of times. People could sense the outside world, but could not move, and had to be passively awakened by others. And Eden's words also show that none of the 27 supremes of the Yi family died of old age. They died silently in the last moments. This is an extremely painful way to die. I was going to die silently like this. It's my luck to die in battle. Old ancestor, how many more can we wake up now? Ymir said coldly. The supreme was immersed in sadness, but she didn't. What she wanted now was to wake up a few people and win a chance for the Yi family. It should be 2 people. This one is my father. Eden pointed at 2 people and said that once the resurrection pill is taken, the life consumption will be reduced to the extreme and the lifespan will be extended indefinitely. As for how long it will be extended, no one knows. They will not have any reaction when they die, but according to predictions, there should be 2 people who can be awakened. But once they wake up, the life consumption will increase thousands of times. Basically, no one can survive a day. It is normal that they can't even survive an hour. This is the final foundation. When they are invited to help in the battle, it will be the last moment of a family. Fellow Daoist Lin, how do you think we can make use of these two ancestors? It's just right for you and me. We can launch an attack suddenly and annihilate the opponent's golden body monks or 8th realm monks in one go, break their bones, and interrupt their inheritance. Moreover, the golden body monks and the 8th realm monks are basically powerful figures in the top ranks of each sect. If these people die in the battle, they will definitely fall into internal friction in the struggle for power, which can give us a chance to breathe. Yes, this is a secret medicine made with the 5-element essence, high-level spiritual water, and extracted life essence. They all have a layer of transparent film on their bodies. Just tear it open and pour the secret medicine on them. The powerful life energy will wake them up, and it will take about a cup of tea to wake them up. Ancestor, do you have a space magic weapon? Let us take the two ancestors with us, otherwise we can't launch a surprise attack. Of course we have this. These two rings are space rings, one for each of you. Lin Xiao took the space ring and sighed in his heart. Lin Xiao had seen many space magic weapons, which were similar to the secret realms, but it was too difficult to make them into rings. There is no difference between a space ring and a storage ring, except that one can hold a living person. The fantasy novels that Lin Xiao read in his previous life do not exist. It is impossible to farm in it, because planting spiritual objects requires spiritual veins, and spiritual veins originate from the ground veins. Unless the ring is buried in the spiritual veins and then introduced, there is no difference between it and the secret realm. Lin Xiao has never heard of the existence of space magic tools that can be used for planting. It is estimated that a space magic tool of unknown size is required to be able to actively generate ground veins and spiritual veins. Space magic tools of that level are probably not something that can be refined in this world. The two of them sacrificed and refined the space ring and put the two ancestors of the Yi family into it. Then the Yi family supreme gathered the remaining ancestors of the Yi family and poured out countless carbon powders and flame stones from the storage bag, preparing to incinerate them. Otherwise, the supreme body is also a treasure. If it falls into the hands of evil, it will be a humiliation to the Yi family. Help me. The three of them cast spells at the same time, releasing their own gang fire, while Lin Xiao released his Kinglian Earth Core fire. However, even so, after a day, they still could not be burned. Ancestor, send them away. They can't rest in peace anymore. Meh, how about carrying them with you? No, we can't guarantee that we will stay alive. Once we are killed or captured, the ancestors of the Yi family will be humiliated. The monks of the Yi family would rather die than surrender. That's the only way. The Yi family supreme said that if there was 3 to 5 years, they could be incinerated, but now they don't have time. The Yi family ancestors had to tear open the space and throw the bodies of the ancestors into the void. They didn't know where they would wander to. Maybe they would wander in space forever. Ancestor, after Mir becomes the supreme, she will definitely find them back. Don't be too deliberate. It's our greatest effort to prevent them from being humiliated. Everything should be ready outside. You can go out. Ancestor, I want to sit for a while longer. The Yi family supreme shook his head, then he took out a set of armor, found a handkerchief, and wiped it gently. The whole person became extremely introverted. Lin Xiao and Yi Mi looked at each other and knew what it was. It was a treasure left by Emperor Hao, perhaps a 9th level armor. There might not be many of them in the entire world of immortal cultivation. The two left, and Yi Mi collected spiritual herbs and even took away some things on the buildings. She was unwilling to leave anything for the enemy. Several storage bags were filled. It's almost done. If we really want to move, it will take more than a month. You are unwilling to accept it. If you are unwilling, then practice hard. What was taken away today, we will take it back later. Fellow Daoist Lin is right. I will take it back later. The 7 sects of cultivators destroyed my Yi family. I, Yi Mi, will not be a human being if I don't avenge them. Let's go. There was no point in making harsh words at this time. When Lin Xiao and the others appeared in front of everyone again, all the cultivators in the secret realm had gathered. All of them, including the old, weak, sick and disabled, including the monks who were injured in the battle with Wuji sect a few days ago. Unless they couldn't even stand up, they all came. There were more than 70,000 people in total, including about 120,000 people outside the secret realm. This was all the strength of the Yi family. However, in addition to the assembled monks, there were 600 people hiding. This was the retreat of the Yi family. There were 500 of the best young disciples, and 100 guards. When the Yi family's large-scale attack attracted everyone's attention, they would secretly leave the secret realm, cross the East China Sea, and go to Dongzhou. They would not go to Tiansheng Sect, but would find a place to live in seclusion. I'm Yi, the current patriarch of the Haodi family. All the cultivators present are descendants of my ancestor Haodi. Today, we fight side by side, and kill enemies together like our ancestors. In the future, we will also enjoy wealth and glory together. Yi Mi swears here that I will never treat you unfairly in the future. If you break this oath, you will be abandoned by both humans and gods. For the sake of the family, kill for the sake of the family, kill for the sake of the future, kill for the sake of the future. Kill. A series of roars that pierced the sky sounded in the secret realm, and then Yi Mi waited for a while. More than 70 million people walked out of the secret realm, and the 50,000 troops outside joined. So many people walked out of the secret realm at once, and the spies of various sects immediately knew it. However, Yi Mi selected 60,000 elites who had been trained, took the flying boat brought from Zhangzhou, and went ahead. While the remaining 60,000 people were on the ground, 120,000 people rushed towards the Wuji sect with murderous intent. Chapter 679, Death Assault. Wuji sect is the vassal force of Tiansheng Sect, that is closest to Shuyan sect. It has a direct border with Shuyan sect, and is less than 2,000 miles away from the secret realm of Emperor Hao. It takes less than half an hour for a high-level cultivator to control a flying boat warship at a distance of 2,000 miles. Although Wuji sect has gathered nearly 200,000 troops at this time, they have not been trained at all. Only the previous 70,000 people have been trained, and 30,000 of these 70,000 people were defeated. Afterwards, Wuji sect separated the remaining 40,000 people and dispersed them among the 200,000 troops, hoping to use the method of old leading new to quickly train the battle formation. But this also takes time. The fastest of the 200,000 troops that were mobilized later had already arrived in 3 days, and the slowest had just entered the camp for less than half a day and had not even memorized the military regulations. Although they received the news half an hour in advance, the 200,000 troops were in chaos and did not even set up their positions, and the Yi family's army arrived. The 60,000 troops who had arrived in advance arrived on hundreds of flying boats and 6 warships. The warships rushed directly over the Wuji sect camp and bombarded the protective formation. The remaining troops landed 1 kilometer away. It took only a cup of tea to form a battle formation and press forward. The 7 family coalition forces are coming soon. Let's work together to break the protective formation. Lin Xiao felt the momentum rising in the distance. The reaction of the 7 family coalition forces was much faster than that of the 200,000 troops. After all, they had been training for more than 10 days and had basically completed the training. It was just that the Guangxingmen residence was still some distance away from the Wuji sect and had not arrived yet. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Mi had 9 golden body cultivators on her side, plus Lin Xiao. That was 10 people. 10 people worked together, plus 60,000 troops and 6 battle formations. The Wuji sect's 7th level protective formation only lasted for 10 rounds before it was broken. Kill them quickly, fight them closely, quickly entangle them. High-level monks take off and shoot down the warships. The last time the Wuji sect's poor command ability made the stargazing sect very angry, so this time there are hundreds of monks from the stargazing sect among the 200,000 troops. They have a very high level of vision and know that in this situation, shooting down the warships and then fighting closely is their chance of survival. As soon as the protective formation was broken, hundreds of monks rushed out with high-level monks above Daogang. Stop advancing. Strangle the enemy. The warships are in deep space, and the guards are going to fight. Lin Xiao was suspended in the sky, constantly responding to the command. If they wanted to shoot down the warships, Lin Xiao would let the warships take off and retreat, and there were already guards in the warships, and the 6 battle formations also stopped advancing. Each battle formation transformed into a huge sword aura, and each strike of the sword aura could reap the lives of hundreds of monks. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. The 6 warships opened fire at full force and entered into an extremely brutal fight from the beginning. The cultivators above Daogang continued to fall, and the world was like a rain of mysterious light, with countless mysterious lights falling. Charge, quickly, charge. The whole army charge. High level cultivators, move out. Kill all the enemy troops. Lin Xiao immediately issued a new order, handed the command to a Shengsu period cultivator, and then all rushed out, including Lin Xiao himself. On Ymir's side, most of the Shengsu period cultivators had already integrated into the battle formation. Only the Jinshan cultivators were outside the battle formation, and among the 200,000 troops on the Wuji sect's side, there were only 6 Jinshan cultivators, and there were more than 30 Shengsu period cultivators, who were not integrated into the battle formation. Lin Xiao was wearing a 7th level upper grade armor, and his defense was already the peak of the Jinshan period. He rushed into the enemy army and hacked and killed wantonly. The Shengsu period cultivators were almost unable to resist. Lin Xiao alone suppressed 7 or 8 Shengsu period cultivators and could not move. Ymir also fought to the extreme. The soul of the heavenly soul body materialized, fighting side by side with him. The opponent did not restrain the supernatural power of his soul, and Ymir did not lose to 3 golden body monks alone. Boom. Less than a quarter of an hour into the battle, the opponent's Shengsu period monks began to fall. Nearly 40 high-level monks above the Shengsu period could not stop 10 people, but were the first to suffer casualties. Quickly resolve the battle. Jiuzu, take action. OK. Jiuzu, who had been guarding against the enemy's 8th level monks, took action. A golden light spread, and 3 Shengsu period monks fell instantly. Lin Xiao was no longer polite and took out 2 8th level spirit talismans. During the activation, he injured his 7 Shengsu period opponents. Lin Xiao caught up with them and killed 2 more opponents. The remaining Shengsu period monks scattered, and it was useless, no matter how the Guangxingmen monks shouted, "How dare you!" Just as everyone was fighting fiercely, the 8th level cultivators of the 7 sects arrived. Among the coalition forces of the 7 sects, the golden body cultivators were also integrated into the battle formation, because they had to rely on the battle formation to contain the supreme. If the golden body cultivators were not the backbone, the battle formation would be unable to withstand the energy supplied by the supreme cultivators. If they wanted to resist, the number of people in the battle formation would have to be multiplied several times. Step back, command the battle formation, and defeat the army. 7 8th level cultivators besieged the 9th ancestor alone, and the 9th ancestor immediately fell into a disadvantage. Ymir wanted to rescue him, but was stopped by Lin Xiao. Ymir's strength was not enough to qualify for participating in the battle of the 8th level cultivators. Haha, the battle is coming. I like it. Come on, 7 old ghosts. Enter the void. Okay, I'll play with you little brats. Brother Yuanzhen, how could you forget me? The supreme cultivators also arrived, but they did not attack. Instead, they stared at Li Yuanzhen. At this time, the supreme cultivator of the Yi family also arrived. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, his golden armor was as dazzling as the sun. Emperor Heo's armor, 9th level magic weapon. It's really Emperor Heo's armor. I'm afraid it's going to be bad today. The hearts of several supreme cultivators jumped. In the world of cultivating immortals, any magic weapon will become extremely rare after reaching the 7th level. The 7th level is a watershed, and the 8th level magic weapon is very rare. Even the big sects have to preserve it carefully. The 7 swords of the 7 sword sect are already their heirlooms, and they have to be very cautious even when passing them to disciples. As for 9th rank magical instruments, there are not many of them in the entire world of immortal cultivation. The 7 sects have also had their inheritance for hundreds of thousands of years. They have put all their efforts into it, and most of the supreme beings only have one 9th rank magical instrument, because a 9th rank magical instrument must have at least 2 or 3 9th rank materials to be refined. The best thing for refining magic tools is the material of the supreme monster, but the Zeuxan world and the monster race have not had a war for hundreds of thousands of years. The last time was when the Jade Emperor appeared. The 9th level magic tools of the Haodi family were also left by the Haodi. The whole body armor, combat boots, helmet, plus attack magic tools. Everything is available. It can be said that the Yi family supreme has stood at the absolute peak of the Xiuxin world at this time. Without 3 or 4 supremes, it is difficult to contain him. If you want to kill him, at least 1 or 2 people will die. Compared with the Yi family supreme, Li Yuanzhen seems much poorer. He only has a flying sword magic tool in his hand. Of course, the King Di Li family also has battle armor, but it is not on Li Yuanzhen. It is controlled by the head supreme. What? Now that it's time, you don't even have the courage to kill people. Eden, stop being sarcastic. If I had brought the Li family's King Di battle armor, wouldn't I be able to kill 7 of them? Haha, brother Yuanzhen, I'll go first today and ask a few people to wait for you in the netherworld. Don't make me wait too long. Bah, I can still live for thousands of years. You wait slowly. I'll go first. I've long disliked these brats. They are so arrogant. When I was in the world of immortal cultivation, they were still playing in the mud. Li Yuanzhen was not forgiving, but when he pointed his long sword, he only thought of Yu Pingcheng, the supreme of Suyu sect. It was this bastard who drove Beizuju away. Li Muxu lost a lot of money, and he had to avenge the little baby of the Li family. Yu Pingcheng sneered and tore the space. Li Yuanzhen followed him in. The two fought endlessly. Even with the space barrier blocking them, they saw that the space was collapsing piece by piece. It's our turn now. Don't you want the secret of Emperor Hao's ascension? It's simple. It's all on me. Kill me and everything will be yours. Eden, don't be complacent. It's just a piece of armor. It's a dead object after all. As long as you are willing to surrender, the Haodi family can leave Zhangzhou today. We promise not to kill anyone. Haha, why? Zhangzhou was conquered by the King Di and defended by my ancestor Emperor Hao. Do you think you deserve to let us get out of Zhangzhou? Since we can't reach an agreement, let's fight. Everyone crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Kill him. I want Emperor Hao's armor too. Kill the 6 people didn't need to say more. They tore through the space and jumped in. Eden followed them in. There was no luck today. If they wanted to survive, they had to kill their opponents. On the ground, the 200,000 troops had collapsed. They had never practiced and could not form a battle formation. As for their personal strength, unless they were a few golden body stage or 8th realm cultivators, they could not stop the battle formation at all. Groups of cultivators died. When most of the main force died in the battle, the remaining cultivators began to flee. They were originally vassals of the Stargazing sect, and they were not very keen on fighting. There were no restrictions on military regulations, so everyone panicked. One person ran away and immediately triggered a chain reaction like an avalanche. Even the law enforcement team could not stop them. The team turned around and prepared to meet the enemy. Li Muxu saw that the 200,000 troops had collapsed. Instead of going to support the battlefield of the 8th realm, she mobilized the army to meet the 7 coalition forces. There was still a tough bone over there. At this time, Lin Xiao had already rushed into the battlefield of the 8th realm cultivators. The one who greeted Lin Xiao was none other than Ren Qingyan of the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao fought madly, using all his means. Relying on the 7th level top grade armor on his body, he was not afraid of life and death. In a short period of time, he actually fought back and forth with Ren Qingyan, as if he was not at a disadvantage. However, Ren Qingyan knew that Lin Xiao was just relying on a trace of blood courage. When this breath dissipated, he would be almost there. Let him slaughter. When he thought of Lin Xiao's reputation, Ren Qingyan showed joy in his heart. Killing a Lin Xiao would earn more than killing an 8th realm cultivator. Chapter 680, Bloodstained Zhangzhou. In the sky, on the battlefield of the 8th realm, Jiu Zhu was already in an absolute disadvantage. 6 8th realm cultivators attacked him. Even though each of them was weaker than him, he was not able to fight them. The reason why he was able to survive was all thanks to the 8th level armor on his body. Emperor Hao left behind a very rich heritage. There was even more than one set of 8th level armor in the secret library of the secret realm. However, due to the weakness of the Hao Emperor family, no one could wear it. Since it is a war, how can I be missing? The Qin family of Emperor Hao is here. The Zhang family of Emperor Hao cannot miss this war either. Just when Jiayuzu was in danger, several loud laughs came. It was the Qin family who arrived. The Qin family was forced to a point where they could not retreat by Lin Xiao's trick. After sending away their outstanding descendants, Qin Feng decided to fight to the death. At least if they died for the Hao Emperor family, they could still have a good reputation. If they surrendered to the Guangxing Gate, they would definitely die in humiliation. The Haodi family originally had 5 8th level cultivators. After Ji Changming escaped, there were still 4 left. The addition of Qin Feng and the other 2 gave the 9 ancestors a chance to catch their breath. Enter the void. Who is afraid of whom? Enter the 8th level cultivators fought so loudly that their aftermath could kill the Daogang cultivators. However, all those who were killed were vassals of the Tiansheng Sect, because all the low-level cultivators on Yima's side were in the battle formation. Behind the Qin family cultivators, there were 100,000 troops overwhelming them, and on Yima's side, 60,000 cultivators were about to arrive at the battlefield. If they continued to fight, they would suffer heavy losses, so they consciously entered the void. Lin Xiao, why don't you go in and have some fun too? No, I'm afraid I'll kill you. Your storage bag is also lost. The loss is too great. Haha, you're so sharp-tongued. A little Shengsu period. Let's see how you can kill me. I've killed several Jinshan period cultivators. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xiao said with a big laugh, but the strength of his attack did not decrease. Since he tempered his bone marrow, his endurance has greatly increased. Even though each move is his strongest attack, it has allowed him to persist until now. Lin Xiao is waiting for an opportunity. Today he really has a chance to kill Ren Qingyan, and Ren Qingyan doesn't know Lin Xiao's methods yet. This is the biggest opportunity. On the ground, 16,000 people from the 7 coalition forces have arrived. Although they are not many in number, their strength is the strongest. The lowest cultivation level of these 16,000 people is Daogang period. There are thousands of Lingguan cultivators, more than 100 Shengsu period cultivators, and even 30 Jinshan cultivators. This is completely a formation prepared for the Supreme. On Ymir's side, the 60,000 troops had formed a battle formation and fought against the coalition forces of the 7 families several times, but the result was a disastrous defeat. After several rounds, the wounded in the battle formation of the other side were few and far between, while the Yi family had been killed by thousands of people. With the death of thousands of people, the strength of the god of war was weakened. Ymir had already ordered a full-scale defense, and Ymir was also waiting for reinforcement. Fortunately, reinforcement had appeared. Kunlun Mountain had more than 100,000 reinforcement, of which 70,000 formed a battle formation. This was something the Qin family had prepared long ago. The disciples who were mobilized later had not been trained, and could not advance and retreat in unison, so they could not form a battle formation. Although Ymir's reinforcement had more than 60,000 people, only more than 30,000 people formed a battle formation, and the rest of the troops were just in a formation. The battle formation stays behind. The rest of the troops chase and kill the enemy, bring the flames of war to the heart of the Guangxing Gate, and burn and kill as you please kill. More than 50,000 scattered troops began to chase and kill the defeated Guangxing Gate vassals. They pushed forward all the way and spread the flames of war to the heart of the Guangxing Gate. However, the Guangxing Gate had already made preparations. They had begun to mobilize more troops. Although they could not form a formation to fight outside the city, they could still stop these mobs with the city Lingshan as their backs. What's more, there were more high-level monks left behind by the Guangxing Gate. They could not compete with the battle formation, but killing these scattered monks was as easy as pie. The battle had reached its most intense moment. Hundreds of monks died every moment, and the mysterious light rain never stopped, and kept scattering. More than 100,000 troops from the 3 battle formations attacked the 7 family coalition forces, and the 7 family coalition forces also began to suffer casualties. At this time, the ancestors of the Guangxingmen had already regretted it. With their strength, they were fully capable of mobilizing more troops, but because of the internal strife of the Haodi family, they were too arrogant and thought that these more than 10,000 people could destroy all of them. This time they must bear an extremely cruel price. Boom, boom, boom. The three battle formations each transformed into a huge ganky magic weapon and bombarded the coalition battle formation. The current situation was like three teenagers against a strong man. Every attack of the three teenagers could leave some injuries to the man and pay a certain price, but every time the man attacked, the teenagers could hardly resist. Puff. In the Qin family battle formation, after being attacked once, hundreds of cultivators vomited blood and died. They were shaken to death alive and died silently. The formation flags in their hands fell, but no one paid attention to them. Everyone was desperately transporting Zuan Qi into the formation flags. There were also people who died in the coalition forces, but their number was much smaller, only a few people each time, and dozens of people were injured. These injured people would be the targets of the next shock, but no one could stop. After dozens of rounds, the 7 coalition forces slowly figured out their best means of attack. Before, the 3 battle formations took turns, but now they were bearing huge forces and attacked the Li family's 30,000 man battle formation with the least number of people first. The strength of a single battle formation was too weak, which had become the fatal weakness of the Yi family. Yi Meiya was anxious, but she could do nothing. If she dared to change the formation or retreat at this time, she would only lose more miserably. Sure enough, an hour later, the 30,000 man battle formation collapsed first. In hundreds of rounds of fighting, they were killed by more than 10,000 people, and almost everyone else was injured. The battle formation could not be maintained and collapsed directly. Retreat. Retreat to the secret realm, or escape freely. I'm sorry Sect Master. If you want to stay alive, I will come to you again, countless cultivators shouted, and then dragged their injured bodies away. Some of them fled towards the secret realm, and some fled in all directions. At this time, no one was chasing them, and it was unknown how many people could survive. The fighting continued. The next target of the 7 family coalition was Yi Meiya's main force. The army of 60,000 people had been fighting for most of the day. Not only did they directly lose tens of thousands of people, but they had also used up most of their Zuan Qi. Everyone was swallowing pills to restore Zuan Qi, but it takes time to restore Zuan Qi. During this period of time, they could only hold up the protective shield and could not use offensive means. The 7 family coalition relied on their high cultivation to withstand the attack of the Qin family battle formation. They continued to attack, and the number of people in the battle formation gradually decreased. Although the 7 coalition forces had lost at least 1,000 men, their strength was still there, and they maintained a high fighting capacity. Yi Meiya was extremely anxious, but now she had used all her means, so she could only wait and see who would give up first. As for Lin Xiao, once his fighting spirit was gone, he became passive and took the beating. Lin Xiao hid in his armor and had no power to fight back, so he could only rely on the armor's defense to hold on. Puff. Lin Xiao vomited blood again. His entire helmet was covered with his golden blood. His eyes began to blur. His tempered golden bones were also breaking. Even if he was a peerless genius, he could not really kill an 8th level cultivator. Lin Xiao had already exhausted all his methods, including the 5 8th level talismans he had taken from the secret library of Emperor Hao. However, facing an 8th level cultivator, these 8th level talismans could only hold him back for an hour. Haha, Lin Xiao, aren't you very arrogant? Don't you want to kill me? What's the point of hiding in a turtle shell? Come out and kill me. Old turtle, don't be arrogant. Don't cry when I kill you later. Ren Hong is your son, right? Haha, if he dies, you will have no descendants, and no one will see you off to the end. Lin Xiao said with a big laugh. Although Ren Hong was a golden body cultivator, he was seriously injured by Lin Xiao before. It would take at least 10 or 8 years to recover from that injury. It only took a few days. He was fighting with an injury and was the vanguard standing at the forefront, bearing the first attack of the battle formation. He died less than half a day after the battle started. He was the first golden body cultivator to die among the 7 coalition forces. You are sharp-tongued. When I break your turtle shell, I'll see how arrogant you are. Aren't you Shan Ke Tangzi? Haven't you repeatedly slapped my Tiansheng Sect in the face? Let me see how you die this time. Idiot. Tiansheng Sect is an idiot. Let me count the idiotic things about your Tiansheng Sect. I remember. Lin Xiao was also stubborn. Blood was oozing out of his mouth while he was talking, but he still didn't stop. Lin Xiao had the strongest infiltration of Tiansheng Sect and had laid out the longest. Moreover, the captured Tiansheng Sect monks also confessed the secrets they knew. How could a sect that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years not have any dirty things? Outsiders don't know about this kind of thing, but Lin Xiao knows it. At this time, Lin Xiao pointed it out one by one. Lin Xiao, I will definitely destroy your Tiansheng Sect when the time comes. Ren Qingyan's face was so gloomy that water dripped from it. He naturally knew that these secrets were all found out by the Night Owl of the Tiansheng Sect, which meant that the Night Owl of the Tiansheng Sect had already infiltrated the Tiansheng Sect. After returning, he would definitely report to the sect and organize an expeditionary force to go to Nansha to destroy the Tiansheng Sect and uproot the Night Owl. Haha, who will die is still unknown. My Wu country's million-strong army is waiting for you. Just a bunch of rabble. Ren Qingyan sneered. What's the use of a million-strong army? The battle formation of hundreds of thousands of troops here is about to be broken, and there is no use in having more people. Lin Xiao glanced at the armor on his body. There were already more than a dozen cracks. This 7th grade upper grade armor was about to collapse. Lin Xiao focused his eyes on the distance. Looking at the black shadow that appeared over there, Lin Xiao smiled. Haha, the reinforcement from each sect have arrived. Ren Qingyan naturally discovered it. Since the Yi family launched the attack in advance, they realized that something was wrong, so they urgently contacted each sect. The cultivators guarding each sect set out to help. They were at least golden body cultivators. The 7 families together definitely had a lot of people. The dozen or so people in front of them were just the first batch. When the reinforcement from each sect arrived, they could kill all the enemies. Meh, it's time to start. Okay. Ymir received Lin Xiao's secret message and couldn't hold back any longer. At this time, more than half of her 60,000 cultivators had been injured or killed, and they were shaky, so Ymir immediately tore the film on the Supreme in the space artifact and poured the life energy on him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681. Cutting off your foundation. Starting from the secret realm, the war has been going on for 2 days and 2 nights. Ymiria's battle formation of 60,000 people has lost more than half, and only more than 20,000 people can still stand. It is really shaky. The reason why the battle formation can still be maintained is that among these 60,000 people, there are a large number of elites brought by Ymir from Dongzhou. The battles they have encountered are far more cruel than this, so they can barely hold on. Ymir received Lin Xiao's notice and immediately began to activate the ancestor of the Yi family. However, it takes a cup of tea for the ancestor of the Yi family to activate, and it is very noisy. Sure enough, within a few breaths, a terrifying pressure came from Ymir. Whether it was the leader of the 7 coalition forces or Ren Qingyan, they immediately found something wrong. Not good. The Yi family still has a backup plan. Destroy the battle formation, kill Ymir. Quickly Ren Qingyan roared immediately, and even directly abandoned Lin Xiao, the opponent, and pounced on Ymir, and the battle formation of the 7 coalition forces once again bombarded Ymir's battle formation. Boom, thousands of people were killed again, and the remaining 20,000 people finally couldn't stand it anymore. Countless people spit out blood and became depressed. The battle formation retreats. You can return to the secret realm, you can escape freely, and the Qin family battle formation will contain the coalition forces. Ymir gave the order indifferently. Countless cultivators bowed to Ymir and then quickly evacuated. The Qin family battle formation hesitated for a moment and attacked again. The Yi family battle formation has now lost nearly 20,000 people. It can be said that, if they rely solely on the coalition forces to fight, they will definitely be the first to fail. However, they have no way to retreat now. Seeing the movement of Ymir, they chose to make a final gamble, betting on the foundation left by Emperor Heo, which is Ymir's last resort. Boom, ranking Guyan arrived, but it was a pity that Ymir was wearing an 8th level battle armor. Although Ymir could not exert her full strength, even if it was a few percent, it was more solid than the 7th level armor on Lin Xiao. Ranking Guyan made moves one after another, but Ymir only suffered minor injuries. Bang, the Supreme Monk in the space ring recovered to a certain degree, causing the precious space ring to explode. A huge figure appeared beside Ymir, and his momentum was rising rapidly. 16th ancestor. It's the 16th ancestor. Didn't the 16th ancestor sit in meditation a long time ago? Supreme Monk. It's the Supreme Monk. Ha 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 ha. We won among the Qin family monks. There were old monks who recognized the Supreme Monk beside Ymir and laughed immediately, while ranking Guyan and the coalition forces were as hen. Supreme Monk. Is there any possibility for them to survive? If it was at the beginning of the battle, the coalition forces might not be afraid of the Supreme Monk, because this battle formation was completely prepared for the Supreme Monk, with hundreds of Shengsu period monks and 30 golden body monks, not to mention more than 10,000 Dao Gang Ling Wang. But now it is different. After half a day of fierce fighting, more than 4,000 of the 16,000 strong coalition army had been killed, including a large number of Lingguan monks and more than a dozen Shengsu period monks. One Jinshan monk also died, and thousands of people were injured. Their strength was reduced by about 30%. At this time, the battle formation was no match for the Supreme Monk. Ranking Guyan, gather the troops to kill the Supreme Monk. That is a weakened Supreme Monk. Resurrection Pill. The excited Supreme Monks in the space also discovered this Supreme Monk who suddenly appeared, but they saw through the true and false of this Supreme Monk at a glance. He used the Resurrection Pill to prolong his life after entering the weakened period. It is unknown how long it will take for his strength to be much less, and he cannot fight for a long time. Perhaps 1 hour is enough to burn out his lifespan. Hearing the word Resurrection Pill, ranking Guyan shuddered. Tiansheng Sect also had Resurrection Pill, but the Supreme of Tiansheng Sect would not use it at all. The reason was very simple. Tiansheng Sect was large enough, and the cultivation of Supreme Monks had never stopped. Their Supreme Monks would find ways to reincarnate and live another life, rather than let themselves die miserably for the sake of the sect. This is a fake Supreme. All cultivators gather and kill him. Ranking Guyan directly said that this was a fake Supreme, and then summoned the cultivators to take action. At this time, there were more than a dozen reinforcement outside the battle formation, and there was at least one 8th level cultivator and a dozen golden body cultivators. They might not have no chance of winning. 16th ancestor. I'm Ymir, the current patriarch of the Yi family. The Yi family has reached a critical moment of life and death. Please take action and kill the enemy. I know, I didn't expect that the Haodi family has always reached this point. The Supreme Monk nodded. He had just woken up, and his consciousness was still a little chaotic. He didn't know most of the current monks of the Yi family, but he knew Yi Dian, and saw the constitution of Ymir's heavenly soul body. What's more, when they swallowed the resurrection pill to seal themselves, they already knew that once they were all awakened, it meant that the Yi family was at a critical moment of life and death. Otherwise no one would wake them up. 16th ancestor. It is the incompetence of the younger generation of cultivators. No need to say more. Eden can choose you to be the patriarch, which means that you are recognized. It's just a little bit short. Not enough, but enough. I don't have much time, so I'll take action first. The Yi family Supreme's words were inconsistent, and Ymir was still a little confused. The Yi family Supreme took action. His first target was ranking Guyan. Although the Yi family Supreme had entered a period of weakness, his strength was much stronger than ranking Guyan. With one palm, he was about to blow up ranking Guyan's golden body. Ranking Guyan coughed up blood and retreated. Defense attack. The two battle formations switched between offense and defense. The 7 family coalition chose to defend with all their strength, while the Qin family battle formation chose to take the initiative to attack. On the other side, the Yi family Supreme chased ranking Guyan continuously. Ranking Guyan retreated in a hurry and soon came to the reinforcement. The cultivators of the 7-star pavilion who came to rescue this time saw that ranking Guyan brought a Supreme cultivator, and they were immediately angry and cursed. They could not escape, so they had to fight. However, they also fainted, and after one move, they immediately accelerated their speed and rushed to the battle formation to seek shelter. Now they can only rely on the battle formation to survive. The last golden body cultivator was stopped by the Yi family supreme, and his golden body was blown up in just 2 moves, and he died. Poor Kaixing Pavilion's golden body cultivator, who has practiced for more than 3,000 years and even tempered his bone marrow, is still as weak as a child in front of the supreme. The supreme cultivators continued to attack wildly, and the battle formation of the 7 coalitions was also under great pressure. Each attack could kill dozens of them, even if those high-level cultivators tried their best to stop them. On Lin Xiao's side, after Ymir took action, he had already activated another Yi family supreme, but Lin Xiao was stingy. In order to keep the precious space artifact, he directly took the Yi family supreme out of the space artifact. Looking at another resurrected Yi family supreme, Ren Qingyan and others showed a miserable and desperate expression. They couldn't beat one, let alone 2. Brother Qin, you are not dead, after coming all the way here. After the supreme being beside Lin Xiao was resurrected, the 16th ancestor of the Yi family asked. The person beside Lin Xiao was none other than the only supreme cultivator of the Qin family in the past 100,000 years. This supreme cultivator had been in charge of the Yi family for more than 10,000 years. Although he was extremely domineering, he was still loyal to the Haodi family. He held power, but was not power hungry. The Haodi family was so prosperous, but it has fallen to this point. The Yi family is really incompetent. Grand Master, this is Mir's fault. Please kill the enemy first. How can there be a cultivator from another family? Ancestor, Lin Xiao is Mir's husband, so he is not an outsider. Haha, Brother Qin, you have been dead for so many years. Why are you still so long-winded? Stop talking nonsense. 16. How long can you live? 3 hours. What's wrong? Waste. I can live for another half a month. You bastard. I'm 3,000 years older than you. Humph. I leave these bastards to you. I will go to help Eden. It doesn't matter if he dies. We can't let our ancestors down. You bastard. The Yi family supreme cursed, but the Qin family supreme didn't care. He tore the space and directly entered the supreme battlefield, because he had seen that, although Eden was wearing the Emperor Hao's armor, he was still no match for the 5 supreme cultivators, and he had been beaten to vomit blood, and was in critical condition. The arrival of the Qin family supreme rescued Eden, which immediately relieved his pressure a lot. So far, there were already 3 supremes in the Yi family fighting. Ancestor, stop chatting. Kill the enemy first. Listen to me. Qin family battle formation. Listen to my orders. Follow me. Defense. Defense. The 7 coalition forces were warring continuously, and all the profound energy was used for defense, but the situation was still very bad. Under the guidance of the Yi family supreme, the Qin family battle formation followed him to attack, and each attack could kill hundreds of people. In just half an hour, more than 4,000 people died in the battle, and the entire battle formation had more than half of the casualties. Even the Shengsu period and Jinshan period cultivators suffered large-scale deaths. Hold on, he can only live for 2 hours, and the reinforcement from the other 5 sects will arrive soon. Hold on. The Yi family supreme roared, and launched an attack again. In just half an hour, he aged several times, and his lifespan was disappearing at a speed of thousands of times. Boom. The battle formation of the 7 coalition forces finally collapsed. More than half of the tens of thousands is the bottom line of a battle formation. At this point, the battle formation basically has no offensive power left, and collapse is imminent. As the 7 coalition forces collapsed, thousands of Daogang monks were killed, and 70% to 80% of Lingguan monks died. Although Shengsu and Jinshan monks were seriously injured, they were not all dead. Hundreds of people turned into hundreds of spiritual lights and fled. Kill them all. Ymir roared. The huge casualties made Ymir's heart bleed. She was unwilling to miss any opportunity to kill the enemy. On the other side, Ymir's 8 Jinshan monks also abandoned their opponents, and came to chase and kill the remaining enemies. The remaining high-level officials of Guangxingmen were horrified, and ran away directly. It's over. All the sects are going to be finished. Ren Qingyan burst into tears. Tiansheng Sect had the most Jinshan monks here, but they were all going to be finished. Thinking of this, Ren Qingyan rushed directly to the Yi family supreme. Chapter 682 Tragic Situation. Boom. Ren Qingyuan still had a little bit of courage left. He knew that the 7 families would be broken this time. In order to save more disciples, the seriously injured Ren Qingyuan chose to reverse his profound energy and self-destruct. The power of the 8th level cultivator's self-destruction is very strong. Lin Xiao began to retreat as soon as he saw his appearance, but he was still blown away for dozens of miles. 2 of Ymir's 8 men were killed in the explosion, and the rest were all injured. What was even worse was the Qin family battle formation. They survived all the battle formations, but this time the battle formation collapsed directly. Run, run, everyone run. Ymir roared. She had an 8th level armor to protect her, so it was not a big deal. But seeing that more than 10,000 Qin family cultivators were killed by the shock, she was also heartbroken. Countless cultivators got up and fled, and there were also many brave people among the 7 surviving cultivators. They knew that, if they just ran away, they would be defeated one by one and all died. Suddenly, more than 10 people turned around and rushed to the Yi family supreme to self-destruct, forcing him to cast a spell to defend himself. Boom. Boom. One after another, the cultivators exploded, completely destroying the land within a radius of hundreds of miles. The surrounding mountains have been flattened, and a huge pit with a radius of hundreds of miles and a depth of thousands of meters appeared on the ground. It was precisely because of the sacrifice of more than a dozen people that dozens of high-level cultivators escaped, and no one could stop them. The breath of the Yi family's supreme was extremely weak. 16th ancestor, how are you? I could live for 3 hours before, but now I can only live for 1.5 hours. I'm dying. Then what should I do? The moment we were awakened, we were already dead. You are the patriarch. Tell me, who should I kill? This. Yi was entangled. Now those who should be killed have been killed. The only ones left are the battlefield of the 8th realm cultivators and the battlefield of the supreme. Go to the battlefield of the 8th realm cultivators and take a few people with you even if you die. Kill all their high-level backbones, not only to make them fight among themselves, but also to make them feel the pressure of external enemies. Yi didn't hesitate for a long time and made a decision in an instant. She remembered that Lin Xiao said that these people were all powerful high-level people in the 7 families. If they were killed, their positions would cause internal competition among the various sects, and there might be internal fighting. If they were all dead, and the supreme battlefield took away 1 or 2 more people, at least 1 or 2 families would be weakened to the ranks of second-rate forces. At that time, the second-rate forces around them might not be unmoved. Okay, I'll go too. The Yi family's supreme tore the space. He only had 1 hour left to live, and his strength was rapidly declining. He entered the void without delay. He wanted to fight to death. Ahahaha, the Qin family cultivators and the Yi family's 9 ancestors laughed when they saw the Yi family's supreme, while the 7 8th level cultivators became nervous. At this time, the Yi family had 4 8th level cultivators, while the 7 families had only 6 people left. They sent 2 people to contain the Yi family's supreme master. After they started fighting, they found that the Yi family's supreme master had long lost the fighting power of the supreme master and was only slightly higher than the ordinary 8th level cultivators. They immediately gained confidence and told the others about this. When the 6 8th level cultivators heard this, they were overjoyed. The Yi family's supreme master was still weak, so there was still a fight. If they could hold on for a few more hours, no, it would only take half an hour, and the Yi family's supreme master would be so weak that he would not be as good as the 8th level cultivators. What a pity. I can only kill 1 more kid before I die. Everyone in the Haodi family, the Netherworld is waiting for you. Not good. Retreat quickly, he's going to self-destruct. Retreat quickly, boom, the supreme master was going to self-destruct, and he was dragging someone with him. How could he escape? The person targeted by the Yi family's supreme master was Xiang Wuming of the Suayu sect. A bright light exploded, and countless mysterious lights fell in the void, and the 2 died together. Everyone of the Qin family, listen carefully. You betrayed the family before, and embezzled the Haodi family. We should have conquered you. However, since you have already turned from darkness to light, we will not pursue the past. Now we have to kill the enemy. Only by killing them can we create a world for our descendants. Only when they die can our descendants live. If they don't die, our descendants cannot live. Kill the enemy, kill the enemy, kill the enemy. The ninth ancestor of the Yi family was seriously injured at this time. Even if he survived, he would be a cripple. So after he shouted the last sentence, he rushed towards the enemy without hesitation, reversed his Zuan Qi in an instant, and exploded. Boom in the light, a figure flew backwards. The ninth ancestor's opponent did not die. He used a magic weapon that had been refined for thousands of years to block the self-explosion, but he also lost an arm. There is no possibility of advancing to the Supreme in this life. Moreover, he was seriously injured at this time, so he ran away directly. What should we do? What do you mean? The two kin ancestors immediately got angry when the Zhang family ancestor asked. The Yi family's ninth elder was too hateful. You were seriously injured, but we still had full combat power. Wouldn't this force them to self-destruct? As for the 7 cultivators, the remaining 4 8th level cultivators leaned together and jointly supported several defenses. They were also afraid, and each one was more fearless than the other, but they didn't want to die. Brother Qin, I will listen to you all my life. You make a decision quickly. I don't know. Qin Feng roared. He really couldn't make a choice. He could fall to the Yi family, but he didn't want to die in his heart. He was only about 5,000 years old this year, and the possibility of advancing to the Supreme was very high. He also wanted to lead the family to glory and reproduce the glory of Emperor Hao in the past. Ancestor Qin, this is your chance. Lin Xiao, it's you at this moment. A voice came. Qin Feng looked back and saw that it was Ymir who supported Lin Xiao and walked into the void. It's me. After this battle, the 7 sects suffered heavy losses, but our losses are even greater. I don't know if we can survive 50,000 people. If we kill them and weaken the strength of the 7 families as much as possible, I promise you that the Qin family members will enjoy the same treatment as the Yi family in the future, and what you did before will be written off. We will leave Zhangzhou, and if you can't do it, we can't guarantee to take away as many of your people as possible. Lin Xiao, are you forcing me? Qin Feng, Lin Xiao's words are my words. Kill the enemies and find a way out for future generations. Otherwise you can find a way out on your own. You promised me at the beginning. What I promised before was to let bygones be bygones, not to support the Qin family. If you think you have the ability to find a way out on your own, it's up to you. Yi said coldly. Qin Feng's face was full of anger. Although the 7 families suffered heavy losses, their basic base is still there. After the war, they can mobilize more troops here, but do the Yi and Qin families still have the strength to fight? No, this time both families fought with their entire clans. More than half of their elite members were lost, and 70% to 80% of the ordinary clansmen were killed, which had squeezed their combat power to the extreme. Fellow Daoist Qin, don't worry. We at Xi'an Temple swear that, as long as you withdraw from this battle, we will never pursue any claims. You don't have to leave Zhangzhou either. The same goes for Tiansheng Sect. The Shenmu sect can also swear. Just go. You still have thousands of years to live. There's no need to die here. The 4 8th level cultivators also spoke out to persuade them. They were afraid that the 3 would self-destruct. They were still young and held important power. If they died here, the forces behind them would also weaken. If they could defeat the enemy without fighting, that would be the best outcome. Qin Feng, you believe what they say. Emperor Hao has made great contributions to the human race. He is one of the most respected cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation in millions of years. We, the descendants of Emperor Hao, deserve to be respected, but the 7 cultivators dared to attack us in defiance of the world. If we are not killed, how will the history of the world of immortal cultivation record them in the future? Can they let you live? Only the dead can't speak. They can arrange you as much as they want. You are going to die on both sides. If you die in battle here, your descendants will still have a future. If you run away now, you will just wait for the extermination of the clan. Don't listen to them. They are lying to you. We can swear an oath. Yes, we swear an oath of Tao Heart, and will never deceive. Swear an oath. What right do you have? Can you be the master of the whole sect? Countless cultivators from the 7 families died in this battle. Won't their relatives ask for revenge? But we can make the decision. I, Yimi, swear here that after this battle, the Qin family cultivators will be the core of my Haodi family and will not be partial to them. If you violate this oath, you will be struck by lightning. You. Shameless, the four people cursed loudly. Can they make the decision? Of course not. Not to mention that there is a supreme above them. There are still a few people in the same level as them. This time, more than 10,000 people died in the battle of the 7 coalition forces. On average, only a dozen people escaped from each family. With so many people dead, can their relatives agree to let the Qin family go? It's impossible, but Ymir can. In the current Yi family, Ymir can be said to have the final say. No one will disobey her words. Qin Feng was even more entangled. They didn't want to die, but they didn't want to drag down the family. They were born in the family, raised in the family, and it was the family that cultivated them and made them attach great importance to the family. They absolutely couldn't let them sit back and watch the family perish. Meh, let's go now. Push them one last time and say what you need to say. Go gather the troops and retreat to Dongzhou. Retreat as many people as you can. Okay. Ymir agreed and left with Lin Xiao. As soon as she left the secret realm, Ymir took out a large flying boat and flew away quickly. Ymir gathered the remaining disciples on the battlefield. As long as they were from the Haodi family, no matter who they were brought to the flying boat. The golden body cultivators were very fast, and soon they gathered thousands of people. Ymir distributed the flying boats on her body to those cultivators. Hundreds of flying boats began to run around on the battlefield, gathering more troops. Go to Shuiwen and Yi's family. No matter who the mortal cultivators are, take them on board and leave. Once the number of people is full, go out to sea immediately, cross the East China Sea, and go to Dongzhou. Ymir handed over 10 flying boats to hundreds of disciples and asked them to go to the secret realm and Shuiwen to gather troops, where the most people should be gathered. Qin Feng, get started. I will go to Kunyuan Mountain to rescue people immediately, otherwise the Qin family will be exterminated today. Ymir, remember your words, otherwise I will not let you go. Even if I become a ghost, kill them. Kill them all. The 3 8th level cultivators launched a tragic and desperate charge, and Ymir was also very straightforward. She flew to Kunyuan Mountain in person to gather troops. Qin Feng saw this scene and smiled immediately, but when he turned around and looked at the 4 people, his eyes were extremely cold, which made the 4 people feel very bad. It's impossible. Retreat. The cultivator of Shenmu sect was the first to leave. There was no need to fight to the death with the Qin family cultivators. They left first and waited for the reinforcement to arrive. There was no rush to kill these 3 people. Chapter 683, The Fall of the Supreme. This war was the first large-scale war in Zhongzhou in tens of thousands of years. Both sides mobilized more than 400,000 troops. Of course, this scale was nothing compared to the several major wars in Zhongzhou's history. But the intensity of this war was extremely high. A total of 10 supreme monks and more than 10 8th level monks were mobilized. The battle was a scene of heaven and earth collapsing, ghosts crying and gods howling. The area of Wuji sect within a radius of thousands of miles was reduced to ruins, and countless mortals were killed and injured. Countless mountains and rivers in the core area were flattened into huge pits. The monks who had not formed a battle array before even burned the flames of war to the belly of Guangxingmen for tens of thousands of miles. There was blood and fire everywhere. In the void, the battle was still fierce. Hundreds of space cracks had appeared in the sky above Wuji sect. These were space cracks that could not be repaired by the laws of space. Monks below the Shengsu period would die if they touched them. It might take hundreds or thousands of years for Guangxingmen to eliminate them. Otherwise, it would be like the depths of the desert, which was not conducive to the reproduction of mortal monks, and eventually formed a black hole with a large population. But now no one cares about the consequences. All they think about is how to kill their opponents. On the battlefield of the Supreme Monks, the 7 Supreme Monks also took out all their trump cards. Although the 7 sects are not as profound as the Haodi family, they are not completely without anything. Some of their sects have dominated for hundreds of thousands of years, and some have only dominated for tens of thousands of years, but their overall strength is extremely strong. They can use the power of the entire sect to seize some treasures. The 7 people used all their means, which put great pressure on the 3 supreme monks of the Yi family. Of course, the ones with the least pressure were Li Yuanzhen and his opponent. Li Yuanzhen did not have the determination to fight to the death for the Yi family, but just to contain an opponent, and his opponent Yu Pingcheng would not foolishly provoke Li Yuanzhen. The two seemed to be fighting to the death, but in fact, neither of them put in much effort. On the contrary, it was a real life and death battle for Eden. He wore the Emperor Hao battle armor and fought against 6 people alone for 2 full days. He was so crazy that the 6 people wanted to kill him, but he fought to the death. Eden was in a very critical situation. Fortunately, the Qin family ancestor was awakened. His joining reduced Eden's pressure a lot, but they were still in a weak position. The Qin family supreme was originally able to live for half a month after being awakened, but as his injuries worsened, his lifespan was disappearing rapidly. Eden, I'm leaving first. I can't hold on any longer. Uncle Master, hold on for a while longer. Mir is already evacuating. I can't hold on any longer. I can't live any longer. You can play slowly. Uncle Master Eden had a bitter face. He couldn't hold on any longer. Although he had the Emperor Hao battle armor, he was really no match for the 6 people. He left first. The Qin family ancestor couldn't hold on any longer. He was also finished. Stop shouting. I should have died a long time ago. You are too incompetent. Yes, Uncle is right. Eden was speechless. When the Yi family did not succeed to the supreme throne, it was the ancestor of the Qin family who kept up the front for more than 10,000 years. Later, Eden became the supreme, and the ancestor of the Qin family slowly retired and handed over the power to Eden. Eden later weakened the power of the Qin family, which led to Qin Feng's counterattack. In the end, because the Yi family could not keep up with the subsequent power, it was sidelined by Qin Feng. It was really because he was too incompetent. If he had more sophisticated means, this would not have happened at all. Therefore, it can be said that the catastrophe of the Haodi family today should have started from Eden's hands. He has an unshakable responsibility for this result. Take off the armor. The things left by our ancestors must not be insulted or confiscated. Okay. Eden took off the armor of Emperor Hao very decisively, and then pushed it, and the armor flew very far. Perhaps this set of armor will wander in the void forever, until it is annihilated, or it may fall out from a crack in the space, and be picked up by a destined person, but it will never be confiscated. Everyone, what do they want to do? We have reached the end of our rope and it's just a desperate fight. Everyone, get ready. Okay, get rid of them, and go after Yimi as soon as possible. The secret of Emperor Hao should be with her. The 6 people gathered together again, alerting the 2. They wanted to kill the 2, but they didn't want to die with them, so the 6 people were very cautious, and didn't dare to get close easily, for fear that they would self-destruct. Eden, little boy, have you learned the magical power of Emperor Hao? Which one are you referring to, Uncle? Bonatashang also I've learned it, that's fine. Let's explode our souls, and hold them back for thousands of years. Buying some time for your clan leader, okay Bonatashang also. No good. Emperor Hao's famous skill. Retreat go. The 6 people heard their conversation, and their faces suddenly changed. One by one, they tore through the void in an instant, and ran faster than the other. The 6 people wanted to deal with Emperor Hao's family, so they naturally studied Emperor Hao. The battle that Emperor Hao became famous for was to kill 3 supreme demon kings at once, and the magical power he used was Bonatashang also. This is an extremely terrifying cursed magical power. Emperor Hao used his own soul as a trigger to exert his magical power, and attached his magical power to the enemy's soul like a Bonatashang also. Even the supreme cultivators could not get rid of it in a short time. The soul fed on the host's soul, constantly devouring their souls, growing stronger, causing the enemy to be weak, and we to be strong, and then being easily killed by the rest of the enemies. Knowing the other party's actions, how dare the 6 people stay any longer? They left immediately. Unfortunately, the Qin family ancestor sneered and stretched out his hand. 6 drops of blood appeared on his hand. These were all dropped by the 6 supreme monks in the previous battle, and were secretly collected by the Qin family ancestor. Get up, the Qin family supreme ancestor shouted, and the two people's souls instantly burned. The burning souls formed a complex rune and appeared. Eden, my child, give me a hand here. Eden forced out the origin of his soul and accelerated the burning. Then the 6 drops of blood were suspended in the rune, stained with the original soul of the Qin family supreme ancestor. Go back to your homes, the Qin family supreme ancestor shouted, and his original soul collapsed. The 6 drops of blood instantly slid into the void and went to pursue their host. The 6 supreme monks each used their own methods to try to disperse the drop of blood, but most of their methods were ineffective. The blood sank into their bodies, and a small insect appeared in their souls. Emperor Heo's unique skills are indeed well deserved. What a pity. The Supreme of Shenmue Sect looked at the means in his soul and shook his head, and then the whole person collapsed, including his soul, but most of his soul went in the direction of Shenmue Sect. He was originally a spirit of a sacred tree. Where his original body is the core secret of Shenmue Sect. No one knows it. He never used his real body in all the battles. Now a substitute is destroyed. Although it is a pity, it allows him to avoid the magical power of entanglement. I need to rest. Don't come to me if you have nothing to do. Go and find an 8th level spiritual plant husband to take care of my original body. In Shenmue Sect, the 8th level ancestor who was watching the house heard a secret word and then disappeared. The 8th level ancestor was stunned for a while, but still did it. The Supreme of Tiansheng Sect, when the blood flew over, his body also collapsed quickly, but not long after, his body merged again. It took 3,000 years to refine this treasure. What a pity. The Supreme of Tiansheng Sect looked at his soul and shook his head. A corner of his soul had been broken. He had just used the art of fake death to escape the magical power of the ulcer. It seemed that it would take at least 1,000 years to make up for his soul. The Supreme of Xi'an Temple was fighting fiercely in his soul at this time. There was a magical weapon like a hatchet in his soul, which was attacking his soul, directly cutting his soul, and then annihilating it. The 6 Supremes all had their own methods. No one would die because of this magical power, but everyone also paid a heavy price. Some people might have their strength plummeted, or they might need a long time to recover. 6 little brats all ran away. TSK, Yu Pingcheng, do you want to try my king's secret method? If you want to die together, then come on. Your family only has one supreme. Is he really willing to die? Life and death are determined by fate. If you are afraid of death, how can you survive the heavenly tribulation? That's right. We are all at this age. No one is really afraid of death. They just don't want to accept it. Hey D, King D, you are indeed the top masters of my human race. Even with just a few tricks, you can block the attacks of my 7 families. Yu Pingcheng admires you very much. Haha, forget it. I won't play with you. If you have time, you should guard against the other 3 families, especially Penglei, King D, Heo D, and Ud. They are of the same lineage. You will have headaches in the future. Li Yuanzhen, you know what we want. We just want to struggle and take a chance. Why do you want to stop us? Your chance to take a chance is to let our people die. If it were you, would you be willing? As long as you promise to give me the Book of Heaven, Suyu Sect will give it to you. Bah, who cares? Having said that, there is nothing to say. Today's war is just the beginning. I hope your 2 families can still hold on. Yu Pingcheng shook his head, tore through space and left. The Yi family of Emperor Heo was already ruined, but the 7 families still had great strength. The competition had just begun, so he was not in a hurry at all. Stupid, you are still afraid of death after all. Li Yuanzhen shook his head. Back then, the human race supreme was extremely brave under the leadership of Emperor King and Emperor Heo. Unlike today, they didn't even dare to risk their lives. No wonder they couldn't make it to the last step. If the supreme back then dared to fight to the death when the Yi family supreme cast a spell, it would be strange if they could become immortals with such a mentality. Li Yuanzhen flew in front of the 2 supremes of Emperor Heo. The 2 were already dead, completely dead, and they didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Li Yuanzhen sighed, waved his 2 palms, and slapped their bodies away. Perhaps wandering in this void would be their best destination, so that their bodies would not be insulted by evil ways. This is the greatest injustice to the dead in battle. Chapter 683, 3 sects intervene. The supreme battlefield ended, but the 8th realm battlefield was still in fierce fighting. However, the war was not over yet. After the Supreme of the Stargazing Gate returned to the gate, he immediately ordered the monks to take the initiative to fight. This time, so many people were killed and injured, but they did not get any spoils. They would not be willing. After the order was given, countless monks flew out of the mountain gate of the Stargazing Gate, and the vassals of the Stargazing Gate also went to fight. The disciples of the Haodi family who had not formed a battle array before were killed one after another, and the remaining people began to flee. Not only that, large-scale reinforcement from the other 6 families were also on the way. The 7-star pavilion, which was closest to the Stargazing Gate, reacted the fastest. Many higher-level monks arrived first, but their large groups of people were also rushing on the road to compete for the spoils. Although each family had an agreement and had already divided the benefits, this benefit was not obtained. If the disciples of the sect grabbed more, they would get more. On the other hand, Lin Xiao, Yi Meiya and others were quickly gathering the scattered troops and preparing to withdraw to Dangzhou together with the mortals. However, these scattered disciples were scattered over thousands of miles in radius and could not be withdrawn in a short time. Mortals gathered in villages and towns, which was easier to deal with. When they arrived at a village or town, they would greet them, and those who wanted to come would leave, and those who did not want to leave could do so at will. The enemy is coming. High-level cultivators above the spiritual light level, follow me to kill the enemy. The troops of the Guangxing Gate came the fastest. Yi Meiya ignored her own injuries and once again led the high-level cultivators to meet the enemy. This time, both sides had no time to form a battle formation and began to fight one by one. Lin Xiao also rushed up. His combat power had now been reduced by 50%, and his whole body was in severe pain, but the fierce battle made him forget the pain and fight bravely. Lin Xiao also began to summon the system real person mode and the 6th level upper grade puppet, and held his Yuxin arrow in his hand. Lin Xiao alone restrained more than a dozen Shengsu period and several Jinshan period cultivators. Boom, boom. Yima's men began to suffer casualties. Most of them were already injured, and now they were besieged by many people. They were no match for the enemy, and began to die one after another. What was even more despairing was that Yimi had already used all her means, while the Guangxingman's men were getting more and more people, and even the 7-star pavilion and the other 5 families had arrived one after another. Get lost. With a roar, Li Yuanzhen appeared in front of Lin Xiao, and a stream of mysterious energy supported Lin Xiao's back. Li Yuanzhen had already discovered that Lin Xiao was about to die, and the whole person was shaky and about to fall down. As soon as the Supreme appeared, a group of people immediately scattered and fled, but they did not flee the battlefield, but went to chase and kill the rest of the people. Yi Mi had 5 golden body stage warriors besieging her. If she had not been protected by the 8th level battle armor, she would have died by now. Senior, save people, I can't save them. There are at least 500,000 or 600,000 troops on the way. You have lost. No, we are not dead, yet you really can't let it go. For the Yi family, is it that serious? As for it, as long as the Yi family is not destroyed, and the Li family is not overthrown, I can live. If you all fall, the Wu Kingdom Tiansheng Sect will also perish. Senior, please help, I can't save too many people. Only Yi Mi. Li Yuanzhen nodded, and then he separated his incarnation, and saved Yi Mi, and also saved a few people. Just now, there were more than 100 cultivators above the spiritual light of the Yi family, but in just a moment, there were only a dozen people left. Outside of Lin Xiao and others, thousands of cultivators surrounded them. Due to the presence of Li Yuanzhen, they did not dare to take the initiative to attack, but they were unwilling to leave. Ancestor Li, this matter has nothing to do with the Li family. We can let the rest of the people go, but Yima and Lin Xiao must die. An 8th level cultivator from the Stargazing Sect came out and came in front of everyone, looking coldly at Lin Xiao and Yi. The Yi family had been crippled, and the remaining people were not a concern, but Lin Xiao and Yi must die. If they were alive, the Yi family might be able to revive, and Lin Xiao had killed too many disciples of the Stargazing Sect, so they must be avenged. Who do you think you are? Do you have the guts to ask your Supreme to speak out? Killing Ymir and Lin Xiao is the order of the Supreme. Even if all of us die, they must be killed, the Stargazing Sect ancestor replied. The Supremes had all seen the fighting power of Lin Xiao and Ymir. Their potential was too terrifying, so they must be killed this time. Hahaha, senior brother Guan is right. Tiansheng Sect seconded the proposal. Senior Li, leave Ymir and Lin Xiao behind. The rest of the people are free to do whatever they want. Otherwise, we will fight to the death today. Aurora appeared. Chen Kaixing and Liang Wendao of Tiansheng Sect came. Ren Qingyan died in the battle, which made the Supreme of Tiansheng Sect furious. The top leaders of Tiansheng Sect almost moved out in full force. Now only high-level cultivators above the golden body stage came. A large number of people are still on the way, and will arrive soon. Tiansheng Sect was slapped in the face by Lin Xiao several times. They are not magnanimous people. They didn't take action before, so they endured it first. Since they took action, they will kill them all at once, and cut off the roots. Lin Xiao, Ymir, I will give you a chance to commit suicide. Now we have at least 100,000 people, and your remaining disciples are only a few. As long as I give an order, you will be exterminated. Commit suicide. If you die, I will let them go. The monk of Guangxing Sect said coldly. There are more and more people behind him, and they have begun to capture prisoners, about hundreds of people, and this number is also constantly increasing. Fellow Daoist Lin, what should we do? We can't commit suicide. These people have no credibility. We are alive and there is still hope for revenge. Once we die, there is no hope. Haha, Ymir, this is not the Tiansheng Sect's people. He naturally won't feel sorry. Think about it. Is it you who dies, or the Yi family being exterminated? Meh, don't listen to their lies. We can win. I still have a backup plan. What? Fellow Daoist Lin, you still have a backup plan. You sit quickly? Soon. Wait first, fellow Daoist Lin. Wait with peace of mind, Lin Xiao. What other backup plans do you have? Even Li Yuanzhen became curious. What other backup plans did Lin Xiao have? Is he really that powerful? Lin Xiao just smiled in response and didn't answer. Lin Xiao was indeed gambling. Since it was gambling, there was an element of luck, so Lin Xiao didn't dare to say it out loud. Once he said it out, the other party had a strategy to deal with it, and he might not win. As time went by, the number of troops of the 7 families increased, and Ymir's men could no longer gather troops. Some of them had already gone out to sea and crossed the East China Sea. Some were defeated again and began to flee, and some were captured, including a large number of mortals. Lin Xiao, Ymir, I will give you another stick of incense. If you don't commit suicide, we will kill these hundreds of thousands of prisoners first, and then attack. Now even the Supreme cannot protect you. With more and more people, the monks of the Stargazing Sect became more and more confident. They had hundreds of thousands of captives. Of course, 99% of them were mortals, but these mortals were also relatives of the monks of the Haodi family, enough to threaten them. Fellow Daoist Lin, don't worry, they are coming. Senior Li, is that right? Yes, they are coming, but Lin Xiao, are you sure you invited them? It makes no difference, haha. Li Yuanzhen laughed and said. Then Li Yuanzhen stretched out his hand to tear the space apart. In the void, an extremely large flying boat appeared, which should be a super large flying boat. The Tiansheng Sect has determined the grades for the size of flying boats. The one that can carry 3 or 5 people is called a macro flying boat. The one that can carry up to about 500 people is a small flying boat. The one that can carry about 7,000 people is a medium-sized flying boat. The one that can carry about 30,000 people is a large flying boat. And the one that can carry more than 30,000 people is a super large flying boat. The strongest flying boat of the Tiansheng Sect can carry about 100,000 people. This flying boat is a super large flying boat. It looks like it can carry 56,000 people. This kind of flying boat is rare even in large sects, because it is completely impractical and unnecessary. The cost can be used to build several large flying boats, but its appearance made everyone's heart jump. The reason is very simple. The flag hanging on this flying boat belongs to Penglai, which means that Penglai has already made a move. The other 2 Taoist friends, come out by yourselves. Why bother an old man like me? Li Yuanzhen shouted, and then two super large flying boats appeared in the other two directions. Not surprisingly, the other two flying boats belonged to Kunlun and Wengsun sects. A cultivator of the 8th realm flew out from each of the flying boats and appeared between Lin Xiao and the people from the Tiansheng Sect. He looked around and said, Penglai, Kunlun, and Wengsun, the 3 sects have jointly decided that the 7 sects must stop the attack and withdraw their troops immediately. Why? We 7 are not your vassals, the ancestor of the Tiansheng Sect shouted angrily. Although the 3 sects were top sects, the 7 of them were not weak either. They had no affiliation with each other, so it was impossible for them to obey this order. Why? Just based on the bad things you did. Emperor Hao was a hero of the human race and made great contributions to the human race. The descendants of Emperor Hao deserve preferential treatment, and they did not do anything that angered the heavens and the people. You dared to kill the descendants of Emperor Hao. This is a humiliation to Emperor Hao and a humiliation to the heroes of the human race. This trend must not be allowed to grow. You either withdraw your troops or betray the human race. The 3 sects will immediately send troops to destroy your family. Think about it. The ancestors of Penglai scolded everyone. They did not give other examples, but used the excuse of the heroes of the human race. A big hat was put on them, leaving people speechless. Lin Xiao nodded to Yimi and told her not to speak. Lin Xiao had guessed that the 3 sects would intervene. They did not mind the 7 families attacking the Haodi family, but they minded the 7 families getting the secret of the Haodi's ascension, that is, the Book of Heaven. Once their supremes got the Book of Heaven, their combat power would inevitably skyrocket, and they would challenge the status of the 3 sects, which they would never allow. So they had arrived a long time ago, but did not take action. They had to take action at this time, just to prevent the 7 families from getting the spoils, which they would never allow. The vassal of Shuiwanmen has already surrendered to my Guangxingmen, but Ymir and Lin Xiao slaughtered them. Isn't this the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people? They are so innocent. My Guangxingmen is responsible for the vassal, and it is reasonable for us to take action. Really? What about the other 6 families? We have an agreement long ago. The 7 families are one. If we want to take action, we will naturally be one. Very good. That means we will not withdraw our troops. Then I will also tell you that the 3 emperors of the human race are of the same lineage. I, Penglai, will take care of this matter. Penglai monks, form a battle array. Penglai's ancestor gave an order, and dense figures appeared on Penglai's flying boat, forming a large battle array in an instant. There were no less than 50,000 people, which immediately suffocated everyone. Chapter 685, inherited from the same source. What the monk Penglai said is not without reason. In the human race's 1 million year history, there have been a total of 3 supreme monks who have become emperors. If it were in ancient times, they would have another title, that is, the human emperor, who controls the fate of the human race. The first to become the human emperor was the Green Emperor. The Green Emperor rose in the human race's Weimar era and led the human race to defeat the demons who strangled the human resistance army and laid down 70% of the territory of Zhongzhou today. The second to become the human emperor was the Hao Emperor. The Hao Emperor's achievement was to destroy the counter-attacking demon army and lay the foundation for the stable environment of Zhongzhou. After several rounds of war, the high-level demons around Zhongzhou were wiped out. The third to become the human emperor was the Jade Emperor. The demons counterattacked again, and a 9th level magic dragon appeared, causing harm to one side. The demons hid behind the magic dragon and prepared to invade Zhongzhou after the magic dragon ravaged Zhongzhou and continued to enslave the human race. It was the Jade Emperor who took action to kill the demon dragon and led the human cultivators to defeat the demon army. Since then, with more than 300,000 people, the demons have no ability to launch a large-scale counterattack. The action to develop the 4 continents was also led by the Jade Emperor. The 3 human emperors also have a lot of origins. Before the rise of Emperor Hao, he was protected by the Li family, so he survived the weak period and did not die prematurely. The dispute between the Li family and the Li family of Emperor Hao continues to this day. The ancestor of the Jade Emperor and Emperor Hao had a life and death relationship. When Emperor Hao fought against the demons, the ancestor of the Jade Emperor was Emperor Hao's deputy, and the two had a very close relationship. Moreover, before Emperor Hao ascended to heaven, he ordered his family to retreat, and most of the benefits of the Yi family were given to Penglai. The Jade Emperor's family benefited the most. Without the favor of Emperor Hao, the Jade Emperor's family would not be able to cultivate talents like the Jade Emperor. The three human emperors can be said to be of the same lineage. Many people in the world of immortal cultivation know this history, and it is not a secret, so Penglai has a legitimate reason to intervene in the war at this time. Penglai, Kunlun, and Wengxin are the pillars of the human race. We guard the four directions of Zhongzhou, support the four continents sects, and open up territories for the human race. We have paid a heavy price for the peace of Zhongzhou, so that Zhongzhou, the core area of the human race, will not be chaotic. But you, instead, started a war. Are you worthy of our three families? The three families are all allied. Now that Penglai has taken action, Kunlun can't just sit back and watch. Kunlun disciples. Here haha, my Wengxin sect guards the wilderness, and thousands of disciples die in battle every year. It's not to protect you idiots. Where are my disciples, Wengxin? Disciples are here. Tens of thousands of troops flew out of each of the two warships, and lined up one by one. Their troops were slightly inferior to the previous 7 coalition forces, but they were at least Purple Mansion cultivators. With the appearance of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, it was no problem for them to sweep across the hundreds of thousands of troops here. Facing such a powerful enemy, the monks of the Stargazing sect lost their confidence. The monks of various sects sent messages back to the sect, asking the ancestors to decide whether to go to war. If the 7 sects mobilized their full strength, they would not necessarily be afraid of the 3 sects. However, in that case, it would be a civil war that affected the entire human race. The flames of war would burn all over Zhongzhou. Once Zhongzhou was in chaos, the demons might take the opportunity to enter. That would be an act of overturning the table, and everyone would be destroyed. Not long after, the Supreme of the Stargazing sect came forward. The other Supremes could refuse to come forward, but he couldn't. After all, the Stargazing sect was right next to him. Ancestor Guan, you've come at the right time. Let's withdraw our troops. The 3 families are going too far. Really? You don't even take Emperor Hao seriously. Then do you not take me, the Jade Emperor of Penglai, seriously either? The descendants of the cultivators who have made great contributions to the human race will be slaughtered by humans. Tell me, who will dare to make contributions to the human race in the future? If so, then our 3 families should just give up the territories we each guard. The human race is scattered like sand. Do we have to wait until the demon tribe arrives at our doorstep before we unite? This is a bit too ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. At least our 3 families don't think it's ridiculous. There are only 2 choices before the ancestor. The first is to withdraw our troops and release the prisoners, and the second is to go to war. The cultivators of Penglai are very confident. With the size of the 3 families, they are not afraid even of the 7 families in their heyday. But now, how many people have the 7 families lost? The low-level disciples can be made up in a few years, but how long will it take to make up for the high-level cultivators who died in the battle? The Supreme of the Stargazing sect was very angry. He, a Supreme, was actually forced by an 8th level cultivator. But he did not dare to get angry. If he started fighting at this time, it would be a signal to start a war. The other families were not prepared. The first to suffer would definitely be the Stargazing sect. Perhaps the Stargazing sect would be wiped out. The 3 families tried their best to protect the Haodi family. This was already an indisputable fact. In fact, they had already prepared for this. However, the strength of the Haodi family far exceeded their expectations. There were too many casualties, which disrupted their plans, and many of their preparations could not be used. But if they retreated at this point, they were really unwilling. Among the 16,000-man coalition army of the 7 families, 10,000 were from the Stargazing sect. Now most of these 16,000 people were destroyed, causing the Stargazing sect to lose 1/3 of its high-level cultivators above Daogang. The entire Stargazing sect was seriously injured. If there was no spoils of war to replenish, the Stargazing sect might be on the road to decline. We can retreat, but give us the heavenly book. What heavenly book? I've never heard of it. Ymir immediately yelled. She would not admit it and would never inherit it, nor would she give it to them. If you don't give me the heavenly book, then we'll fight to the death. Okay, then we'll fight to the death. Our Yi family deserves no death. We'll all die here today. Grandmaster Guan, you'd better think about it. If you dare to make a move again today, the Stargate will be wiped out. Although the supreme cultivators of our 3 sects haven't come, it will only take a blink of an eye for them to come. Once it reaches that point, there will be no chance. How dare you? The supreme cannot be insulted. What did your supreme teach you? Then there's no room for negotiation. Penglai disciples, prepare to attack. The Penglai cultivators were strong enough, and they were not afraid of the ancestors of the Stargate at all. As the ancestors of the top 3 sects in the world, their spirits were not ordinary high. So what about the Supreme? It's not like they haven't seen it before, and the Supremes are different from each other, and the gap between people is sometimes greater than the gap between people and pigs. Ancestor. Seeing that the monks from Penglai were about to attack, the monks from Guangxingmen were horrified. The monks from other sects were so nervous that they broke out in cold sweats. Was a world-destroying war really going to break out? Who could guarantee that they could survive in such a war? The Supreme of Shenmue Sect has ordered that the monks from Shenmue Sect return to the sect. The Supreme of Tiansheng Sect has ordered that we leave. The monks from Xi'an Temple, follow me. The Supreme of Guangxingmen could not easily withdraw, but the other sects did not have such a strong obsession. The 7 alliances only sent out 1,000 elite soldiers. Even if all of them died in the battle, it would not be enough to hurt them. Moreover, they were not united, so the other 6 sects, regardless of whether it was really ordered by the Supreme, began to dismantle the Guangxingmen platform and withdraw, which almost angered the Supreme of Guangxingmen to death. Ancestor. Retreat. Guangxingmen lost face, and the Supreme also left a word and ran away, too ashamed to see anyone again. The other monks also began to slowly withdraw. Leave the captives behind. Ymir shouted, and the monks from the Guangxing sect left the captives behind and ran away. Of course, the monks' belongings had long been searched away by them. Mir thanks the seniors from the 3 sects. The Yi family will remember your kindness, and will repay you in the future. No need. What I said just now came from my heart. Without the 3 heroes, King D, Haodi, and UD, there would be no prosperity for the human race today. This is what our 3 sects should do. Thank you very much. Fellow Daoist Ymir, now that the Yi family is in ruins, why don't you come to my Kunlun? Junior sister Huan Huan misses you very much. I miss fellow Daoist Huan Huan as well, but me can't leave. I will visit Penglai after I have settled my family and disciples. Okay, remember to come then. Wait a moment. Lin Xiao, do you have anything to do? Lin Xiao is a humble person. Nice to meet you seniors. Lin Xiao has a business he wants to do with you. Oh, what business do you have? Me. The Haodi secret realm can no longer be defended. If you stay in Zhongzhou, you will only be distracted by them everywhere. It's better to sell it. Ah. Yimi felt a little dizzy. Didn't they force the 7 cultivators to retreat? Why did they leave again? They even wanted to sell the Haodi secret realm. Meh. Make a quick decision, okay senior. Just as Lin Xiao said, we don't want the secret realm anymore. The secret realm is 10,000 miles in radius, and there are 8 level spiritual veins and countless spiritual fields. Although we took away most of the floating wealth, there are still a lot left. You can name a price for what you want. The 8 level ancestors of the 3 families looked at each other. They were also a little confused. They were selling off their property. It was really like selling their father's land without any regret. Do you know how much time it took to build such a secret realm? Even during the peak period of Emperor Hao, it took thousands of years to build it. 2 senior brothers, if you don't want it, I'll ask the Immortal Gate for it. 50 billion Zuan crystals. It's too shameless to ask the Immortal Gate. That's a secret realm with a radius of 10,000 miles. Even if it's an empty shell, it's worth 100 billion. I, Kunlun, will offer 100 billion. Haha. I, Penglai, are not without money. 120 billion. Forget it. You are awesome. Penglai's offer was basically set. Any more would not be worthwhile. The other 2 families were unwilling to fight internally at this time. There was no need. The secret realm was just icing on the cake for them. Thank you very much, brothers. Yimi, we can't take out 120 billion at once. How do you think we can pay for it? 1 billion a year. Pay it back in 120 years. Okay. The monk from Penglay nodded. The Haodi secret realm is so big. If all the spiritual fields are developed, there will be an annual output of 300 to 400 million. It will only take 400 to 500 years to recover the cost. After that, it will be pure profit. This business is not at a loss. Of course, only 3 families can afford this price. The other 7 families cannot afford it. My fellow brothers, you go ahead. We are going to collect the secret realm. Yimi, you also go to the secret realm to clean up. Mortals and the like can be taken away if they can. We only need the secret realm and the spiritual veins inside. Thank you, senior. Yimi was overjoyed. The broken family was worth a lot. If they could go back and clean up, they could at least take away a lot of property. Chapter 686. The 6th largest force in Lin Xiao. The monks of each family retreated, leaving behind only a devastated ruin. The monks of the Yi family also retreated quickly. Just before the 3 Kunlun sects came, the battlefield of the 8th level monks was over. The 3 8th level monks of Kunyuan Mountain were all killed in the battle. 2 were taken away, and the remaining 2 were also seriously injured. Yimia did not break her promise. On the other side of Kunyuan Mountain, she also tried her best to take away the Qin family monks. 4,000 flying boats formed a huge flying boat team, which could send away hundreds of thousands of monks or mortals, and related property at one time. Yimia decided not to leave a single thread for the stargazing gate. Wherever she went, she took everything she had, and took away all the floating wealth in Kunyuan Mountain, Shuan Gate, and Haodi Secret Realm. In addition, the spiritual veins of Kunyuan Mountain and Shuan Gate were not spared. Li Yuan's and all the monks of Penglay took them all away. If they couldn't take them away, they would be blown up. Yimia was also angry. Lin Xiao hid directly in the secret realm of Emperor Hao, and chose a cave to retreat. Lin Xiao was seriously injured in this battle. He had to hold on by himself. He almost died. Any more injuries could have killed Lin Xiao. It can be said that Lin Xiao is now useless. Even his path has been affected, but Lin Xiao doesn't care. He has been prepared. Back then, Lin Xiao received the task of disintegrating the assassin god. After completing the task, he can be rewarded with a death substitute and some points. Lin Xiao has not completed this task yet, but there is a death substitute in the system points mall. The price is only 500,000 points. Lin Xiao prepared it before he came, and asked Yinanayu to guard it. After Lin Xiao retreated, he used the secret method to transfer all his injuries to the substitute. In the underground fortifications a million miles away, as the Dharma body appeared with a ray of light, the Dharma body broke into pieces, which shocked Yinanayu who was guarding it. Don't panic, it's me. Come out of retreat immediately, and take charge of the sect. Night Owl will be fully activated. Guard the sect, and wait for me to return. Lin Xiao left a sentence in the Dharma body, and then the Dharma body collapsed. Yinanayu relaxed a little, quickly left the basement, and returned to the sect. Night Owl had already received a lot of news. After Yinanayu read it, cold sweat appeared on his back. Yinanayu immediately called Nanzuan and Jiamengren to discuss countermeasures. The 3 of them took charge of the sect, and began to secretly deploy defenses to deal with changes. Lin Xiao came out of retreat. When Lin Xiao came out of retreat, he saw that the mortals in the secret realm were evacuating. Penglay didn't know how many mortals there were, and they didn't have extra land to feed so many mortals, so they didn't want it at all. But they didn't want it. Dong Sao wanted it. In the last war, Dong Sao lost millions of cultivators and hundreds of millions of mortals. Now it's just right to migrate mortals to make up for the losses. Because Haoang sect only has such a small area, it is definitely not enough to support it, and then it will be cheap for the 5 major colleges. Fellow Daoist Lin, are you healed? Seeing Lin Xiao coming out, Yimia was extremely shocked. Lin Xiao had only been in seclusion for 10 days, how could he recover? This was too fast. She had been busy retreating these days, and all her injuries were suppressed by cultivation. She hadn't healed yet. A surrogate or a surrogate puppet? Senior, you have good eyesight. It's just a surrogate. Are there any more? I'm willing to buy them at a high price. The cultivator of the 8th realm of Penglai saw through Lin Xiao's true colors at a glance and was immediately a little envious. A surrogate could help him die once. This was an unparalleled treasure. Even the Supreme would be jealous. Senior, this kind of treasure, it's already a great opportunity to get one. How can there be more? If you have one, go ask the Li family. Lin Xiao pushed the source of the surrogate to the Li family. Li Yuanzhen was silent on the side. If his Li family had this kind of treasure, he would have blown himself up and killed those Supremes. Anyway, he wouldn't die, but he didn't ruin the show. The monk Penglai glanced at Li Yuanzhen and said no more. It was natural for a family like the Li family to have any treasures. Just like the Haodi family, they were unexpectedly powerful when they were forced into a desperate situation this time. They actually blocked the joint attack of the 7 families. This was the weakened Haodi family. If it was at its peak, it would have been possible to kill the 7 families. Cuneian Mountain and Shuyan Gate had been emptied, leaving only the Haodi secret realm. Ymir spent another 5 days to take all the mortals away. At this time, the Haoang sect borrowed more flying boats from the 5 major academies, with a total of more than 2,000. They returned to Zhongzhou and wanted to take all the mortals away at once. Ymir led her people away, and the monk Penglai refined the secret realm, put it away, and then returned to Penglai, asking Penglai to prepare resources to pay the Yi family. The 1 billion Zuan crystals each year are not all 4 Zuan crystals. Most of them are various specific resources. According to the market price, it actually does not cost 1 billion. That is even including the profit. The real cost is only 500 to 600 million. With this calculation, Penglai has got a great bargain. On Ymir's side, 2,000 flying boats returned to Dongzhou, but Haoang Sect's 5,000 li territory could not accommodate so many people, so Ymir divided 1/3 of the mortals and distributed them to the 5 major colleges and took out some property to give them as the cost of borrowing flying boats. Haoang Sect had mobilized all its forces to accept cultivators and mortals. After Ymir came back, it took another month to calculate the data. In this battle, the Yi family suffered heavy losses. Cuneian Mountain, Shuyan Gate, and Haodi Secret Realm had about 300,000 cultivators before the war, but after the battle, at least 200,000 people died in the 3 places. Ymir only collected more than 50,000 people back to Dongzhou, and the remaining 50,000 to 60,000 people were missing. Maybe they died, maybe they survived, and no one knew what happened. There were many high-level monks who died in the battle. The Supreme died, the 8th level monk died, and the Golden Body monks and Cuneian Mountain also died in the battle. Now there are only 6 intact, and 3 are disabled. There were originally 70 or 80 people in the Shengsu period, but now there are less than 20 people, including Yilin, who was Ymir's confidant. The loss of property is innumerable, at least tens of billions, especially the foundation accumulated by the Haodi family for hundreds of thousands of years has also been lost. Those spiritual talismans, magic tools, and elixirs have been consumed countlessly, and even the secret realm has been sold. In the future, it is estimated that it will cost more than 400 billion to 500 billion to build such a secret realm, and it may never be built again. Dongzhou Haoang Sect has more than 100,000 monks at this time. Ymir has been busy since she came back. All disciples have to be reincorporated into the sect, and mortals have to be arranged properly. Lin Xiao has to help, but even so, it took almost a year to stabilize. Fortunately, the money from Penglai arrived at this time. As soon as the resources worth 1 billion black crystals arrived, people's hearts were immediately settled. The monks who were injured before could have elixirs to heal their wounds. The monks who had made great contributions before could be rewarded. All monks could receive salaries, and there was also startup capital to allow the Haoang Sect's industry to operate smoothly. The injuries have been suppressed for more than a year. It's time to heal. If you don't heal, it will affect your path. One day, Lin Xiao took out a brocade box and stuffed it into Ymir's hand. It contained healing elixirs. Since returning from Zhongzhou, Ymir has had no time to heal her injuries. She has suppressed her injuries for more than a year. Brother Lin, Mir is so tired, but I dare not stop. I'm afraid. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Brother Lin, can I lean on your shoulder? Okay. Over the past year, the two have become much closer. Ymir even changed her name. Lin Xiao sat forward a little, and Ymir slowly leaned on him. Lin Xiao felt very distressed. Ymir really devoted herself to the Yi family, and died for it, which made countless men ashamed. A cultivator came in, and saw the two of them in this position. He was immediately very nervous. Lin Xiao, an outsider, intervened in all the affairs of the Yi family. The people below had long believed that they were a couple, otherwise why would they listen to Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao waved his hand and asked him to come over. The man put down a book and left in a hurry. He was very careful when speaking. Lin Xiao looked down and saw that Ymir had fallen asleep. She was too tired. If she was not a cultivator, she might have died of exhaustion. Lin Xiao flipped through the information and looked at it. It contained some information about the strength of Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect now had more than 120,000 cultivators and governed more than 80 million mortals. After Ymir came back, she ordered to recruit disciples. Now more than 10,000 children have been tested for spiritual roots. Ymir was asked to order how many people to recruit and what level of people they should recruit. Lin Xiao started to write comments. Ymir's side still wanted to focus on elites. All those with medium grade spiritual roots and above were recruited, and half of the low grade ones were recruited, and ordinary ones were not allowed. Of course, Lin Xiao did not waste it, and stuffed the rest into the fourth branch of Tiansheng Sect. Half a month later, everything in Tiansheng Sect was on the right track. News from Zhangzhou continued to gather, and Lin Xiao also knew the impact after the war. This battle was a big blow to the 7 sects. Basically, each sect had 8 level cultivators killed in the battle, with no less than 3 golden body cultivators and dozens of Shengsu cultivators. The Guangxing sect suffered the most. 1/3 of the middle and higher level cultivators of the entire sect were lost, and more than 100,000 vassals were killed, with countless wounded. The key is that they did not get what they wanted, and were finally blocked by Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsun. It can be said that they suffered heavy losses. After the war, the 3 sects also criticized the 7 families and attacked them in public opinion. The 7 sects were all disgraced and dared not even mention going to Nansao or Dongzhou for revenge. They hid at home and prepared to avoid the limelight. Of course, they would not be polite in private. Lin Xiao lost all his financial resources in Zhangzhou, even Xiaoyao mountain villa. Under pressure, Dangsha sect could only take back the shares, but secretly gave them to Lan Linggaiu. The cultivators of Nansao Wugo were also secretly targeted by the 7 families, and some people died. Now the cultivators of Nansao Wugo dare not enter the territory of the 7 families to travel. The impact of this battle goes far beyond this, but many subsequent impacts will not appear in a short time. It is time for Lin Xiao to leave. Lin Xiao has lost all his sources of income. The Wu Kingdom is very nervous. Lin Xiao needs to go back to take charge, and he also has countless things to deal with. The way of fighting in the world of immortal cultivation has changed in the future, and Lin Xiao needs to go back and make plans in advance. Chapter 687, Rearrangement. Further east of Dongzhou is the territory of the Demon Clan. Lin Xiao doesn't know how big this world is, or whether it is round. If a square world really appears, Lin Xiao won't find it strange. After all, this is the world of cultivating immortals. To return from Dongzhou to Nansao, one must pass through Zhangzhou, which is the fastest route. In front of the gate of Tiansheng Sect, Yimi saw Lin Xiao off. Yimi really didn't want Lin Xiao to leave. Now that the Yi family is in a state of disrepair, she is also confused about how to revitalize the family. She does it with gritted teeth without much long-term planning. Lin Xiao is very good at this, and she needs Lin Xiao's help, but Lin Xiao is not a son-in-law of her family, so she can't stop Lin Xiao from going home. Brother Lin, I have no way to repay you for your kindness. This is a little gift from me. Please don't refuse it, Brother Lin. Thank you, Mir. After I leave, remember to develop well. Dongzhou will not be in great danger for hundreds of years. You must always remember to select virtuous and capable people and promote capable disciples. Also, build good relationships with the 5 major academies and never conflict with them. Improve your strength first, especially yourself. Only when you reach the 8th level can you truly be on an equal footing with the 5 major academies. Lin Xiao never tired of reminding Ymir again. Now the strength of Tiansheng Sect is similar to that of the 5 major academies, but the vassal forces are far behind. The 5 major academies control 70% of the power in Dongzhou. Mir knows that with the treasures sent by Brother Lin, Mir will be able to refine the membrane within a few years. Brother Lin also needs to speed up so that we can return to Zhongzhou as soon as possible. Okay, don't send me anymore. I'm leaving. Lin Xiao nodded. Before leaving, Lin Xiao also gave her a creation green lotus pill. Together with the one given to Li Muxu, Lin Xiao had already used up most of the points he had accumulated over the past few decades. However, Ymir also gave a return gift. In the storage bag she gave, there were many treasures, including 6 spiritual veins, one of which was the 6th grade high-grade spiritual vein of the Shuyan Gate Mountain Gate, and the 6th grade high-grade spiritual vein of Kunyuan Mountain was integrated into the Tiansheng Sect. Moreover, Ymir sold the Haodi secret realm, and she would not lack financial resources for more than 100 years, which was enough for her to develop for hundreds of years. Before the financial resources from selling the secret realm were used up, how far she could develop would depend on her luck. Lin Xiao took the teleportation array from Wanghe City to Penglai City. Penglai City is a giant city that is not inferior to Kunlun City, with a population of more than 2 million. If it were in the past, Lin Xiao would definitely stay to take a good look, but now Lin Xiao has no time and leaves directly. Half a month later, Lin Xiao came to Tiansheng City, where Night Owl has a large base. This time, Lin Xiao offended the 7 major sects and lost all his financial resources. Some semi-public Night Owl troops all evacuated, causing great losses. Lin Xiao got the information about Night Owl gathering here. After reading it, he returned to Zhongzhou and went to Tiansheng Sect because the information showed that Lan Lingai was imprisoned by her father Lan Feng because Lan Lingai wanted to help Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao secretly came to Tiansheng Sect and met Lan Feng. Lan Feng saw Lin Xiao and was relieved. He quickly called out Lan Lingai. Lan Lingai, with red eyes, threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms. Don't cry, I'm fine. Lin Xiao, you two can talk. Uncle, no need. I'll be leaving soon after talking. So urgent? Well, I still need to show up in Nanzhou. Lin Xiao nodded. According to the rumors in Zhongzhou, some people said that Lin Xiao had died in the battle with the coalition forces of the 7 sects. After all, Lin Xiao had independently intercepted Ren King Guyan of the Tiansheng Sect for half a day. Many people saw Lin Xiao vomiting blood, and even Lan Feng thought so. Lin Xiao, sit down. I'll tell you a few things. First of all my industries in Zhongzhou have been destroyed. But don't be afraid. The financial resources in Nanzhou are enough to support my practice. The second thing is about the situation in Zhongzhou. Although the 7th sect is strong, their crisis has already appeared. In this war, they lost many high-level disciples. In the future, they will not have direct conflicts with me, but there will be a lot of secret wars. My cooperation with Tiansheng Sect will be suspended for a while. Don't say any more. We believe in you. The 7th sect killed the descendants of Emperor Hao, which is unpopular, and we are extremely disgusted. Just believe me. The relationship between Lin Xiao and I still needs to be kept secret. I have to inconvenience Lin Xiao. No, I'll wait for you. I believe you. Okay, there's nothing to say. Uncle will supervise Lin Xiao and focus on cultivation. Reduce the time spent on alchemy. Wait until I'm through this period of time, then I'll support her to break through to the 7th level alchemist. I'm not in a hurry. The sect is supporting me. Take care of yourself. Don't go to the battlefield again. I'm worried. Okay, I promise you, I will train more capable people after I go back this time. So uncle, I will need you to refine a few furnaces of 7 souls pills in a few years. No problem. 7 souls pills are not difficult. I will give you all 9. Lan Feng nodded. Since they were his sons-in-law, he did not dare to withhold the pills and gave them as many as he refined. Lin Xiao explained a few more things and then disappeared from Tiansheng Sect in Lan Lingai's reluctant eyes. Half a month later, Lin Xiao returned to Tiansheng Sect of Wuguo, and the high-level officials of Tiansheng Sect immediately returned to the sect, but Lin Xiao only summoned Nangsun, Yunanai and Jia Mengren to discuss first. How is the post-war situation of the 7 sects in Central Continent? How is the situation in South Continent? Yunanai reported. Yes, Master, after our investigation, the overall loss of the 7 sects except for the stargazing sect was not great. However, there was a very big impact, especially with the death of a group of high-level monks. The power struggle within the 7 sects reached a climax. In order to fight for these powers, the 7 sects are now unable to fight. If they want to unify themselves, it will take at least decades or even hundreds of years. And Penglai attacked the 7 families in public opinion, and they were all silent. The 7 families are now under verbal criticism, and it will be impossible for them to attack us again without decades, so we should have about 100 years to develop. Is there any news about the 7 Supremes? Lin Xiao asked. He originally thought that the Yi family Supreme could at least fight off 2 or even 3 Supremes, but he didn't expect that there was none. Instead, he used a weird magical power. Lin Xiao didn't know if those Supremes had the means to resist. No, the 7 Supreme leaders have not shown up since they went back, and our people have not been able to find out this secret yet. Keep an eye on it at all times. Yes, I understand. Nangsun, how is the situation in Nansao? As for the situation in Nansao, there is only some news in Xianyang City. Zhuanshanmen and Xiangshan Sect have a close relationship. Xiangshan Sect has ordered Zhuanshanmen to attack and restrict us, but Zhuanshanmen has not completely turned to Xiangshan Sect. Although they asked Beijing Commercial Company to withdraw from Xianyang City and Zhuanshanmen's territory, they informed us in advance and sent us away. What about Beiyu City? It's similar to Xianyang City, but they didn't attack us. Our business is still there, but we have to change the name and make it semi-public. Right now Nansao's attitude is very ambiguous. On the one hand, they need Zhongzhao's high-level resources, and on the other hand, they resist Zhongzhao's exploitation of them, so most of them have a neutral attitude. Have you found out the details of Xianyang Sect? Now the attitude of Qin State is very important. It's clear. The backer of Xianyang Sect is Kunlun. Qin State has not imposed any restrictions on us. Very good. Increase operations in Qin State. Yixiao must continue to send people from Zhongzhao. We can't go in openly, but we must know the whereabouts of each sect. I understand. I have gathered a group of people and they are undergoing training. They will be sent out after the training is completed. Nangxin also needs to organize a group of people to go to Dongzhao. Our 4th branch must not be wasted. We must manage it well. Dongzhao is very important now. Understood. I will go back to select people. Mengran, how is the situation in Wu State? Everything is fine. We were worried about Master's safety before, but now he is fine. As long as he shows up a few more times, people's hearts will be reassured, Jia Mengren replied. News from Zhongzhao came one after another, most of which were bad news. In fact, it brought a great shock to the Wu Kingdom. Lin Xiao has always been smooth sailing, and many people think that Lin Xiao will die because of this. No matter what, Nanzuan needs to speed up the assimilation of Wu State. The forces of the former Kang State and Lu State need to be selected. Those who are willing to be of the same mind as us will be given more support. Those who are not willing to be of the same mind as us will be cleared out as soon as possible. In the future, Wu State can only have one center. Okay. The funds originally used to expand Gangming City should be used to train disciples. Wei State, Lingju State, and Fenghuo Island should all send talented disciples here. On the one hand, we can deepen the relationship and enhance the cohesion. On the other hand, we need to focus on training. We need elites and masters. Okay, but master, in this case, can our financial resources hold up? Nanzuan was a little worried. Lin Xiao lost all the industries in Zhongzhao, reducing the income of tens of millions of Zuan crystals every year, and reducing the channels for collecting high-level resources. This is a big blow to Tiansheng Sect. Originally, Lin Xiao gathered a lot of high-level cultivators around him. Now all these people have returned to Nanzhao. With the addition of people sent from all over the country, the sect's financial resources may not hold up again. No problem, we'll discuss this later. I have my own plans. Let them send the people here first. We also need to increase our efforts here. Your bloodline improvement plan should be effective. Don't worry about this, Master. The bloodline improvement plan has been implemented for more than 50 years, and it has been passed down among mortals for 2 or even 3 generations. Now, the probability of mortals on the westward path having spiritual roots has increased a lot, and the level of spiritual roots is still improving. This plan can continue to be implemented. Some disciples of the sect who are not qualified and unwilling to make progress should be selected as soon as possible, and they should be encouraged to reproduce more descendants. Okay, I will continue to implement it. Let's talk about the development of the sect and announce it at the conference later. Lin Xiao nodded and then brought out some strategies that he had figured out in Dongzhou over the past year for discussion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, 3 Strategies. A few days later, after discussing with the top leaders of Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao convened a high-level meeting of Tiansheng Sect. Dozens of top leaders appeared in the hall. Lin Xiao sat in the middle and Nanzuan sat next to Lin Xiao. Everyone, it's cause for celebration that the sect master has returned safely, but the major events of the sect cannot stand still. Now our Tiansheng Sect can no longer go to the heart of Zhongzhou, so we must replan. For this reason, we have discussed with the sect master for 3 days and have formulated 3 major strategies in total. The first strategy is about the Zhongzhou strategy. Although we have offended the 7 major sects, Zhongzhou is not the world of the 7 sects. In the north, there are Kunlun and Penglai, and in the south, there is Wengsun. There are also many second-rate forces in the middle that do not get along with the 7 sects, so we must never completely give up Zhongzhou. After the sect master's decision, the sect will develop its power in both Kunlun and Penglai, and Baeksuju will continue to open. The original disciples of Baeksuju will be divided into 2. Ancestor Li Muxu will return in a few years, and Elder Yu Xiangxiang will temporarily take charge of Kunlun City. Xiangxiang obeys the order, and will never dare to let the sect down. Xiangxiang, Master has high hopes for you. There are many high-level cultivators in the sect. In the future, all high-level resources will depend on Kunlun and Penglai. In the future, you will face great challenges, so you must be careful and cautious. Yes, Master. The second strategy is about Nansao and Wuguo Factory. Wuguo Factory has now monopolized the low-level resources of 3 of the 5 major countries in Zizhou. We have defeated their owned and focus and refining business with advantageous prices, so Wuguo Factory must also replicate this strategy in Nansao. Therefore, Wuguo Factory must continue to optimize management and reduce costs, and then use the channels of Beijing merchants to defeat the low-level resource refining business of various countries and sects, so that Wuguo Factory can continue to make profits. We will have a special meeting to discuss this in the future, so I won't say more now. The third strategy is the development strategy of Wuguo. The territory of Wuguo is now tens of thousands of miles in radius. To the north is Xianshigo, to the west is Qianluoguo, to the east is Xianguo, and to the south is the wilderness. Ziluo State in the west is our ally, while Xianxi State in the north is not weak, and Xianxi State and Song State have formed an alliance to restrict our expansion to the north. In the case that it is not appropriate to start a war in Nansao, we can only develop to the east and south. To the east, we have to annex 3 small countries until the Wei State. The Wei State has been friendly with us for hundreds of years. We cannot start a war with our allies, so these 3 small countries must be taken down within 30 years and assimilated within 300 years. To the south, it is not appropriate to annex the territory of the Purple-Eyed Demon King now, and we are almost done with the original wild buffer zone, so the headmaster will reach an agreement with Yu Jian along in the future. High-level cultivators and demon kings will not invade each other, and low-level demon beasts and low-level disciples will fight freely. Whoever wins will see who is capable. Nanzuan continued to say that the three major strategies were obtained by Lin Xiao after discussing with them for several days. Now that Wu state wants to develop, it must have a goal to break through the current bottleneck and try to avoid war. This is a rather mild strategy. Lin Xiao formulated a strategy, and his disciples could not object. Lin Xiao had full authority, so what they had to discuss was how to implement this strategy. Of course, in order to stimulate the confidence of the disciples, Lin Xiao announced the upgrade of the sect's spiritual veins. This time, Lin Xiao brought back 6 spiritual veins, of which the 6th grade upper grade spiritual veins would be integrated into the mountain gate, directly upgrading the mountain gate's spiritual veins to the 7th grade lower grade level. The 7th grade spiritual veins were already the top level in Nanzhao. Secondly, a 5th grade upper grade spiritual vein would be integrated into the Gangming City spiritual veins, upgrading the Gangming City spiritual veins to the 6th grade lower grade level, continuing to expand the influence of Gangming City and making Gangming City a sacred place for cultivating immortals in the southwest of Nanzhao. In addition, there were 2 5th grade middle grade spiritual veins used to upgrade the spiritual veins of Beiwu Mountain. This would not only greatly increase the production of Beiwu Mountain, but also Beiwu Mountain, Gangming City and the Mountain Gate could form a triangle. Within this triangle was the core area of the Tiansheng Sect, which was optimized in terms of terrain strategy. As for the rest, all of it was used to upgrade Xianyang Mountain, the spiritual medicine base of Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect would continue to invest in it. Today, Xianyang Mountain has been in operation for nearly 200 years, and even the true spiritual grass is almost mature. Today's high-level disciples can basically enjoy the benefits brought by Xianyang Mountain. The improvement of the sect's spiritual veins is directly linked to the welfare of the disciples. The higher the level of the spiritual veins, the better their cultivation environment will be. The previous lack of Zuanqi will never happen again. In addition, the sect's spiritual fields have increased, and the treatment of the disciples will naturally be improved. A month later, the spiritual veins of Tiansheng Sect were upgraded, and the concentration of Zuanqi on the mountain gate soared by hundreds of times. Even if all the high-level cultivators of Tiansheng Sect practiced here, it would not be insufficient. Therefore, Lin Xiao ordered Beizixi, Beizichen, Zhang Qingxun, a king and other disciples who were preparing to break through the Shengsu period, to live in the sect, and no longer dispersed. The other high-level disciples can also take turns to live in the mountain gate. In principle, they don't have to travel outside all the time. The Wugo factory increased its production capacity and expanded its production capacity. Basically, there was no objection from the various sects. No one would dislike the increase in their dividends. As for how to sell the goods produced, they didn't care. That was the business of the Tiansheng Sect. Therefore, the Wugo factory's plan to open a third branch was quickly agreed by the various sects, and Lin Xiao also took the opportunity to propose the plan of the Wugo standing army. In the entire Xiuxin world, basically all the sects did not have the concept of a standing army. When a war was needed, they would just temporarily mobilize disciples. Low-level disciples would train for a month, and high-level disciples would train for half a month. Sects with Xiuxin cities might organize some people to serve as city guards, but the number was small and the management was extremely loose. This time, Lin Xiao wanted to set up a well-organized standing army. Of course, it was nominally called the Big Factory Guard. The Wugo factory had a turnover of billions and hundreds of millions of profits a year. This number was enough for high-level cultivators to take action. If there was no support from the battle formation, how could a spiritual cultivator alone resist a strong enemy? Therefore, Lin Xiao suggested forming a 30,000-man guard team to take on the task of guarding the 3 factories. The guard team members' cultivation cannot resist the 5th level of condensation veins, and they do not need to be old and weak, but must be young and strong elites. These 30,000 people will be apportioned according to the shares of the large factory. All the living and cultivation needs of the monks selected into the guard team will be paid by the factory. In this way, although the dividends of each sect at the end of the year will be reduced, the expenditure on training disciples will also be reduced. Once the guards are selected, the service time is not less than 5 years. After 5 years, they can leave or stay at will. After they leave, they will be replaced by each sect. Once a sect is so weak that it can't even afford to send out guard disciples, it will also lose its shares in the large factory. The guard disciples have to take on the security tasks of the factory. They need to be deployed for training, patrolling, and escorting. Lin Xiao wants to train these guards into elites, not inferior to the elite veterans of Dongzhou. The various sects had complaints about this plan, mainly because they felt that 30,000 people were too many, and 10,000 people would be enough. Why would they need so many people? However, Lin Xiao personally came forward and lobbied the major shareholders such as Tiansheng Sect and Chunhyang Palace, and then implemented this plan. After all, the major shareholders agreed, and the small shareholders had no choice but to agree. If you disagree, you can withdraw your shares. The 30,000 troops were assembled in 1 month. Lin Xiao selected a spiritual light period cultivator to carry out the task, and then Lin Xiao sent Yu Xiangxiang and the others away. Bake Suju was to be rebuilt in Kunlun. This time, Yu Xiangxiang brought more than 4,000 people, which was twice as many as before. Many newcomers had to go to Kunlun City for training, and then split up and go to Penglai after Li Muxia came back. Lin Xiao thought about it, but he was still worried, so he simply sent them directly to Kunlun City. Lin Xiao had no connections in Kunlun City, unlike before in Jiangsu City, where he could get land from Tang Yulin. So Lin Xiao spent a month to take over a few shops, and then started construction again. It took another half a year to restore Bake Suju, and then it was time for specific business. Bake Suju lost Li Muxia, the 6th level alchemist, and its reputation was not as good as before. Yu Xiangxiang had to slowly start the business again. In addition, the material collection channels and sales channels also needed to be rebuilt, which was a very time-consuming thing. It is estimated that in the short term, Bake Suju's profitability will not be satisfactory. It will take at least several decades to reach the level of Jiangsu City. However, Kunlun City has stronger potential than Jiangsu City. There are more monks here, more high-level monks, and more resources are needed. It is an extremely large market. Lin Xiao stayed in Kunlun City for a year and invested 700 to 800 million Zuan crystals in the initial startup capital. When Bake Suju was on the right track, Lin Xiao left. Lin Xiao secretly went to Tiansheng Sect again and formally commissioned Lin Feng to refine the 7 Souls pill. Lin Xiao had already prepared the main ingredient of the 7 Souls pill, and the rest of the materials had to be collected slowly. For this reason, Lan Lingai was very concerned and used her merit points in Tiansheng Sect to collect a lot of materials for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stayed for a few days, then quietly left and returned to Tiansheng Sect. The 3 major strategies were launched one after another, and Lin Xiao became extremely busy. Night Owl had already infiltrated the 3 small countries in the east of Wu State, but to annex them specifically, it still needed to be planned slowly. What Lin Xiao needed was a complete territory, not a ruin, which was a test of time and level. However, Lin Xiao was more concerned about the development of the wilderness. For this reason, Lin Xiao personally went deep into the wilderness and wanted to reach an agreement with Yu Jialang. Lin Xiao didn't know where Yu Jialang's lair was, so the first person he looked for was the purple-eyed demon king of Qinglai Peak. More than 100 years ago, the purple-eyed demon king was no match for Lin Xiao. Seeing Lin Xiao coming to his door, the purple-eyed demon king was extremely angry, but he could do nothing, and ran away in disgrace. Lin Xiao hurriedly caught up with him, fought with him first, defeated him, and then told him his purpose. You have no chance of exposing the location of Jade Lady, Lin Xiao. Kill me if you want to purple eyes. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. How could you survive until now? I just want to meet with Jade Jialang. The location is arbitrary, even at Qinglai Peak. I'm not interested in knowing where her lair is really. Nonsense. I will wait for you at Qinglai Peak. If you don't come in 10 days, I will capture your descendants and make them into spirit beasts. I'm leaving now. Lin Xiao said a cruel word and went directly back to Qinglai Peak. The low-level monsters had already been scared away, but the purple-eyed demon king's chief think tank, the elk demon, did not leave and came to Lin Xiao cautiously. Chapter 689 Agreement between the 2 clans. The elk monster was a spy planted by Lin Xiao in the monster tribe. He was captured by Lin Xiao during the last raid on Qinglai Peak, and then a enslavement spell was cast on him. However, Lin Xiao basically did not ask him to do anything over the years. This time when Lin Xiao came to Qinglai Peak again, the elk monster immediately felt something was wrong and came to test him. But this time Lin Xiao ignored him and just asked him to restrain the monster and not to disturb him. The elk monster did so. Not only that, he also took out good wine and meat to entertain Lin Xiao. The wine was the monkey wine, a specialty of the wilderness, and the meat was the meat of an unknown monster. It was said to taste very good. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao was not in the mood at this time, so how could he eat or drink? On the other hand, the purple-eyed monster king was occupied in his lair, and he was immediately anxious. He immediately rushed to Langqi to meet Yu Jiaolong. When the purple-eyed monster king saw Yu Jiaolong, he burst into tears and asked Yu Jiaolong to make the decision. Lin Xiao of Wugo is really going too far. Impress you. You have to make the decision for me. Xiao King, go with Xian again and teach Lin Xiao a profound lesson this time so that he won't think that we have no one in the demon clan. Yes, Empress. Yu Jiaolong didn't pay much attention to it and once again asked the maid beside her to fight. Last time, it was she who defeated Lin Xiao's system real person mode and made Lin Xiao stop the strategy of pioneering the wilderness. The purple-eyed demon king was overjoyed. The maid beside Yu Jiaolong was at the peak of the 6th level, and one foot had already stepped into the 7th level. Her combat power was one of the best among the 6th level demon kings. The purple-eyed demon king believed that, as long as she took action, Lin Xiao would never be her opponent. One day later, the white dragon maid appeared on Qinglai Peak. After Lin Xiao sensed it, he stood up to fight. In just 100 years, the white dragon maid was no match for Lin Xiao. In less than 30 rounds, the white dragon maid was defeated. Lin Xiao did not kill her, but still asked her to go back and tell Yu Jiaolong that Lin Xiao's visit this time was not malicious. The white dragon maid was easily defeated by Lin Xiao and used the secret method of the dragon clan to summon Yu Jiaolong. After half a day, Yu Jiaolong appeared on Qinglai Peak and attacked without any warning. Split the sky purple eyes dragon raw dragon tail swinging the two fought in the sky. Lin Xiao opened fire at full power and Yu Jiaolong also went all out, but neither could do anything to the other. Yu Jiaolong went very far in the 7th level, and although the body of Jiaolong was not as strong as that of a real dragon, it was also extremely strong. Lin Xiao's means could not be penetrated even by the 5-element divine light. The dragon clan is a sacred beast of all beasts, and its attack power is also extremely strong. Lin Xiao barely survived by relying on the 7th level battle armor. Lin Xiao's Luo magic can also protect himself from Yu Jiaolong's dragon raw sound wave attack. Yu Jiaolong, if we continue fighting, both sides will suffer. This is the heart of the wilderness. If we destroy the area within hundreds of miles, it will only be the loss of your demon clan. Are you sure you want to continue fighting? Lin Xiao, what do you want to do by occupying Qinglai Peak? Lin just wants to reach some cooperation with you. Cooperation? Lin Xiao, are you crazy? The human and demon races have been fighting for millions of years. Have you ever seen any demon race dare to cooperate with the human race? Yu Jiaolong widened her eyes. It was a consensus between the two races that the two races were irreconcilable. Anyone who dared to do so would be a traitor to the two races. Who would dare to do so? Yu Jiaolong, I have heard such a saying, the sun and the moon are shining, and they never favor the 6 races in the slightest. Humans, demons, monsters, ghosts, monsters, and aliens all live in this world. The demons want to kill humans, but humans live. Humans hate the way of magic, but the way of magic has never been destroyed. Although ghosts, monsters, and aliens have failed in the fight for world hegemony, they have not really perished, and they remain all over the world. I do not seek to make peace with the demons, but I only hope to reduce conflicts. It takes hundreds of years and countless resources for my human race to train a cultivator in the Lingguang Shengsu period, and it takes tens of thousands of years for your demon race to train a 5th or 6th level demon king, but it only takes a moment to kill the other party. Lin Xiao's words made Yu Jiaolong silent. It took her 15,000 years to advance to the 7th level upper grade. the human race could survive 1.5 of the 8th level cultivators, and the purple-eyed demon king was only a 6th level middle grade after tens of thousands of years, but it was not a big deal for Lin Xiao to kill it. The same is true for Lin Xiao. It takes time and resources to train a spiritual light cultivator. However, casualties will happen in a flash if a war breaks out. How do you want to cooperate? Don't forget that the demon race is not like the human race. We don't know how to use various resources. The carrying capacity of the territory is limited. It is impossible for both sides to have no conflicts. Yu Jialang replied. The human race can grow spiritual medicines and use resources efficiently, but the demon race can't. They can only use the most basic ones, and the spiritual medicines are eaten raw. Therefore, the demon race's utilization rate of the spiritual mountain is extremely low. Once the number is too large, the demon race cannot bear it, and must launch a beast tide to reduce the number of demon beasts. This is natural, the law of nature. The strong prey on the weak, and this cannot be changed. So why don't we agree that high-level demon kings shall not attack low-level cultivators, and high-level cultivators of my Wu country shall not enter the wilderness to hunt demons? How about that? Okay, but at which level? At the 5th level and Lingguang period, the cultivators and monsters below can do whatever they want. If monsters are killed, it is God's will, and if cultivators are killed it is because they are not as skilled as others. But higher level cultivators and monster kings on both sides shall not attack at will. I want to add one more rule. If cultivators enter the depths of the wilderness to hunt monsters and invade the core territories of the monster kings, they deserve to be killed. Okay, then I will also add one more rule. High-level demon kings and cultivators on both sides shall not enter the territories of both sides. If you launch a beast tide, we can also slaughter them at will. Okay, it's settled. When we launch a beast tide in the future, the purple-eyed demon king, the blue dragon lion king, and the triangle-headed demon king will not easily enter the human territory. Okay, I will restrain my disciples. Disciples above the spiritual light stage will not easily enter the wilderness to hunt monsters. However, I can only restrain the cultivators of the Wu kingdom. I cannot restrain other foreign cultivators. There are more than one 7th level monster king in the wilderness, and I cannot restrain other monster kings. That's it. Since you are here, why don't you and I make a deal? Lin Xiao nodded. This kind of thing cannot be announced to the world, and the mainstream cultivation world will not agree to it, so the two sides can only make a secret agreement and reach a tacit understanding. Lin Xiao did not want to return empty-handed, so he said again. Trade. Lin Xiao, are you really not afraid that the sects of the cultivation world will hunt you down? There is peace between you and me, no attack, so what's wrong with a deal? Since you are not afraid, what am I afraid of? But what do you have that is worth trading with me? My dragon race is born with great intelligence, so we don't need enlightenment pills. Yu Jialang sneered. The dragon race is a divine beast, different from ordinary beasts. After birth, their intelligence is no less than that of humans, and they don't need enlightenment pills at all. Those are things that only lowly beasts need. You can take a look at this. Lin Xiao threw a ball of flesh and blood over. When Yu Jialang saw it, her face suddenly changed. She looked at Lin Xiao in shock, her voice trembling as she said, You, where did you get the real dragon flesh and blood? Yu Jialang claimed to be a dragon, but she was not. She was just a flood dragon, and there was still a big gap between her and a real dragon. Even the Longyuan in Zhao were all flood dragons, and even the one with the thickest bloodline was still a distance away from a real dragon. It's an unexpected gain, just a dragon corpse. Give it to me, just ask for whatever you want. You can't afford it. This is a peak 8th level dragon corpse. Even on the human side, it costs at least hundreds of billions of black crystals. Just ask for whatever you want. I can even give you this million-mile piece of land. I said, you can't afford it. Then what do you want? Spiritual herbs and medicines above the 5th level. Precious spiritual trees. If there are no 5th level ones, those that have not yet grown will also be fine. In addition, high-level minerals in the wilderness will also be fine. In addition, there are materials from high-level monsters. You also have monsters that have died and passed away, right? and the materials that have shed from your bodies. I'll see how much you can provide, and I'll give you things according to the value. Okay, but I want the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball is gone. Someone broke it. Lin Xiao shook his head. The Dragon Clan is the Dragon Clan's inner elixir. It's just a different way of saying it. That dragon corpse died because someone broke the Dragon Ball. Where can it still be found? I want the broken ones too. In addition, I need dragon horns, flesh, and blood. Stop. It's not that I will give you whatever you want. It depends on how much your things are worth. I will stay here for 7 days. We can trade after 7 days. We may only trade once. You must cherish this opportunity. Okay, see you in 7 days. Yu Jianlong immediately took people away. She was already impatient to go back to search for resources. In fact, if she hadn't fought with Lin Xiao before, and found that she couldn't kill him easily, Yu Jianlong would definitely have taken action to rob him. How could she trade easily? Yu Jianlong didn't dare to make a big fuss about this matter, so she only told a few confidants to deal with it. Yu Jianlong went to deal with the 6th level Demon King in person, and looted all the teeth of the Blue Dragon Lion King, the feathers and claws of the Triangular Demon King, the original thunder source of the Purple-Eyed Demon King, and the high-level spiritual medicines in their territory. Those who didn't obey would be beaten first. Her confidants went to many 5th level Demon Kings and asked them to hand over the materials of their shed bodies. In addition, they went to the Demon Beast tombs where they died. They took away the spiritual medicines they encountered on the road, regardless of whether there were demon beasts guarding them. 7 days later, Yu Jianlong came again, and took out a lot of things from the storage ring. Storage tools are very common and necessary for human cultivators, but it was the first time for Lin Xiao to see them on the demon side. He looked at them a few more times. Lin Xiao valued a pile of things. The specific value was naturally up to him. In the end, Lin Xiao gave Yu Jianlong a broken Dragon Ball, a dragon horn, and tens of thousands of pounds of flesh and blood. In Lin Xiao's understanding, flesh and blood should be the most useful for her. It can be refined into true dragon essence and blood to purify her blood. Yu Jianlong was very dissatisfied. In the end, she took out her maid and her own shed dragon scales for trading, and exchanged tens of thousands of pounds of flesh and blood and a piece of reverse scale. Chapter 690. No worries on the road ahead. The dragon corpse is extremely valuable, but unfortunately Lin Xiao cannot use it at all. His level as a weapon refiner is not good enough. Far from it. Lin Xiao did not make much profit from the transaction with Yu Jianlong. It was mainly for a lead, so that Yu Jianlong would abide by the agreement with Lin Xiao. After all, only by abiding by the agreement can Lin Xiao continue to trade with her, otherwise there is no need to think about it. Lin Xiao's trip to the wilderness solved the worries of Wu Kingdom. As long as the Demon King under Yu Jianlong did not launch a large-scale beast-tide war, Wu Kingdom would have a peaceful environment, allowing Lin Xiao to concentrate on dealing with powerful enemies and developing power. Lin Xiao returned to Tiansheng Sect. Recently, Lin Xiao had nowhere to go. In addition, the Mountain Gate spiritual vein was already at the 7th level, which was enough for Lin Xiao to practice, so Lin Xiao decided to practice in the Mountain Gate. In addition to tempering his own Zuanqi every day, Lin Xiao also taught his disciples to practice. In addition to teaching his own disciples, Lin Xiao also guided the practice of those registered disciples, and continued to improve the Chaos Sutra. At the same time, Lin Xiao also began to pay attention to high-level cultivators such as Basichan. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao felt sorry for the high-level disciples of the Tiansheng Sect. Apart from giving them skills and resources, he basically never gave them any guidance on their cultivation. Yunanyu was also very busy, so they had to figure it out on their own. Now Lin Xiao began to have time to guide them. At the same time, in the East China Sea, in the Qingdi secret realm, Li Muxu also came out of retreat. Before the 7 sects attacked the Haodi family, Lin Xiao gave her the creation green lotus pill, but Li Muxu was worried about the war and only swallowed one, so she came out of retreat for a few years. As soon as Li Muxu came out of retreat, the senior executives of the Li family got the news one after another, and Li Muxu also went to meet them. The room full of senior executives actually scared Li Muxu. Muxu, how is it? How far has it been tempered? The bones have been tempered, and the tempering of the bone marrow will begin soon, Li Muxu replied. Her aptitude is much better than Lin Xiao's. She is a King Mu Saint body, so she has a higher utilization rate than Lin Xiao when she swallows the good fortune green lotus pill. One good fortune green lotus pill can directly temper all the bones. If she swallows another one, she may be able to temper the bone marrow. Okay. At this rate, you will be able to break through to the 8th level before you are 1,000 years old. There is hope for the revitalization of our Li family, Li Xiao said with a big laugh. Li Yuanzhen still has more than 2,000 years of life. If Li Muxu breaks through to the Supreme before then, there will be 3 Supremes. The high-level combat power of the Li family is not inferior to any of the 3 sects of Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsun, and there is hope for revitalization. The other senior leaders were also very happy. Li Yuanzhen participated in the war a few years ago and knew the ambitions of the 7 sects. Now that the Haodi family has been crippled, the next thing they might take is the secrets of the Li family. Moreover, the next action will definitely be more brutal. Perhaps the 7 sects will mobilize all their strength and not give the 3 Kunlun sects a chance to intervene. Ancestor, how is my master? How is the war? Your master is fine. Li Yuanzhen told Li Muxu about the situation at that time. Li Muxu's eyes turned red when she heard it. She could imagine how dangerous it was at that time. Lin Xiao faced thousands of troops alone, and also faced the attack of the 8th realm cultivator alone. I shouldn't have left. It's useless for you to stay. The situation was indeed very dangerous. If it weren't for the intervention of the 3 Kunlun sects, even I couldn't protect them. But it would be good to have one more person. Muxu, let's not talk about this. You came at the right time. We are also discussing how to deal with it. Tell me what you think when the time comes. The Supreme of the Li family said that, although the Li family was old and proud, it was not hopelessly corrupt. This time the 7 sects showed their fangs, which made the Li family extremely vigilant. To be honest, they now regret not listening to Lin Xiao's advice and supporting the Haodi family on a large scale. Otherwise, the Haodi family would not have fallen to this point, and they would have a powerful ally in the future. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. My dear ancestors, can you let me participate in this matter? There's nothing wrong with that. You are also a member of the Li family. In terms of identity and cultivation, you are qualified to participate in the meeting. Well, ancestors, what have you talked about? To be honest, the war has ended for several years, and our Li family has not come up with any contingency plans. Every strategy has many people opposed. The Supreme of the Li family replied. The Li family is different from the Haodi Li family. There is only one surname, Li, but the Li family is also divided into several factions, pulling each other's legs. Just like this time, they originally wanted to learn from the Li family's lessons and send people to Zongs how to manage their power, but they were opposed by conservatives. They even asked to reduce the opportunities for disciples to go out, so as to reduce the risk of the secret realm being discovered. As for assisting the Haodi Yi family, it was strongly opposed by the radicals. They believed that the decline of the Li family was caused by the Yi family. It was their kindness not to add insult to injury, let alone to help the Yi family. It seems that the most important thing for the Li family is to unify their voices. Otherwise, nothing can be accomplished if we keep wrangling like this. Yes, so we place our hopes on you, Muxu. You must know that you are the most special, said the Supreme of the Li family. They also knew this truth, but no matter who they were, they could not do this, including himself. Only Li Muxu was the King Mu Saint body, the physique of the King Emperor in the past. This was recognized by all factions of the Li family. What does the ancestor want me to do? Unify the Li family and find a way out for the Li family. The next time the 7 families take action, they will definitely mobilize millions of troops and launch a full-scale attack. The 3 Kunlun sects cannot intervene. If we follow the current strength of our Li family, we can't stop it at all. It should have been done a long time ago. My master has suggested it many years ago, Li Muxu said faintly. In terms of strategic level, she really can't compare with her master. Li Muxu even thinks that the entire cultivation world can't compare with her master. Muxu, the past is in the past. Let's talk about the future, okay? Actually, I think the strategy of the Haodi family is very good, especially the move of setting up the Shuyan Gate, which not only provides the family with a window to the outside world, but also provides the family with an external barrier. The enemy does not know the details of the secret realm and dares not attack at will Muxu, but the Haodi family is about to perish. The destruction is not the fault of this strategy, but their own internal reasons. The Haodi family is a united family. The main family is weak, and the branches were strong in the past, especially their supreme continuation has problems. Otherwise, before the accident, the Haodi family was stronger than us, with 5 in the 8th realm, nearly 40 in the golden body stage, and 70 or 80 in the Shengsu stage. Excluding the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the secret realm, the Shuyan Gate also has hundreds of thousands of people, plus a large number of vassals. This strength is no less than that of the first-rate sects. They were the ones who started the internal strife first. Li Muxu replied that before the incident, the overall strength of the Haodi family was much stronger than that of the Li family, and they knew the current strength of the Li family. But our family is not peaceful either, and the other factions will not agree. If you disagree, then suppress them. My master said that we should unite the majority and suppress the minority. Now that the Li family is in crisis, whoever dares to stop it will be the enemy of the Li family, including our own people. Uncle Dinghe, you are the leader of the conservatives. What do you think? Muxu, don't laugh at me, just ask the Supreme. Li Dinghe smiled bitterly. He was not the leader at all. The real leader of the conservatives was the Supreme of the Li family. Li Xiao, how did you become a conservative? You have been traveling for thousands of years, and you have traveled to the dogs. Li Yuanzhen glared angrily. Others did not dare to scold the Supreme, but he dared to do so, not only because he was also the Supreme, but also because his generation was the highest. All the people in his generation had died, and he was the only one left. He was a well-deserved ancestor. Uncle, I just think it's too dangerous outside. Dangerous? Haha, if it's dangerous, just bury your head in the ground and you'll be safe. Idiot uncle. Stop talking nonsense. I don't want to take away your power, but remember, from now on you, the conservatives, will all listen to Muxu. Remember? Yes, Uncle Muxu. Go on. How to support one faction and fight another ancestor. Muxu was joking. How can you deal with your own people? Wouldn't that be the same internal strife as the Yi family? What I mean is to unite the majority of people. Don't we have thousands of Li family traveling outside? Then let them form a sect. In this way, it will not affect the people in the secret realm, and everyone will not oppose it fiercely. As for the secret realm, we must increase publicity to the outside world and attract people with lofty ideals to go out. Those who are willing to go can go, and we don't need to force those who are unwilling to go. This will also prevent the outside world from knowing our details, isn't it? Li Muxu replied with a smile. At this moment, Li Muxu's mind was working rapidly. In fact, she already had a general strategy for reforming the Li family. She had followed Lin Xiao for hundreds of years, participated in all the wars, participated in the rise of the Tiansheng Sect, and held important positions in the process. Even if her level was not as good as Lin Xiao, she was much better than ordinary people. She spoke in an organized manner, which was convincing enough. Muxu is right. Now we have people from the Li family traveling outside. There is no problem with the secret realm now. Then do as Muxu says. Those who want to go out can go out, and those who don't want to go out don't go out. But one thing, you can't obstruct each other. I won't go out, so I will stay in the family and support Muxu. Li Yuanzhen nodded. He had been traveling outside for a long time, and had a good vision. Although his management level was not very good, he could still judge whose strategy was good. The ancestors had spoken, and Li Xiao, the supreme leader of the Li family, did not speak, so the others could only shut up. At least they knew that Li Muxu did this for the good of the family, and it was just an experiment with a few thousand people outside. Even if it failed, it would not cause serious losses to the Li family, so they could only acquiesce. The strategy was set, and Li Yuanzhen asked Li Muxu to come up with the specific tactics. How could Li Muxu say it all at once? He told them that he needed time to consider it, and the time was 1 month, and he would give everyone an explanation after 1 month. Chapter 691 Tiansheng Sect. Li Muxu said that she would give him a month, but in fact, she wanted to seek Lin Xiao's opinion. She soon informed Lin Xiao of the situation of the Li family. Half a month later, Lin Xiao replied with a very thick letter. Li Muxu adopted most of Lin Xiao's suggestions, added some of her own ideas, and formulated a specific development strategy for the Li family. When the 1 month time was up, Li Muxu called a meeting of the Li family's top leaders. This time, there were only 6 people in the meeting. Except for herself, all of them were cultivators above the 8th level of the Li family. A month ago, the ancestor asked me to come up with a strategy to protect the safety of the Li family and develop the strength of the Li family. After a month of thinking, I thought of some feasible methods. First of all, we should imitate the practice of the Li family of Emperor Hao and set up a sect outside as a window for the Li family to communicate with the outside world. The cultivators who are willing to go out can use the sect as their foundation and travel outside. Those who are unwilling to go out can practice with peace of mind in the secret realm. Secondly, it is some transformation of the Li family in the secret realm. We can hide in the secret realm, but the secret realm is not worry-free, so we must increase external publicity. So I want to run a newspaper to publicize the outside world. There are also many excellent sects in the outside world, such as the Seven Swords Sect. They have created many amazing swordsmanship in tens of thousands of years. The Tiansheng Sect has countless wonderful ideas. The flying boats of the Wanzhou sect are also getting bigger and bigger. These are all places we need to learn. Li Muxu said one by one, with reason and evidence, so that the other 5 people nodded one after another. This is the style of the master of the clan, with level and bearing. Then Li Muxu talked about specific measures, such as the sect. Li Muxu decided to name the sect set up by the Li family Tiansheng Sect, and set it in the eastern part of Zhangzhou, and it must be in the coastal area, in order to support the Li family and to have a retreat along the coast. As for the Li family, Li Muxu had to be ruthless. The enlightened monks must start to occupy important positions in the Li family, and the conservatives will become auxiliary. Of course, if the conservatives are willing to be enlightened, they can also occupy high positions. As for the radicals, no matter how talented they are, they must be restricted. Of course, the radicals are the weakest part of the Li family, and there is no suspense in suppressing them, because most of the radicals are frustrated. Li Muxu knows the relationship between strategy and tactics and execution, so she strikes while the iron is hot and starts to act immediately, asking Li Xiao when to notify the disciples traveling outside in the name of the Li family supreme to gather in the eastern part of Zhangzhou, and let Li Xiao preside over the matter first. Li Muxu was going to take care of the things in the secret realm, so she asked Li Xiao when to grant her the power to mobilize the resources of the Li family. The newspaper was the most needed to be established as soon as possible. Li Xiaowen, the supreme leader of the Li family, promised everything. In fact, in terms of management and operation, his ability was sparse and ordinary. He was good at maintaining the status quo, but not aggressive enough. If there was no external pressure, he could do well. But now with the example of the Haodi family in front of him, he was a little overwhelmed. As for the fact that the power fell into someone else's hands, he didn't care. One of the biggest differences between the immortal world and mortals was that they had a channel for advancement and didn't have to worry about stagnation. Even the supreme leader was the same, because there was an ascension attracting them. As long as Li Muxu continued to use his resources, he would not have any reaction, and he would even feel very happy, because he finally had time to retreat, to understand the truth, and to prepare for ascension. Li Muxu got the authority, and united with Li Yuanzhen and other people who often traveled outside to start a newspaper. The newspaper was named Fuxing Newspaper. As the name suggests, it was created to revive the Qingdi family. It was very confusing, and would not cause any criticism. The first issue of the newspaper was produced within 3 days. The content of the first issue was formulated by Li Muxu himself, and some of the Li family's excellent literary disciples were in charge. The content was very simple, which was about the history of the Xiuxin world for millions of years. The history of the Xiuxin world is more than a million years, and in such a long history, the King Emperor, Hao Emperor, and Yu Emperor are all inevitable, and the life stories of these three people are also of top priority. Li Muxu had 10,000 copies of the first newspaper copied and sent to various places in the secret realm, which soon triggered a craze in the Li family, especially the description of the King Emperor's deeds, which naturally had to be perfect, making the Li family disciples extremely proud, because this was their ancestor. The second issue of the Fuxing newspaper came out 10 days after the first issue was released. The content was the development history of the Hao Emperor family, focusing on the birth, glory, closure, decline, and even the process of being crippled for thousands of years of the Hao Emperor family. This issue of the newspaper caused more heated discussions. Some people cursed the Li family, some gloated over the misfortune, and a few people were reflecting. If the Li family, which was more powerful than the Li family, was like this, then was the Li family still safe? Li Muxu didn't care about the hotly debated topics. She called together the Li family's array masters and weapon refiners to invent and improve the newspaper copying artifact. Of course, this was also very simple for them, just ordinary woodblock printing. It was difficult for mortals to make woodblock printing, and the cost was very high, but it was very simple for the immortal world. The divine consciousness was like a knife, and it was all engraved on it. It only took a spiritual cultivator to complete it. Li Muxu also arranged the content of the next 10 issues, which was an introduction to Kunlun, Penglai, Wengsun, and 7 first-class forces, introducing their history from their eyes to the present, as well as the size of their territories, their apparent strength, their famous skills, their famous monks, etc. Li Muxu wanted to let the monks in the secret realm know how powerful the forces outside were, and not to sit in the well and watch the sky. The newspapers were published every 10 days. After the 10 issues of newspapers were published, more than 3 months had passed. Outside, the disciples of the Li family who were traveling had basically gathered. There were more than 5,000 people in total, of which more than 3,000 were those who Li Xiaoxin had brought to Suyuzong before. After the Tiansheng Sect withdrew from Xiansu city, they hid in the mountain gate. Although the Suayu sect did not attack them, they changed their previous attitude and made things difficult for them. They had a very bad life in the past few years, so Li Xiaoxin wanted to take them away, and everyone agreed. Li Xiaoxin led more than 3,000 people to annex a low-ranking sect in the eastern part of Zhongzhou, which was only the highest ancestor of Ling Guang, covering an area of 300 miles, and then people and horses continued to gather. After the people and horses gathered, Li Xiaoxin established the Qingyang Sect. As soon as the Qingyang Sect was established, it had the strength of a third-rate force. In fact, it had become the largest force within a radius of 5,000 miles of the Qingyang Sect. However, Li Xiaoxin was not in a hurry to expand externally, but was ready to practice internal skills and lay a good foundation. Li Xiaoxin received support from the Li family secret realm. He first upgraded the Qingyang Sect's spiritual veins, a total of 2, 1 7th grade lower grade, and 1 6th grade upper grade, all of which were smelted with the spiritual veins of the secret realm. The lower grade of the 7th rank is used in the mountain gate, while the upper grade of the 6th rank is used in the city. The Li family secret realm transfuses 100 million Zuan crystals to Qingyang Sect every year. Li Xiaoxin follows Li Muxu's strategy and uses all of it to build the city, in addition to supplying more than 5,000 people for cultivation. Li Xiaoxin hired tens of thousands of casual cultivators with Zuan crystals to build the city, and plans to build a city that can accommodate 300,000 to 500,000 people in 10 years. The appearance of Li Xiaoxin was immediately known to all the sects in the cultivation world. The first-class sect closest to Qingyang Sect is the 7-star pavilion in the southwest, and the second is a star observation gate in the north. The 7-star pavilion was extremely nervous and wanted to suppress the development of Qingyang Sect. It began to recruit forces near Qingyang Sect, and the Li family also gave great support. 3 Golden Body Stage, Tiansheng Stage, and thousands of Mingzifu and above cultivators left the Li family secret realm and entered Qingyang Sect, and Li Yuanzhen also showed up from time to time. By the time the Fuxing newspaper published the 30th issue, Li Muxu had basically introduced the situation in Zhongzhou and began to introduce the situation in the other 4 continents and the intelligence on the Demon Clan. At the same time, he published some articles with tendencies, calling on disciples to leave the secret realm and develop outward. The 30th issue of newspapers and magazines was not completely useless. The voices of the liberal faction became louder and louder, and many conservatives also accepted the propositions of the liberal faction. Some radicals were also reflecting. As for the opposition of a few people, Li Muxu adopted an attitude of ignoring. 5 years later, the city was mostly built, and Li Muxu began to migrate mortals outside. The number of mortals in the first phase was as high as 300,000. There were hundreds of thousands of mortals in the original Qingyang Sect territory, which made the 300 Li territory of Qingyang Sect insufficient to support so many mortals. The expansion of Qingyang Sect began. The Li family mobilized more elites to attack, and they were extremely powerful. They even intended to go to war with the 7-star pavilion. They kept advancing, and the vassals incorporated by the 7-star pavilion were constantly annexed. However, the 7-star pavilion did not dare to really go to war. The reason was very simple. The supreme of the 7-star pavilion was injured by the magical power of the supreme of the Yi family, and was still recuperating. The achievements of the King Emperor were not inferior to those of the Hao Emperor, and were even stronger. The events of the Hao Emperor and the Yi family had only passed a few years. If they dared to go to war, they would be pointed at by thousands of people. After 5 years of annexation wars, the territory of the Qingyang Sect expanded to about 10,000 miles in radius. If they expanded further, they would have to attack second-rate forces. Li Muxu chose to stop. At this time, Qingyang City had been completed. Qingyang City imitated the management model of Gangming City. All the real estate was built by the Li family. The Li family abandoned the complicated tax model and changed it to real estate rent and management fees. In this way, the way to collect fees was much simpler, eliminating the opportunity for corruption by city managers. Qingyang Sect established its own business to operate Qingyang City, and the treatment set at the beginning was extremely generous. There were also 6th-level high-quality spiritual veins in the city, which attracted countless poor casual cultivators. In 1 year, more than 100,000 casual cultivators settled here. With the monks, businesses will naturally follow. Although all the businesses that came in the early stage were small businesses, Li Muxu didn't care at all. The business field is also a process of self-elimination. As long as they build the platform of Qingyang City, they will naturally attract large businesses to move in. Chapter 692, 4 Arts Hall. Plans are not as good as changes. Originally in Lin Xiao's plan, Bakesuju was going to open a store in Penglai, and Li Muxu would be in charge. However, the establishment of Qingyang Sect completely disrupted Lin Xiao's plan. Li Muxu wanted to take charge of the Li family's power, and she could never stay away from the power center of the Li family for a long time, so the leader of Qingyang Sect was definitely Li Muxu. Li Muxu also told Lin Xiao about this. Tiansheng Sect offended Tiansheng Sect, and was unable to resist the strength of Tiansheng Sect. Li Muxu was a deterrent. As long as she gained power in the Li family, Li Muxu could contain Tiansheng Sect. Due to this strategy, Li Muxu could not return to the sect in a short time. Lin Xiao also agreed. In the battle with the Haodi family, Lin Xiao killed many cultivators from the 7 families, including those in the Shengsu period and the Jinshan period. There were countless people who wanted to kill Lin Xiao. Li Muxu's move was a good move, and Lin Xiao was unwilling to destroy it. But the business in Penglai must also be established. There are more and more high-level cultivators in Tiansheng Sect. It is simply unable to support them by relying on the production of Nanzhao, and it is also impossible to find suitable resources. Therefore, Tiansheng Sect must have more external channels. Unfortunately, Tiansheng Sect can't bring more talents now. The strongest alchemy skills are Yu Xiangxiang and Basic Xi, except for Li Muxu. Both of them are only 5th level upper grade, and their cultivation has reached the critical point of breakthrough. Lin Xiao can let Yu Xiangxiang delay his cultivation, because Yu Xiangxiang is his direct disciple, but it is a bit unreasonable to let Basic Xi go. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao could only write to Ymir and ask her to cooperate. Originally, Lan Lingai was a better choice, but Lin Xiao did not dare to expose his relationship with Lan Lingai. Ymir immediately agreed. Now Ymir is not short of resources. After all, Penglai delivers 1 billion resources every year, but this is also limited. Ymir dare not live off the mountain. In the past 2 years, Ymir has been recruiting disciples in Dongzhou, and the number of people has expanded to 180,000. A large number of disciples consumes a lot of resources. She also needs a channel to earn resources, so the two hit it off. After the two discussed, Ymir decided to send the people from the former Tiansheng city Fusen Hall to cooperate with half of the Baeksuju people to form a new business. Lin Xiao still got the management rights. In terms of management, Lin Xiao has always been very focused, and his level is much higher than Ymir's. A month later, Lin Xiao and more than 1,000 disciples went to Penglai city and joined Ymir's golden body period cultivator named Yifeng. Yifeng is a veteran golden body period cultivator of the Yi family and a survivor of the last war. When he fought against the 7 sects, he injured his foundation. The chance of advancing to the 8th realm in this life is extremely slim, so he is willing to deal with these trivial matters. Yifeng participated in a series of battles throughout the whole process, and also knew what Lin Xiao did for the Yi family. He admired Lin Xiao very much, so he did not oppose Lin Xiao at all. After discussion, the two companies each took out 300 million Zuan crystals as the cost, and opened a business called Xiaotang, which specialized in the trading of the 4 arts of cultivation, elixir, talisman, and array. The name was simple and clear, and the two companies each held 50% of the shares. After the funds were received, Yifeng took Ymir's name card to meet the little phoenix Yu Huanhuan. With Yu Huanhuan's matchmaking, it took only 5 days to buy 7 shops. Then Lin Xiao demolished the 7 shops and rebuilt them. Lin Xiao personally worked with a group of designers for half a month to design the drawings, and it took another half a year to build Xiaotang. After that, more than 1,600 people from Tiansheng Sect and more than 1,800 people from Ymir, a total of 3,500 people, entered Xiaotang to prepare for business matters. Among these 3,500 people, there were 1,500 technicians of various levels of elixir, talisman, and array, and the remaining 2,000 were responsible for collecting materials, assisting logistics, and responsible for sales, etc. The main products of the 4 arts hall are the talismans of the Yi family and the elixirs of the Tiansheng Sect. For this purpose, Lin Xiao mobilized 3 5th level alchemists to sit here, and the highest one on the Yi family side is a 6th level middle grade talisman maker, and the other formations and refining are slightly weaker. The teams of the two families have been working in Tiansheng City for hundreds of years, and their business is extremely proficient. In half a year, they have figured out the prices of various materials in Penglai and quickly entered the state. Lin Xiao also became a refiner himself. In 3 months, he refined a large number of 5th level magic tools. 6th level magic tools are too time consuming, and Lin Xiao has no time to refine them. After 3 months of preparation, the 4 arts hall opened. Lin Xiao once again demonstrated his talent in business, and various operating methods were used. In 1 month, the 4 arts hall became famous in Penglai. After Lin Xiao opened again, he sat in for another half a year. Seeing that the business of the 4 arts hall was on the right track, Lin Xiao was ready to leave. After Lin Xiao left, the operation of the 4 arts hall was in the hands of the Tiansheng Sect, and security and protection were the responsibility of the Yi family. Yifeng, after I leave, you have to remember a few points. We are doing business. In business, harmony is the most important thing. Don't take action lightly. Even if someone makes trouble, you must report it to the Penglai city guards first. Your people must be familiar with the rules of Penglai city. Don't bother the little phoenix Yu Huanhuan. Favors will always run out. Fellow Daoist Lin, I know that, although I have never worked in Fusen Hall, the old people in Fusen Hall are all here now, and I will not be power hungry. That's good. I won't say anything else. I will leave tomorrow. Lin Xiao nodded, and then just drank without talking about things. After dawn, Lin Xiao set off and left. It took him a month to return to Tiansheng Sect. At this time, more than 10 years have passed since the battle of the Haodi family. Lin Xiao has also been in charge of the sect for more than 10 years. In the past 10 years, the development of Tiansheng Sect has not weakened, and it is still extremely strong. Now, not counting the night owl, the number of spiritual light cultivators on the surface has exceeded 50. Although Li Muxu was in charge of the Li family, Lin Xiao was still able to obtain Lingming pills. Even Yu Xiangxiang and Bai Zixi had a success rate of more than 6 Lingming pills, and AOG pills had a success rate of 100%. After 200 or 300 years of operation by the Tiansheng Sect, Qianyang Mountain began to produce high-level spiritual herbs, and even the real spiritual herbs began to mature. The foundation of the Tiansheng Sect became stronger and stronger. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, Zi Yunfei, Bai Zixi, Bai Zichen, Zhang Qingxun, and Arking, all of the 8-faced foxes, entered the 12th level of Lingguang. They only needed to polish and settle to break through the Shengsu period. Yu Xiangxiang wasted some time and was also at the 11th level of Lingguang. In addition, there are a large number of Lingguang cultivators such as Jia Mengren, Bai Ziyu, Yuan Royan, Tishi Tairuxin, etc. who are at the 9th and 10th levels of Lingguang. The most popular ones are the several top-grade spiritual root disciples cultivated by the sect. With the strong support of Lin Xiao, they have surpassed their predecessors and reached the level of the 7th and 8th levels of Lingguang. In a few tens or hundreds of years, Tiansheng Sect will usher in a wave of breakthroughs in the Shengsu period. The backup force is also very strong. The sect's Daogang cultivators have broken through to the number of 300. With sufficient Lingming pills, on average one person can break through to the Lingguang period every few years. Now Lingguang cultivators are nothing to Tiansheng Sect. Even under Lin Xiao's cultivation, Danliang Sect, Chunliang Palace, and Xiankang Sect have all had new Lingguang cultivators born. Shan Sect, Qianhe Sect, and Hangshan Sect will be a little behind, and it will take a few more years to catch up. At the level of Purple Mansion, the strength of Tiansheng Sect is even stronger. The number of people has exceeded 5,000, and they have become the basic backbone of the sect. Beiwu Mountain, Gangming City, Beiyu City, Beicheng Commercial House, Baixuju, and Cie Hall are all active with these disciples. As for the Purple Mansion, Lin Xiao was interested in understanding it because it is too easy for the current Tiansheng Sect to cultivate disciples of this level. The number of people is as high as hundreds of thousands, and the sense of existence is extremely low. After Lin Xiao came back from Penglai, he was planning to upgrade the system. Lin Xiao has prepared for the 3 conditions of the system upgrade for hundreds of years. The points of the collection system may have reached more than 900,000, and the remaining tens of thousands can be collected at any time. There are now 3 cultivators in the Shengsu period. When Bai Zixi and the others all break through, it will be almost done. As for the cultivation method, Lin Xiao has also spent decades of thought. Lin Xiao has accepted hundreds of registered disciples, and the highest cultivation level is about to break through Daogang. Of course, there are also unlucky ones who died prematurely. After receiving feedback from hundreds of people, Lin Xiao spends time every year to repair his skills. The 3 layers below the Purple Mansion have reached the Earth level standard. As for the Daogang and Lingguang levels, Lin Xiao has also gone through deduction and modified many loopholes, and has also reached the Zuan level, and overall has reached the level of the middle Zuan level. Lin Xiao came back this time to practice the chaos art in person. Only by practicing it yourself can you have the strongest perception and know where the loopholes are. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years have passed. Lin Xiao opened his eyes again from the cave. Lin Xiao checked the system and found that 2 of the 3 upgrade conditions had been met. The recording system was blank, and the accumulated points were 1 million. The second creation method was not lower than the Earth level. Under Lin Xiao's personal practice, he also reached this level. Only the requirement of 10 Shengsu periods remained. In the past 10 years, Bai Zixi and the others have all entered the stage of polishing and precipitation. At this stage, resources are no longer valid. What matters is aptitude and comprehension. Those with good comprehension are almost finished polishing and precipitation, while those with poor comprehension are still spinning in place. For this reason, Lin Xiao was ruthless and decided to give them another 10 years. If they still haven't broken through in 10 years, then Lin Xiao would force them to break through, even if they had to sacrifice some of their Taoism, because the situation began to change again. At this time, it had been almost 30 years since the battle with the Haodi family. These 30 years were not enough for the 7 sects to make up for the loss of high-level combat power, but the loss of combat power at the Daogang and Lingguang levels had been completely made up. Except for the Guangxing sect, the losses of the other 6 sects were no different from those in 30 years, and the 7 sects would not let the Yi family recover as before. If they wanted to seek revenge on them again, they had to cut the grass and eradicate it. However, to move the Yi family, the first hurdle to go through was the Penglai 3 sects. For this reason, the 7 sects had increasingly frequent exchanges in the past 30 years, and they were just short of an open alliance to fight against the 3 sects. The 7 sects combined, whether in terms of high-end combat power or overall strength, far exceeded one of the 3 sects. Even if the 3 sects joined forces, they were about the same as them. The 7 sects had the strength to wrestle with the 3 sects. The 7 sects were ready to fight, and they were ready to move. Chapter 693, Immortal Alliance. The 7 first-rate sects, even if they are not considered vassals, each has 100 to 200,000 people. Among the more than 1 million cultivators, it is impossible that there are no talents. The main reason why the 7 sects failed in the last battle against the Haodi family was the intervention of the 3 sects. If it were not for their strong intervention, none of Lin Xiao and Yi Mir's remnants would have escaped. Therefore, after reflection and summary, the top leaders of the 7 sects concluded that the biggest obstacle to their supreme ascension and the development of the sect lies in the 3 sects. If the 3 sects do not fall, they will never have the opportunity to obtain the secret of the ascension of Haodi or King Di, and their power will never surpass the level of the 3 sects. Therefore, the 7 sects decided to join forces to fight against the 3 sects, so as to find an opportunity to get the treasure. The 7 sects have been recuperating and communicating frequently for 30 years. After years of planning, they finally want to compete with the 3 sects in an upright manner. After discussion, they decided to form an alliance of interests, and named it the Immortal Alliance. This Immortal Alliance not only has 7 first-rate sects joining, but also second and third-rate forces that they have won over. The forces bordering the 7 sects simply cannot refuse, and can only join in spite of themselves, otherwise they will be attacked by the entire Immortal Alliance. After the 7 sects won over, a total of 11 second-rate forces and 13 third-rate forces joined the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Alliance governs the immortal cultivation world, which has reached more than 20 million cultivators, occupying about 2/5 of the territory and population of Zhangzhou. And they don't want the Immortal Alliance to be a loose alliance, and decided to strengthen cohesion through interests. So the first joint meeting of the Immortal Alliance was held in Zhuanayang city of Tiansheng Sect, and the leaders of various sects in the Immortal Alliance gathered together. Everyone, today is the day when the Immortal Alliance is officially established. After many days of discussion, we have made the following plans. Everyone, listen carefully. The first one is about the operation of the Immortal Alliance. We have decided to make the 7 sects the main sects of the alliance. The 7 sects will take turns to lead the Immortal Alliance. Each sect will be in charge for 100 years, starting with the Tiansheng Sect. If any of you has a supreme breakthrough, you can also join. In the future, all families in the Immortal Alliance will be equal. When the Immortal Alliance issues an order, each family must send people to carry out tasks, and rewards for military merit and compensation for war damage are also treated equally. The second thing is that each of our 7 sects will take out a part of treasures and resources to establish the Immortal Alliance treasury and announce the achievements of the Immortal Alliance. In the future, as long as the cultivators of each family hold positions in the Immortal Alliance and make contributions to the Immortal Alliance, they can obtain merit points and exchange them for related treasures. This is the same as the merits of each sect. The third thing is about strengthening exchanges among the sects. For this reason, we plan to set up teleportation arrays in 20 cities. The person who presided over the meeting of Tiansheng Sect was Chen Kaixing. After receiving the support of many sects, they issued a series of measures such as establishing a reward system, determining the leading sect, setting up teleportation arrays between each other, and strengthening the connection. In this regard, they suffered a little loss for the time being. In order to make those second and third-rate forces willingly follow them, the initial consumption was shared equally by the 7 sects. However, these small losses did not matter to each family. They would only gain more and more benefits by occupying the power of the Immortal Alliance. This was truly a small investment with a big return. The leaders of each sect listened to Qin Kaixing's words. Some were secretly happy, some did not take it seriously, and some were terrified, because these practices of the Immortal Alliance were to split Zhongzhou and cause confrontation among the forces in Zhongzhou. If the Immortal Alliance took action, it would be a disaster that would sweep across the entire Zhongzhou war. No, it would be the beginning of the self-destruction of the human race. Among the 5 continents of the entire Zeuxan world, Zhongzhou is the foundation of the human race. The other 4 continents are not opponents of the demon race. They can only hold on with the support of Zhongzhou. Once Zhongzhou is unable to take care of itself, perhaps the demon race will also come back and launch a counterattack. However, these knowledgeable people did not dare to speak out openly. The will of the 7 sects was extremely firm, and the power of these knowledgeable people's sects was extremely weak. If they dared to say such words that would damage the interests of the 7 sects, they would only suffer a heavy blow. Half a day later, Qin Kaixing finished talking about the hundreds of rules of the Immortal Alliance. The other 6 sects agreed at the first time, and no one dared to object. The Immortal Alliance acted quickly. The 7 sects had already prepared wealth and resources, and immediately established the Immortal Alliance headquarters in Zuanyang City. Then they went to find the Tiansheng Sect and asked the Tiansheng Sect to build a teleportation array for the first city under the command of the 7 sects. The teleportation array is a matter of advantages and disadvantages. On the one hand, it can earn Zuan crystals and strengthen the exchanges between the sects. Especially it is very convenient to mobilize troops. The last time the 7 sects dealt with the Haodi family, they suffered in the mobilization of troops. Because there was no teleportation array, they formed a bad tactic of adding fuel, sending heads in waves, and were killed by Lin Xiao. If there was a teleportation array, they could take the Li family away in one wave, and the 3 sects might not be able to stop it in time. The disadvantages are the same. If the enemy controls the teleportation array on the opposite side and blocks the news, they can march straight in and hit the core areas of each sect. In addition, the higher level cultivators fly very fast, and the teleportation array is not very practical for them, so there were few teleportation arrays between the sects in the past. The 7 families each took out resources to purchase the teleportation array. Some sects that were determined to follow the 7 cultivators also paid a lot of money to join this system. The teleportation array has more advantages than disadvantages for them, and many people are tempted. Dozens of teleportation arrays are enough to keep the Tiansheng Sect busy for decades. Before the teleportation array was purchased, the 7 families took many actions. The first thing was to hold a super large auction in Zuanyang City to build momentum for the Immortal Alliance. The 7 families were generous and took out a lot of strategic materials that they were reluctant to part with, including Lingming pills, Kippo pills, Sanhun Kippo pills, Cheyenne pills and other extremely precious treasures. The auctions are charged fees, and these fees have become the activity funds of the Immortal Alliance. Thousands of businesses participated in this super large auction, which made the Immortal Alliance earn more than 1 billion in revenue at one time. With money, everything is easy to do. The Immortal Alliance recruited soldiers and gathered a large number of monks under various excuses. The behavior of the Immortal Alliance greatly stimulated the 3 sects of Kunlun. It should be noted that the 7 sects are distributed in the hinterland of Zhongzhou. Such a union immediately linked all the forces together. On the contrary, the 3 sects, located in the corners of Zhongzhou, are at risk of being cut off. So the 3 sects were forced to unite openly and formed an alliance called the 5 Continents Alliance. The 7 sects alliance is called the Immortal Alliance. The name is magnificent and it claims to be righteous. The 3 sects are slower and suppressed in momentum, so the slogan they shouted is the 5 Continents Alliance, creating a brilliant humanity with the monks of the 5 continents. to compete with the Immortal Alliance. The Five Continents Alliance also attracted small and medium-sized forces to join, and the second and third-rate forces near the three sects joined one after another. The Tiansheng Sect next to Kunlun and the Seven Swords Gate near Penglai also joined the Five Continents Alliance. Moreover, the Five Continents Alliance also included allies in the other four continents. Needless to say, the North Continent's overlord, the Ice and Snow Palace, relied on the support of Penglai and Kunlun to gain a foothold in the North Continent, so it was the first to respond. The fastest in the South Continent was the Qin State's Tiansheng Sect. The establishment of the Tiansheng Sect was somewhat similar to the Tiansheng Sect, and it also relied on Kunlun. However, as the front line of the wilderness continued to move forward, the Tiansheng Sect did not need Kunlun's support. However, the high-level cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect also needed Kunlun's help to break through, and the relationship between the two has always been very close. After the Tiansheng Sect turned to the Five Continents Alliance, most of the Qin State's forces also turned to the Five Continents Alliance. The second country in the South Continent to respond was the Wu State. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, the Wu State could only go against the Immortal Alliance to the end. The same is true for most countries in Western Continent, which goes without saying. In Central Continent, the Li family also turned to the Five Continents Alliance after an emergency discussion. At this point, 90% of the forces in Central Continent have already taken sides, leaving only a very small number of forces still wavering and attempting to remain neutral. The measures taken by the Five Continents Alliance are similar to those of the Immortal Alliance. The first thing they did was to hold a meeting to discuss how to fight against the Immortal Alliance. They raised funds by holding auctions, recruited soldiers, and set up an ultra-long-distance teleportation array to connect Kunlun, Penglai, and the three sects of questioning immortals. In particular, the questioning immortal sect, which lives alone at the southernmost tip of Central Continent and is surrounded by the Immortal Alliance, is extremely dangerous. Once the Immortal Alliance takes action, it is very likely that they will be the first to attack them. Only the teleportation array can solve this problem. After 3 years of turmoil, the entire Central Continent has completed the ideological split. The Immortal Alliance and the Five Continents Alliance have been making small moves. The first small move is to expel the other party's business under their own excuses, and cut off the other party's channels for obtaining resources. However, neither side was deadly, and they did not dare to easily provoke a war. Once such a battle occurred, it would be a world-shattering war involving tens of millions of cultivators, and it might beat the human race to a state of collapse. No one dared to take this responsibility, and they were also afraid of being picked up by the demon race. Therefore, the struggle between the two sides was in the dark, developing themselves, restricting the other side, and waiting for an opportunity, just like dealing with the Haodi family, and launching a fatal blow when they were weak. Among the 5 continents in the world of immortal cultivation, only Dongzhou is now independent. This is also related to their geography. Dongzhou is far away overseas, and does not border the two alliances. Naturally, it will not easily stand on the side. Therefore, the people of the two alliances are actively lobbying in Dongzhou, trying to get them to join their side. Among Dongzhou, Haoyang sect was the first to respond to the 5 continents alliance. There was no way. The Yi family and the 7 sects had a life and death feud. Their supreme cultivators, 8th level cultivators, and even hundreds of thousands of cultivators of all levels died in the hands of the 7 sects. This is an irreconcilable contradiction, and they can only fight to the end. However, although Haoyang sect is the 6th largest force in Dongzhou, it is independent and has little influence in Dongzhou. The real control is still the 5 major colleges. No matter how the two alliances lobby, the 5 major colleges are unwilling to easily stand on the side, and they are independent. They have the tradition of the Dongzhou alliance and manage Dongzhou like an iron barrel. It is difficult for foreign forces to join. Dongzhou tries to please both sides. The 5 major colleges can mobilize 20 million monks, which is enough to decide the victory or defeat of the two alliances. This makes the two alliances dare not give up easily, and have to appease each other. Chapter 694, Nanzhao Team. Dongzhou refused to take sides, so the two alliances had no choice. So soon, they set their sights on Nanzhao. Nansao had hundreds of countries and tens of millions of cultivators, and its overall strength was no worse than that of Dongzhao. It was just that the hundreds of countries in Nansao were independent and had not formed a whole, so they seemed extremely scattered and had a sense of mob. But everyone knew that once Nansao was integrated, its potential for explosion would far exceed that of Dongzhao. The two alliances infiltrated Nansao at the same time. Kunlun sent envoys to Qin and Wu at the same time, hoping to win over more countries with the help of the influence of the two countries in Nansao. The Immortal Alliance also sent several sects such as Tiansheng Sect back to Nansao, agreeing to strive for countries to join the Immortal Alliance. Nansao was immediately in danger of splitting. Wu Jiuo Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao met with the envoy from Kunlun and immediately convened a meeting of the various sects in Wu Jiuo, and the leaders of each sect arrived one after another. This was a confrontation that had engulfed the entire world of immortal cultivation. The leaders of the various sects in Wu State, if they had a little foresight, would know that Nansao could not escape. As the saying goes, when the nest is overturned, the eggs will be broken. Once the Five Continents Alliance was defeated, I'm afraid that everyone would suffer a tragic fate. As soon as everyone arrived, they began to talk. Lin Xiao waited until they had almost finished arguing before coughing to quiet everyone down. What a row. If you have any opinions, please speak up one by one. Zheng Yunlong, you go first. Yes, sect leader Lin, there are actually two issues that our various sects are worried about. The first is who is stronger, the Five Continents Alliance or the Immortal Alliance, and who will win or lose. The second is what to do with South Continent. Now the two alliances are competing for the interests of South Continent, and our Wu Kingdom is caught in the vortex. What should our Wu Kingdom do? Well said. This sect leader will give you an answer now. The Immortal Alliance has dozens of sects, 7 supreme beings, more than 38th level cultivators, over 200 golden body cultivators, and they command more than 20 million cultivators. On the other hand, the Five Continents Alliance is not weaker in any way. In Central Continent alone, the Alliance has 8 supreme beings, more than 58th level cultivators, and nearly 300 golden body cultivators, and they command no less than 30 million cultivators. In terms of overall strength, the Five Continents Alliance far exceeds the Immortal Alliance, and in the competition for the other 4 continents, the Immortal Alliance was also completely defeated. Although the North Continent is weak, it also has millions of cultivators, and it has completely turned to the Five Continents Alliance. Although the West Continent is poor, it also has tens of millions of cultivators who fight all year round. 70% of them have turned to the Five Continents Alliance, and the rest are completely neutral, and they're not turned to the Immortal Alliance. So only our South Continent is left. Not counting the scattered cultivators, the number of people in the countries of South Continent is no less than 30 million. Now that the Overlord of Qin has turned to the Five Continents Alliance, 5 million people have joined the Five Continents Alliance. Our Wu Kingdom also has a million cultivators, which means that 1/6 of the power of South Continent has joined the Five Continents Alliance. With this strength, do you think the Immortal Alliance still has a chance to win? Lin Xiao answered loudly. Of course, he also used the rhetoric of avoiding the important and focusing on the trivial. In terms of overall strength, the Immortal Alliance is naturally inferior to the Five Continents Alliance. But the biggest advantage of the Immortal Alliance is that their territory is connected and not scattered. This means that they can attack or defend, and they have a lot of initiative. When they attack, no one can stop them, including the joint efforts of Penglai and Kunlun. In order to stop the attack of the Immortal Alliance, the 3 parties must join forces, and this synchronization is a problem. Once one party loses its way, it will inevitably cause serious losses. As for the other 4 continents, in fact, it does not help much for combat effectiveness. Not to mention that Nansao, Zizhao, and Bizhao are facing the threat of wilderness, and cannot mobilize too many people. Even if they can really mobilize a large number of people, there are many problems. If the Immortal Alliance takes action and then mobilizes, the journey is long. Will it be in time? If they are mobilized to garrison in advance, but the Immortal Alliance does not take action, who will pay for the expedition to Zhangzhou? Can the Five Continents Alliance afford it? As for active attack, That is even more unthinkable. At that time, the Immortal Alliance only needs to defend with all their heart, because the demons behind the 5 continents alliance will help them. Once the power of the 3 continents is empty, the demons will counterattack, which will be a tragedy of being attacked from both sides. This kind of thing is not impossible. In history, Zizhao and Nanzhao have been counterattacked by the demons many times, because the chaos in the cultivation world appeared, and the demons were ready to move, which eventually caused the strong intervention of Zhongzhao, suppressed the contradictions, and jointly fought against the enemy. Now that Zhongzhao is in chaos, there is no one to suppress it, so Zhongzhao will become the basic base of the human race. Among the demons, not to mention those intelligent monsters, even the demon kings above the 6th level are unknown. Among them, there must be powerful demons who can see these weaknesses. After listening to Lin Xiao's analysis, everyone nodded. Even those who saw through Lin Xiao's jokes would not come to spoil it now. This is just making things difficult for the overlord of the Wu Kingdom. Master Lin, since our Wu Kingdom is determined to follow the 5 continents alliance, what should we do next? Of course, we should unite more allies. I have already met the Kunlun envoy. The 5 continents alliance has decided that Wu Kingdom and Qin Kingdom will guide the affairs of the South Continent alliance. Qin Kingdom will go south, Wu Kingdom will go north, and unify South Continent. Wu Kingdom can actually be on par with Qin Kingdom. Hiss, is the status of our Wu Kingdom so high? Many people exclaimed. Qin Kingdom is the old overlord of South Continent. The country second only to Qin Kingdom should be Qi Kingdom. How come it became Wu Kingdom? Many people suddenly became proud. Lin Xiao did not explain. The status of Wu Kingdom was earned by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao has killed many Shengsu and Jinshan stages. The Jinshan patriarch of Xianyu sect may not be Lin Xiao's opponent. In addition, Lin Xiao's apprentice Li Muxu joined the 5 continents alliance on behalf of the Li family. The Li family has 2 supremes and 3 8th level cultivators. The strength is second only to the 3 sects. Naturally, they have to treat Wu Kingdom with a high position. Master Lin, please tell me what to do. Okay, I won't be polite. The Immortal Alliance has a total of 4 countries in Nanzhao. As long as we take down these 4 countries, Nanzhao can be unified. So we will advance both civil and military. We will first send envoys to lobby, and then we will form a large army. If the other party refuses to agree, the first battle will start in Nanzhao. Lin Xiao laughed and said, there are only 4 countries and a dozen sects in Nanzhao that have connections with the Immortal Alliance. Their strength only accounts for a small part of Nanzhao. Lin Xiao is confident that he can defeat them. After the meeting, Lin Xiao summoned Kunlun's envoy, who was also listening to the meeting behind the scenes. He was very happy about Lin Xiao's decision, and he added a lot of allies to the alliance. Fellow Daoist Tang, you have heard that our Wu Kingdom has already started to act. I can guarantee that the Wusun Kingdom, Anan Kingdom, Wei Kingdom, Qianluo Kingdom, Zhou Kingdom, and Wei Kingdom in the southwest of Nanzhao will all join us. However, for some jihad's, we also need to use force, and we will need the support of the alliance at that time. Don't worry, Master Lin, the leader of the alliance has already explained before I came that, as long as your country wins over an ally, you can reward contribution points according to its strength. If Wu Kingdom wants to launch a war, the alliance will definitely not sit idly by. The Kunlun monk nodded and said that the leader of the 5 continents alliance is also a rotation system. Of course, it is limited to the 3 sects. Now Kunlun is the leader for 300 years. Now it is Kunlun who is winning over Nanzhao, Zizhao, and Bizhao. This kind of winning over is not just talk, it must be done with real money. Lin Xiao can win over various countries, and the 5 continents alliance will have a lot of rewards. If a war is to be launched, the 5 continents alliance will at least be responsible for 30% of the military expenses. The two discussed for a long time, and reached an agreement on many things. Then Lin Xiao called Jinanayu, and prepared to start with the first country, which was none other than Wu's neighbor, Tiansheng. The Skyclips Kingdom originally had no connection with the Immortal Alliance, but Lin Xiaoyang's wife Hao Yitong and the Hao family behind her had close ties with the Yuxinmen in Zhongzhou. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Yuxinmen had a power struggle. One faction was defeated and exiled and suppressed by the Yuxinmen. Among them was the ancestor of the Hao family. The Hao family left Zhongzhou and settled in Nanzhou. However, thousands of years later, the defeated faction fought back and regained a high position. However, some of the forces that left at that time could no longer return to the Yuxinmen, so they chose to continue to settle in the local area and find vassals for the Yuxinmen. When Lin Xiao went to Zhongzhou to break through the spiritual light, the Lingming pill he used was obtained by the ancestor of the Hao family using his heritage. Later, when Lin Xiao broke through the Shengsu period, the Yuxinmen also made efforts. Although the Sky Eclipse Kingdom paid a price, if it were not for the relationship with the Hao family, Lin Xiao would never have been able to get the treasure to break through. From then on, the Loyal Sect of Tiansheng country had actually become a vassal of Tiansheng Sect. Its high-level resources were all obtained from Tiansheng Sect, and the resources of Tiansheng country also fell into Tiansheng Sect's pocket. After all, the price of those resources was not low. This matter was discovered by Lin Xiao after the two alliances confronted each other, and Tiansheng Sect contacted Tiansheng country. For this reason, Lin Xiao decided to attack Tiansheng country first. Lin Xiao instructed some things, and then left Wu country with Yinan Yu, and went to Loyal Sect of Tiansheng country. The two places were more than 20,000 miles apart. With the speed of the two people, it took less than half a day to go slowly. Lin Xiao and the other person did not restrain their momentum, so Lin Xiao had already discovered it before the two arrived. Loyal Sect was immediately in a panic, and tens of thousands of disciples who had been secretly trained by Lin Xiao assembled into a battle formation. Lin Xiao, what are you doing in Loyal Sect? Lin Xiao, what am I doing here? Don't you know? Where is Hao Yiting? Why are you looking for my wife? What do you want to do? TSK, Lin Xiao, if you don't want Loyal Sect to be destroyed, I advise you to be more sensible. You have tens of thousands of people, but I can't kill them all. I have killed many golden body monks. Lin Xiao said angrily, and Lin Xiao fell into silence. Under his leadership, Tiansheng country has grown several times stronger than before. If it were Liu Yan's era, he could still unify several surrounding countries, but now, Tiansheng country's strength is not even 1/3 of Tiansheng Sect, and the gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger. He also knew that Lin Xiao's great power in Zhongzhou had spread throughout the entire cultivation world, so facing the aggressive Lin Xiao, he didn't have the courage to really fight to the death. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, Invasion of Qingqing Valley. Lin Xiao thought about fighting to the death with Lin Xiao many times. Even if he died in battle, it would be glorious, not living in frustration. But he didn't dare to, because he had too many things on his shoulders. He remembered clearly how young King Feng died in front of him. His mission was to strengthen Loyal Sect and Tiansheng Kingdom. What does Sect leader Lin want to see me for? Lin Xiao was silent. Hao Yiting flew out. She also knew that the entire Tiansheng Kingdom was no match for the Tiansheng Sect, not to mention the entire Wu Kingdom. Now many sects in Wu Kingdom are stronger than Loyal Sect, except for a lack of a Shengsu period cultivator. Madam Yun, I heard that your Hao family has a close relationship with the Yuxin Sect in Zhongzhou. Is it true? Yes, Sect leader Lin. All the cultivators from the 4 continents of Southeast, Northwest, Northeast and Southwest came from Zhongzhou. Let me ask you, how many sects have no relationship with the major sects in Zhongzhou? Didn't Sect leader Lin stay in the Suayu Sect's territory for 200 years? Well said, but this sect leader has already fallen out with the Suayu Sect. I wonder if the Hao family dares to fall out with the Yuxin Sect? Sect leader Lin, I've heard you say that this world is not black and white. My Tiansheng Kingdom is willing to remain neutral. Is that not okay? No, other sects and countries can, but you can't. You and I both know how Lin Xiao broke through the Lingguang and Shengsu periods. The debt of favor is the hardest to repay. The key point is that you are too close to my Wu Kingdom. I don't want my Wu Kingdom's army to have any worries when it goes out to war. Are you going to kill us all, sect leader Lin? Hao Yiteng's face was defeated. Lin Xiao was going to be ruthless. The Skyclips Kingdom was a fat sheep that could be slaughtered at will. There was no room for fighting back. This was also the reason why all the forces were desperately developing. If they didn't touch you at ordinary times, they couldn't guarantee that they would never touch you. No, my request is very simple. First, Lawyer joined the Five Continents Alliance in the name of the Skyclips Kingdom and scolded the Immortal Alliance. Second, Lin Xiao went to Kunlun to practice. Third, the Hao family split up. I remember that there was also a genius cultivator in your Hao family. Let's go to Kunlun to practice together with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao made 3 requests. The Skyclips Kingdom joined the Five Continents Alliance. Lin Xiao didn't trust him, so Lin Xiao must also be supervised. Wu Kingdom didn't have the ability to completely control Lin Xiao now, but going to Kunlun was simple. A mere Shengsu period couldn't stir up any waves. And Lin Xiao also took a fancy to Qinking Valley. 90% of the original Qin Kingdom's territory was in the hands of Wu Kingdom. Only one Qinking Valley fell into the hands of the Skyclips Kingdom, and Lin Xiao was divided to the Hao family. With the help of the 5th order spiritual veins of Qinking Valley, the Hao family has become much stronger, and a talented disciple with great potential has emerged. It is said that he is less than 500 years old, but his cultivation has reached the 11th level of Lingguang, which is better than the senior leaders of Tiansheng Sect. He is supported by the entire Hao family by cutting back on food and clothing. What if I don't agree? Lin Xiao, don't go too far. Lin Xiao, I advise you to be careful with your words. I don't want to cause too much killing, but if you really don't cooperate, then I can only cut the grass and root it out. I will not reduce these 3 conditions by 1 point. I will go to Qinking Valley to take over in 3 days. I hope you are all there. Of course, you can also choose to resist or escape, but no matter whether you resist to the end or escape, Tiansheng Kingdom will be wiped out from Nanzhao by me, Lin Xiao said coldly, and then left directly. Lin Xiao went to Chunhyang Palace. Li Changqing came to pay a visit to Lin Xiao. Li Changqing made the best choice back then and surrendered to Lin Xiao, which made him rich. The Li family had already replaced the Lu family and controlled Chunhyang Palace. Changqing, I have decided to take over Qinking Valley. How do you think I should arrange this Qinking Valley? Master Lin, this. Li Changqing's heart was suddenly in turmoil. What did Lin Xiao mean by this? Did he want to give Qinking Valley to him? It's okay, you can say whatever you want. Master Lin, how about we follow the old rules and let Wu and the kingdom co-manage it? Li Changqing's mind was working quickly, and he held back the greed in his heart. He didn't dare to take this kind of benefit that was delivered to his door for free. If Wu State is co-managed, there will be some flaws, and they won't spend so much time on running the business. Master Lin, how about this? Move Wu State's large factory there? I've been to Wu State's large factory several times. Xiaoyangshan is not very large, and it used to be the territory of Tiansheng Sect. There are 2 factories there, with more than 100,000 troops, and it has long been overcrowded. Why not move the factory to Qinking Valley? The 5th level spiritual vein, if the spiritual fields are not reclaimed, is enough for more than 100,000 troops to practice, which can be regarded as a benefit for the disciples there. Master Lin doesn't know that there are many independent cultivators in Wu State's large factory now, and many of them have families with them. If it is really moved there, the families of the independent cultivators can also be arranged. Presumably they will have a greater sense of belonging to the factory. This decision is a good one. Lin Xiao was suddenly moved. The future threat to Wu State will definitely come from the north. If the factory is moved there, troops will have to be stationed in Qinking Valley, and they can also take precautions. That's it. Okay, then Changqing, please be patient. Mobilize tens of thousands of troops in the next 2 days. Come with me to take over Qinking Valley in 3 days. Yes, Master Lin. Li Changqing nodded. It was easy to take over Qinking Valley. The entire Tiansheng Kingdom could not fight against Wu Kingdom. If Lin Xiao spoke, annexing Tiansheng Kingdom would be a matter of words. 3 days later, Chunhyang Palace mobilized 20,000 troops, and the 10,000 disciples of Tiansheng Sect also arrived. They followed Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao directly to Qinking Valley. In 3 days, Lin Xiao had made a decision, especially when Chunhyang Palace began to mobilize troops. He knew that Lin Xiao was serious. Whether he ran or resisted to the end, Tiansheng Kingdom would be destroyed immediately. The Hao family's backers were too far away from Tiansheng Kingdom, and there was no possibility of any help. So Lin Xiao could only surrender in frustration. Lin Xiao and his wife Hao Yitong and the genius cultivator of the Hao family were going to Kunlun to practice. In fact, they were hostages. Once there was any movement in Tiansheng Kingdom, they would be the first to be killed. When Lin Xiao surrendered, Lin Xiao immediately sealed his meridians, and then asked Lin Xiao to arrange for Yu Xiao to send the 3 of them to Kunlun for cultivation. The Skyclips Kingdom drafted a letter of alliance to join the 5 Continents Alliance, and issued a statement to curse the Immortal Alliance. The tens of thousands of cultivators of the Hao family were to be split up under the auspices of the Chunhyang Palace. Li Changqing was more ruthless and directly split the Hao family into hundreds of pieces and scattered them in various countries. He gave them 3 days to pack up their things and stipulated that they could only take away personal floating wealth in Qinking Valley, such as the spiritual medicine they planted, and they could not move a penny. The Wu Kingdom would give a certain amount of compensation for the relevant value. Of course, the price was determined by the Wu Kingdom. It can be said that this was an unequal treaty that humiliated the Tiansheng Kingdom. The large factories in the Wu Kingdom had received the news and began to send people to take over Qinking Valley. The large factories would be completely relocated within half a year. Lin Xiao ignored these things, but turned west and began to lobby the Qianluo Kingdom, Zhou Kingdom and other countries to let them join the 5 Continents Alliance together instead of choosing neutrality. The Western countries have very close ties with Wu State, and their high-level resources are extremely dependent on Wu State, so naturally they would not have any objections. Qianluo State and Zhou State agreed immediately, not to mention Wei State, which was originally the territory of Tiansheng Sect. However, Annan State was too weak, and it had not recovered from the battle with the demon cultivators, and had no ability to resist, so it could only agree. Wusun State hesitated for a moment, but did not dare to refuse. Tyruxin, why are you here? I remember you were in Zizhao, right? After arriving at Wusun State, Lin Xiao wanted to inspect the nether cave, but he unexpectedly met Tishi here. Master, look at what you said. I have been in State for decades, and I also need to take turns to rest. I only rested a few years ago. Master, we haven't had a drink for a long time. How about I treat you to a drink? Yunanayu yes. Master, guess what Tishi is stopping me from doing now? Master, no need to guess. I agree with what Tishi did. Huangshang is in the nether cave, haha. Why don't I know? Lin Xiao sneered. Who is Huangshang? A demon cultivator? Why was he arranged in the nether cave? Is Yunanayu crazy? Master, could you give me a chance to explain? Okay, if the reason does not satisfy me, both of you should be prepared to be punished. If I don't teach you a lesson, you don't take me, the master, seriously. Master, it's unjust. Don't talk nonsense, give me the reason. I say, master, in the battle with the demon cultivators from Annan's house suffered huge losses, but the Lord of Heavenly Evil and the Heavenly Demon were not destroyed. They escaped with the Heavenly Demon's disintegration magic. For hundreds of years, we have searched everywhere and have not found any clues. But we don't believe that they died just like that, so we have to take precautions. And the best way to find them is to use the means of demon cultivators. So over the years, Tishi has been constantly influencing Huangsang and decided to let Huangsang return to the sect. This opportunity is for Huangsang to find the Lord of Heavenly Evil and the Heavenly Demon. However, Huangsang's cultivation is too low, so I specially arranged for her to practice in the nether cave. I wanted to give the master a surprise. Surprise? Shock is more like that. Do you know what the mainstream cultivation world's attitude is towards demonic cultivation? Do you want Wugo to be labeled as a demonic cultivation? Do you want to kill Wugo? Master, listen to me. I have really considered it, and we are not without any preparation. Over the past 100 years, Huangshan has changed her appearance, and I personally set up a slavery spell in Huangshang's soul. If she dares to mess around, I can kill her with just a thought. Master, the harm caused by demonic cultivation is too great. I also want to find them by all means. Now Huangshang is our only hope. Yunanayu was very uneasy and stared at Tairuxin fiercely. Look at what you have done. You know that the master is coming, but you don't run away, and you still want to stop him. Can you stop him? Yunanayu, you are getting more and more courageous. Nanayu is not thoughtful at this time. Please punish me, master. Humph, follow me down the cave. Lin Xiao sneered, and then led everyone down the nether cave. Chapter 696. Using demons to control demons. The netherworld cave was bottomless. Lin Xiao and his party descended tens of thousands of meters before they saw Huangshang. Huangshang sensed the arrival of several people and woke up immediately. When she saw Lin Xiao and Yunanayu, her face turned pale, and she looked at Lin Xiao in horror. Stranger, don't be afraid. Tishi walked forward, hugged Huangshang, and protected him behind him, looking at Lin Xiao nervously. 10th level of spiritual light, how many years have you practiced here? 60 years, Yunanayu replied. He arranged for Huangshang to enter the netherworld cave when the Battle of Dongzhou ended. That period was also when Lin Xiao was busy, so Yunanayu did not report it. 60 years, Lin Xiao was very dissatisfied. Huangshang was a demon body. She was naturally advantaged to practice in the netherworld cave. She only needed a small amount of resources to be much faster than ordinary geniuses. It was only more than 100 years after the Battle of Demons in Anan, and she had such a speed. It is estimated that, if she is given another 10 or 20 years, she can even break through the Shengsu period. Master, Huangshang was forced to become a demon cultivator. She was a disciple snatched away by the heavenly demon lord at the age of 7 or 8. She can't tell the difference between the righteous path and the evil path, and she didn't want to do it. Now Huangshang has reformed. Please give her a chance. I'm willing to give her a chance. Will the righteous path give her a chance? You know that central continent is now divided. Once the news about Huangshang gets out, the Immortal Alliance will definitely attack my Wu Kingdom. What do you want the Immortal Alliance to do? Should they protect me or abandon me? If they protect me, what if the entire Wu Kingdom is filled with demon cultivators? No, not like that. Master Lin, Huangshang swears that she will never turn anyone into a demon. I'm willing to swear on my heart of Tao. Swear on my heart of Tao. Are demon cultivators afraid of the oath of the heart of Tao? Demon cultivators are not really afraid of the oath of the heart of Tao, because the oath of the heart of Tao is mainly based on the heart of Tao of the cultivator. After violating the oath, they are likely to go astray once they practice. But they are already demons, so what's the use of it? Master, Ruxin is willing to protect her life. If Huangshang gets into trouble, I will die to apologize. You are nothing. Can your death solve the problem? Master, give me a chance. I don't think Huangshang is a bad person. She is kind-hearted. Besides, we have to rely on her to find the heavenly demon lord and the heavenly demon. Otherwise, after Huangshang finds the person, the master will seal her cultivation. She won't have to go out in the future. She can just stay at home to take care of her husband and children. Huangshang, are you willing? Huangshang is willing. Huangshang nodded and looked at Taishi with admiration. Because of her identity, she didn't want to go out and cause trouble for Taishi. Being able to stay with Taishi was enough. Lin Xiao shook his head in his heart. It was another stupid woman. What was so good about Taishi? They jumped on him one by one. Lin Xiao wanted to kill her, but Yunanayu and Taishi both begged for mercy, which made it difficult for Lin Xiao to decide. Huangshang, I heard that the devil cultivator is very harsh on the other devils. They will all be enslaved by spells. Not only their life and death are controlled by them, but they can even change their minds. Is that right? To reply to sect leader Lin, yes, but I was not treated like this by the demon lord Tiansheng. I was his direct disciple before. In order to show the difference between us and the other devil cultivators, I was not cursed. Moreover, I was parasitized by the demon, and he dared not do that. Words are not enough. Come here, I want to check it out. Yes, sect leader Lin. Huangshang did not dare to refuse and walked to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and placed it on her head. The huge spiritual sense invaded her sea of consciousness and checked it several times, but indeed did not find any tricks. Very good. Since Tishi and Yinanai pleaded for you, I will spare your life and even agree to let you naturalize in the Tiansheng Sect, but I have a few requirements that you must fulfill. Thank you, Sect Leader Lin. Please give your instructions. The first thing is that you are not allowed to reveal your identity as a demon cultivator to anyone, and you are not allowed to cast magic. You must belong to Xiao, and if you are discovered outside, you must never admit that you are a disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. The second thing is that I will cast a covenant spell on you. You are not allowed to demonize anyone, not even one person. This contract must also include Tishi. When the time comes, you will die, and you will die together. The third thing is that your cultivation must be limited. You can only break through to the Shengsu period. You are not allowed to practice after the Shengsu period. When you find Xiansha Demon Lord Dan Xianmo, I will find a way to let you practice the immortal way. When you succeed in the transformation, the first requirement can be lifted. The fourth thing is to find Xianmo Demon Lord Dan Xianmo. There must be no omissions. If you violate the rules, I will execute you. There is no room for any pleas in this matter. Huangshang agrees. Huangshang agreed immediately. The demon lord Xiansha had been lurking in Annan for hundreds of years. She knew how to disguise herself. As long as she didn't fight with others, she would not be discovered. As for developing the power of demon cultivation, she had no interest in it at all. Okay, in that case, you guys get ready. Lin Xiao took out a contract spell and asked the two to practice it. This spell was very simple, and they learned it after an hour. Both of them signed the contract. Let's go, Lin Xiao said to Yinanai, and then the two flew out of the nether cave. Lin Xiao turned around and stared at Yinanai fiercely. Master, I admit my mistake and I accept the punishment. I will fine you 100 years salary and beat you with 10 divine whips. Go and receive the punishment yourself. Yes, thank you for your mercy, Master. Don't blame me if you do this again. You went too far this time. Yes, Master, I have to teach you a lesson. It seems you are very unconvinced. How dare I, Master? Get out. I don't want to see you. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Master. Wait a minute. Master, I'm back again. We must strengthen the defense of the nether cave and never let the Wusun Kingdom find out. Master, don't worry. I have already made measures. Since the nether cave has been leased to us, the Wusun Kingdom cannot get involved, and I plan to extend the loan period with the Wusun Kingdom for at least another 200 years. Has the Wusun Kingdom agreed? They didn't agree before, but they will definitely agree now. Now the entire immortal cultivation world is on the brink of a war. No one knows whether the war will spread to this side, and no one knows whether the monsters will take advantage of the fire. Developing more strength means more guarantees. They dare not refuse, said Yinanai. This time, the confrontation between the 5 Continents Alliance and the Immortal Alliance involves the entire immortal cultivation world of the human race. Even those who are neutral cannot really avoid it. People with a little vision are very frightened and wish their strength would increase 1,000 times. Okay, you handle it. This matter is extremely confidential. If something goes wrong, I will not take the blame. You will be the one who takes the blame then. Ah, Master, isn't it Tishi who should take the blame? Tishi can't do it, so it's you. Get out of here. Lin Xiao cursed, and Yinanai ran away in disgrace. He was badly tricked by Tishi this time. He had to find an excuse to beat up this bastard. At the same time, when Lin Xiao persuaded the Wusun Kingdom, the Qin Kingdom was completely unified, and the remaining forces gave up their neutrality and completely turned to the 5 Continents Alliance. The Qin Kingdom was originally the gateway between Nanzhao and Zhongzhou. As long as the Qin Kingdom was blocked, the Nanzhao forces would have nowhere to run unless they took a detour. However, for an army of hundreds of thousands or millions, taking a detour was a very unwise thing. The Qin Kingdom was not idle either. Led by the Xianyu sect, the Qin Kingdom quickly mobilized. The first batch of mobilized troops was 1 million cultivators, and the target of these 1 million people was the Qi Kingdom. The biggest agent of the Immortal Alliance in Nansao is Zuanshanmen. Zuanshanmen claims to be the second in Nansao, with 3 golden body cultivators and more than 10 Shengsu cultivators. Facing the mobilization of Qin, Zuanshanmen was extremely terrified. On the one hand, it also mobilized the troops of Qi, and on the other hand, it sent people to Qin to negotiate, saying that it was only neutral and would never dare to go against the 5 Continents Alliance. Unfortunately, both of these tasks were done very badly. Zuanshanmen was so powerful, who would dare to leave their backs to him? What if the Qin's home nest was destroyed by Qi when it went on the expedition? The mobilization of Qi was also not smooth. Qi had 10 major sects, and each sect had Shengsu cultivators sitting in it. Logically, they should not be afraid of Qin once they mobilized, but no one in the Lin Xiao sect listened to them. The reason is that Zuanshan sect is usually too aloof. Although it is the dominant sect of Qi, it rarely governs Qi's affairs, and has never given favors to other sects. It is because Qi has no use for Zuanshan sect's higher level cultivators. They only rely on the support of Tiansheng Sect, so they don't have a good network of people. Who knows that after this incident, Zuanshan Sect actually has few teammates. Zuanshan Sect and its vassals have a total of 500,000 to 600,000 cultivators. They tried their best to mobilize and squeeze all the war potential, but only mobilized 400,000 troops. The remaining cultivators were old, weak, sick and disabled, and a very small number of elites took them to various places. The disparity in power between 400,000 troops and 1 million troops can be imagined, and without the support of other major sects in Qi, even the high level cultivators were weaker. Half a month later, the Qin army finished its training and began to advance towards Qi. Qi Zuanshan Sect reached a critical moment of life and death. At the gate of Zuanshan Sect, Bao Hangsong and other senior officials gathered. They looked at the news in their hands, trembling with fear and showing worried expressions. Everyone, it's time to make a decision. The Qin army of 1 million can reach Qi in just 7 days. This time they dispatched 6 golden bodies and more than 30 Shengsu period, which is more than twice our total strength. We can't defeat them at all. Gao Hangsong said after looking around. The strength of Qi is not much worse than that of Qin. Unfortunately, Zuanshan Sect does not control the entire Qi. The forces mobilized by Qin, whether high-level cultivators or low-level cultivators, are all more than twice this. They are no match at all. Ancestor Rahang, Qin has rejected our neutrality. What can we do? If we turn to the 5 Continents Alliance, our Zuanshan Sect will be in trouble. We are not their confidants, and we will definitely not be able to get higher level resources in the future. The Tiansheng Sect will definitely be very jealous of us. An elder of the Shengsu period replied. There is also a time to join the 5 Continents Alliance. Wu and Qin will take the lead, and will definitely be treated preferentially. They are forced to do so. At that time, they will be cannon fodder, and the Tiansheng Sect will also be jealous of them. Zuanshan Sect will be doomed. That's why I summoned you to discuss a strategy. Zuanshan Sect has a heritage of tens of thousands of years, and must not be defeated by us. Gao Hangsong shook his head. The group of people were helpless. However, just as they were discussing, a figure appeared in the main hall of Zuanshan Sect. This person was Liang Wendao, the 8th level ancestor of Tiansheng Sect. Chapter 697, Zuanshan Sect's Choice. The appearance of Liang Wendao shocked everyone, but the mountain protection formation of Zuanshan Sect's mountain gate was only of the 7th level, so it was natural that it could not stop the 8th level cultivator. Gao Hangsong and others were also very familiar with Liang Wendao. Zuanshan Sect's cultivators above the Shengsu stage basically practiced in Tiansheng Sect. Gao Hangsong greets ancestor Liang. Gao Hangsong walked forward, personally greeted Liang Wendao, and winked, asking the others to leave. No need to go. Since this is a matter that determines the life and death of Zuanshan Sect, everyone can sit down and listen. Yes, ancestor. Everyone sit down. How far have you discussed it? Ancestor, we already know that a 1 million strong army of Qin is heading towards Qi. The vanguard will arrive in 5 days, and the main army will arrive in 7 days. We have mobilized 400,000 troops, but we are still no match for Qin. Now that the ancestor is here, we are relieved. Please ask the ancestor to take action and kill the high level cultivators of Qin and lend us a helping hand. I won't stay to help. Ah, ancestor, this. Liang Wendao's words shocked everyone. Didn't Tiansheng Sect care about them anymore? Was it going to force them to surrender? Ancestor, if the Tiansheng Sect doesn't care about us, we have no choice but to surrender. It's human nature to be afraid of death, and there's nothing wrong with that. But do you think the Five Continents Alliance will really trust you? The origins of Tiansheng Sect and our Tiansheng Sect are well known. This is a friendship that has lasted for tens of thousands of years, and it can't be cleared up with just a few words. Once you surrender, the Five Continents Alliance will only use you as cannon fodder. You've seen the fate of the Xianxi Kingdom in Nanzhao, and Lin Xiao and other high-ranking officials were sent to Kunlun for surveillance. What do you think will be their fate? If the Qin state does the same and wants you to go to Kunlun to practice, do you agree? Absolutely not. Going to Kunlun to practice means putting life and death in the hands of others. Then you'll be a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Doing this will make life worse than death. That's right. We cultivators go against the will of heaven. If we don't even have this little dignity, how can we practice and ascend to become immortals? Don't you agree? Ancestor is right, but the Qin army will be here soon. We are no match for them at all. The Immortal Alliance is too weak in Nanzhao. There is Qin in the north and Wu in the south, both of which are extremely powerful countries. Ancestor, what should we do? Gao Yangsong replied. Lin Xiao had killed many golden body stage cultivators and his strength was unfathomable. Even he, a veteran golden body stage cultivator, did not dare to say that he would definitely win against Lin Xiao. If Wu Kingdom sent troops again, then Zuanshanmen would really have no way out. Of course we left. I came here to help you leave Wu country. Zhangzhou is a vast territory, and with the support of Tiansheng Sect, you have a lot to do in Zhangzhou. Go to Zhangzhou, move the entire sect away. Yes, all of you. There will be a war between the Immortal Alliance and the Five Continents Alliance, and we have a great advantage. Although the Five Continents Alliance has a large number of people and power, they are not connected, while our territories are connected. As long as we attack in any direction, they will not be able to stop us, no matter if it's Penglai, Wengsan or Kunlun. If you leave now and conquer the territory by then, we can promise that you can take away the territory within a radius of 5,000 miles. If you make great contributions, you can also fight for more territories. Gao Yangsong, it has been 2,000 years since you broke through the golden body. As long as you agree, Tiansheng Sect will give you a Xianan pill. Liang Wendao replied that it was not possible to make someone give up their old nest that they had operated for tens of thousands of years with just a few words. They had to pay real money. Xianan pill was a precious pill unique to Tiansheng Sect. Its value was not less than Jiuqiao Shenkan pill. It could reduce Yangsong's hard training time by hundreds of years. It was extremely valuable. Gao Yangsong was moved when he heard it. It had been more than 2,000 years since he broke through the golden body. He had already tempered his meridians and more than a dozen bones. If he got a Xianan pill, he could temper his bones much faster and advance to the 8th realm. Moreover, the entanglement between Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect was too deep. It was better to leave than to surrender. At least Tiansheng Sect would not treat them harshly. No matter what, they, the senior officials, could join Tiansheng Sect. What do you guys think? I think what Elder Liang Wendao said makes sense. If we stay here, life is worse than death. We might as well go to Zhangzhou and give it a try. I agree. We really can't get along with the Qin state. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain in Nanzhou. If we surrender, the Qin state will definitely use us as cannon fodder. It is better to follow the Tiansheng Sect. Same. Our ancestor also came from the Tiansheng Sect. We are all one family. Several elders spoke one after another. Some elders who did not want to leave did not say anything. To object at this time would be to seek death and they might be killed on the spot. Okay, in that case, let's prepare to retreat. You gather flying boats in preparation for war. This time I also brought 5,000 flying boats, which are enough to take all of you away. As for mortals, you can only take a small part. Be ready within 5 days. Ancestor, what about the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect in Xianyang City? I will come again in 4 days. At that time, take away all the floating wealth. Take the spiritual veins that can be taken away. Blow up those that cannot be taken away immediately. All the merchants in Xianyang City who are not our own will be robbed. They are enemies, not friends. Leaving them behind is just aiding the enemy. You can't be soft-hearted at this time. The Immortal Alliance has recently prepared a batch of high-level resources. You can also use this batch of floating wealth to exchange, right? Liang Wendao said coldly. As long as they start to rob the business, it will be a token of surrender, and they can only go all the way with the Immortal Alliance. The elders of Tiansheng Sect were silent, but Aang Song was already tempted. He was also forced to have no way out, and could only do what Liang Wendao said. Liang Wendao then disappeared. This time, he was not the only one who came. There were also a dozen people, all of whom were at least in the golden body stage. These 10 people gathered 80% of the flying boats of the Immortal Alliance to carry the disciples, and could take away millions of people at one time. Liang Wendao visited several sects, all of which had old ties with the various sects of the Immortal Alliance. He persuaded them to leave with his eloquence, and promised them huge profits to evacuate. On the other hand, Tiansheng Sect began to act secretly. In the name of preparing for war, they not only assembled their own flying boats, but also requisitioned the flying boats of the Xianyang City merchants. The floating wealth in the sect was secretly loaded onto the flying boats. On the 4th night, the city defense formation of Xianyang City was secretly propped up. Then the city guards blocked the entire city on the pretext that there were spies entering the city. The 50,000 main cultivators of Tiansheng Sect entered the city and began an official, large-scale looting. By the time the scattered cultivators of the merchants in the city found out, it was too late. The city defense formation blocked the entire process. The 50,000 troops and 20,000 city guards had already assembled. The merchants fought on their own and were no match at all. The bloody night of Xianyang City began. The big merchants were the first to be hit, especially the merchants who had announced their joining the 5 Continents Alliance. Not only were their goods looted, but their monks were also killed one after another. The whole Xianyang City was in chaos. That night, not only was there unrest in Xianyang City, but also in several other countries that had close relations with the Immortal Alliance. They were all looting property and killing monks. Wu Xiao had already discovered the abnormality when they began to gather secretly, but Xiao and Lin Xiao did not expect them to be so crazy. They all thought that the Tiansheng Sect and other sects just wanted to fight to the death, and were caught off guard. After dawn, hundreds of flying boats flew from the Tiansheng Gate mountain gate and entered Xianyang City. The disciples of Tiansheng Gate went in and out and moved countless bloody resources into the flying boats. In the Tiansheng Gate mountain gate, Liang Wendao personally took action to collect the 7th level spiritual veins of the mountain gate and did not let go of the other 2 6th level spiritual veins, while the rest of the spiritual veins were all blown up. There were millions of cultivators in Xianyang City, and Tiansheng Sect could not kill them all. Moreover, once the disciples of the big business were killed, the soul lamps in the mountain gates of various sects would be extinguished, including the Wuguo sect. Lin Xiao immediately led the high-level cultivators and 10,000 disciples of the war hall stationed in Qinking Valley to take off urgently and head to Qi. The Qin army on the way also received the news. Xianyang Sect was furious and assembled flying boats with 100,000 vanguards, separated from the army and headed to Qi to attack Tiansheng Sect. The army was only 1 day away from Tiansheng Sect, and they arrived in half a day under the emergency. However, what was waiting for them was the 200,000 Tiansheng Sect troops who were waiting solemnly. The Tiansheng Sect army took the initiative to attack and defeated the Qin vanguard with superior forces. More than 100,000 of the 100,000 vanguards died in the battle, and the battle formation was defeated, and they retreated in embarrassment. Another day passed, and the 7th level spiritual veins of Xianyang City were also collected. Thousands of flying boats under Tiansheng set off, and a large number of flying boats joined on the way. Within a day, the number of flying boats exceeded 7,000, and there were more than 20 warships. These flying boats and warships carried more than 3 million monks, more than 10 million mortals, and countless property, and flew to Zhongzhou in a mighty manner. The entire Nanzhao was caught off guard. Wu Go was still responsible for the joining of the countries in the southwest, and it was too far away from Qi to catch up in a short time. King Go did not expect them to do this, and the millions of troops were too late to display, but Qin was not willing to let these people go. Not only did all the high-level monks in the million-strong army go out, but Qin was also urgently mobilized. Qin's Wanzhaomen took out all their assets, and brought 300,000 troops to intercept. As a result, an air battle broke out in the world of immortal cultivators. The fleeing army had 200 flying boats specially used for escort, plus more than 20 warships, carrying more than 300,000 troops and all the high-level cultivators on their side. A fierce battle broke out with the Qin cultivators, who were trying to stop them. Countless cultivators fell from the sky, and could never fly again. Chapter 698. Air Combat. In the sky above Qin, the people from Tiansheng Sect of Qi had to pass through Qin in order to escape from Nanzhao and go to Zhongzhou. At this time, a large-scale air battle broke out in the sky above Qin. 200 flying boats and 26 warships escorted more than 6,000 flying boats of various sizes and fought a desperate battle with the Qin intercepting monks. In addition, there were hundreds of flying monsters in the flying boat army as a reserve. Compared with the flying boat army with a complete formation, the Qin side was much more chaotic. Although there were also hundreds of flying boats and more than a dozen warships, the incident happened in a hurry and there was no formation at all. They all fought on their own. Go ahead and open fire, swing the warships sideways, let the black crystal cannons fire those monks above the spiritual light level. Follow me, the Qin monks roared. What they wanted to do most was to rush into the flying boat army. Most of them were low-level monks and the old, weak and disabled. As long as a few people rushed in, they could cause a lot of losses. Unfortunately, the flying boat army had already made preparations. 200 flying boats and 26 warships desperately intercepted. Warships against warships, the two sides bombarded each other. The Tiansheng Sect relied on the large number of warships and fierce firepower to continuously attack. When they got close, the monks on the warships flew out and fought with the monks on the other side's warships, trying to seize the other side's warships. During the battle, the protective shields of the flying boats were blown up, and they either quickly left the battlefield or were shot down. More and more monks lost the protection of the flying boats and fought with the other side in the air. Ancestor Liang, there are too few high-level cultivators in Tiansheng Sect. They can't hold on any longer. Let's do it. Okay, you and I will do it together. Leave a few people to protect the army and speed up the army. Let's rush out of Qin State first. Someone will support us in Zhongzhou. Yes, ancestor, you guys, follow me. The high-level cultivators from Zhongzhou started to act one after another. They were all at least in the golden body stage. When more than a dozen people joined, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. A large number of Lingguan cultivators fell. Even those in the Shengsu stage had to avoid their sharp edge. The Qin cultivators fell one after another. The biggest loss was in Xianyu Sect. Xianyu Sect also had an 8th level ancestor, but unfortunately he was not here and had been practicing in Kunlun, so outsiders never knew about it. The golden body cultivators of Xianyu Sect watched Liang Wendao killing people everywhere and were so angry that they vomited blood. Several of them went to contain Liang Wendao but failed. It can be seen how big the gap is between the golden body stage and the 8th level. Lin Xiao, when will you arrive? Xianyu Sect's Tan Minglan roared in his heart. Lin Xiao had killed a golden body monk and restrained an 8th level monk. His combat power was unparalleled. Only when Lin Xiao appeared could Liang Wendao be restrained. At this time, Lin Xiao was desperately rushing on the road. When he was looting Xianyang City from Tiansheng Sect, he received the news and realized that it was not good. Tiansheng Sect was going to run away, so he immediately summoned 10,000 disciples of Tiansheng Sect to take a flying boat to rush on the road. But the speed was still too slow. Wu State was more than 200,000 miles away from Qi State and at least 400,000 miles to Qin State. It would take the army half a month to travel this distance. Even if he himself took at least 10 days, and it was the kind of sleepless travel. Lin Xiao also received news on the road. He learned that Tiansheng Sect and several countries that were close to the Immortal Alliance had all fled. He immediately felt that it was not good. On the one hand, he asked Qin State to intercept and delay their speed, while Lin Xiao abandoned the army, let Jinan know command, and took action in advance. Lin Xiao used the Great Void 100 entanglements to tear the void and cross the void. It took him 3 days to reach the Qin territory. At this time, the front of the flying boat army had already walked out of the Qin territory, but the 7,000 flying boats were scattered for hundreds of miles. Especially the back part was tightly held by the Qin monks, and the speed was getting slower and slower. Master Lin, you came at the right time. Hurry up and help to contain Liang Wendao. Okay, 2 more golden bodies, those who have finished tempering their bones. Help me contain them together, and the rest of the people will cut off the flying boat army and leave a part behind. Lin Xiao stuffed a handful of pills to restore Zuan Qi into his mouth, and then put on the 7th level top grade battle armor. The battle armor from the last battle had been damaged, and this was another one from Ymir. Lin Xiao joined the battle hall and joined forces with the other 2 golden body monks to attack Liang Wendao. When he fought with Lin Xiao, Liang Wendao was shocked. Lin Xiao's strong fighting power was worthy of being the person who had contained Ren King Iron for half a day. You've come just in time. I can avenge senior brother Ren. Liang Wendao laughed. In the Immortal Alliance, Lin Xiao was the first target of the 8th level cultivators. If Lin Xiao was killed, the Immortal Alliance would have a great reward, a reward that even the 8th level cultivators would be jealous of. Liang Wendao immediately rushed towards Lin Xiao. Purple Light Divine Eyes 5 Element Divine Light Blow Lotus Earth Core Fire. Lin Xiao used all his means, and 2 purple lights shot out of his eyes, hitting Liang Wendao's flying sword. Liang Wendao's flying sword almost lost control, which shocked him greatly. The 5 element divine light also almost broke his defense, and then a burst of fire burned. Liang Wendao was furious, and bursts of sword light came out from his body, crushing the Blow Lotus Earth Core Fire. However, Lin Xiao had already retreated at this time, and the other 2 golden body cultivators rushed over, making it impossible for him to deal with Lin Xiao with all his strength. Liang Wendao was annoyed in his heart. If it was a one-on-one, he would be sure to kill Lin Xiao. Scatter, Zeugs and arrows. Lin Xiao roared. Zeugs and arrows were used. A spiritual light appeared. Zeugs and arrows were fully activated. The spiritual light rushed towards Liang Wendao. Liang Wendao roared. A huge sword light like a thread appeared. Split Zeugs and arrows. Zeugs and arrows that could kill golden body cultivators had no effect on Liang Wendao. Come on, see how many swords you can use. Lin Xiao laughed. 2 more Zeugs and arrows appeared in his hand, and then activated. Liang Wendao had been fighting for more than a day at this time, and his Zuan Qi was greatly consumed. When he split Zeugs and arrows again, his Zuan Qi was only 30% left. Lin Xiao, see how many Zeugs and arrows you have left. Haha, old man, open your dog eyes and take a look. Lin Xiao laughed. Zeugs and arrows points were not worth mentioning to Lin Xiao. In the past 20 to 30 years, Lin Xiao has accumulated millions of points in the sect. Today even if he piles up, he will pile him to death. Seeing that Lin Xiao had 2 more Zeugs and arrows in his hand, Liang Wendao's face turned black. Are Zeugs and arrows commonplace? Doesn't the Tiansheng Sect take thousands of years to refine one? Why can Lin Xiao come up with so many? How much money does Lin Xiao have? Thinking of Lin Xiao's previous name of Shan Keitangzi, Liang Wendao was both greedy and terrified. Lin Xiao was going to use his financial resources to kill him. Seeing that the flying boat army was about to pass through the Qin territory, Liang Wendao was no longer interested in fighting. With a call, many higher level cultivators retreated one after another, relying on the protective shields of the rear-end warships to protect themselves and restore their Zuan Qi. Fellow Daoist Lin, what should we do? What will the Tiansheng Sect decide? The flying boat army has millions of cultivators and countless wealth. We must not let them escape from Nanzhao safely and increase the strength of the Immortal Alliance. But we are not their opponents. We must stop them even if we die. The high-level cultivators of the 5 Continents Alliance are on the way and are almost there. Intercept some of them first. You guys hold them back in the front, and I'll go to the side. Be careful and stay away. Don't suffer any loss. Okay, we know. The Qin cultivators nodded. They followed the warship more than 10 kilometers behind, activating spells or talismans to attack the warship. Although this attack method was very weak, they still had to spend energy to defend. Lin Xiao appeared on the side of the flying boat army, took out the sun-shooting divine bow, pulled it to the full, and fired it. Explosion boom, the arrow light disappeared in front of Lin Xiao, and then a 4th level flying boat in the flying boat army exploded. Hundreds of figures flew out, and countless figures fell, screaming. The cultivators above Dao Gang on the other flying boats flew out to save people, but they might only save 1/10 of them. Most people died tragically. Even for immortal cultivators, falling from this height would be a sure death. Lower the altitude, speed up, quickly higher level monks, go and kill Lin Xiao, tell the support team to enter Nan's house for support. Quickly, Liang Wendao was horrified when he saw Lin Xiao's means. Lin Xiao's long-range attack means were too terrible, and unlike warships, they were extremely flexible and were a great enemy of the flying boat army. Someone came to contain Lin Xiao, and naturally there were people on Lin Xiao's side to contain those people. Once Liang Wendao took action, they scattered and pounced on the flying boat army. The tactics like a pack of wolves had been fully utilized. Liang Wendao, a tiger, was simply difficult to protect. An hour later, Lin Xiao personally shot down more than 20 flying boats, and countless monks died tragically. However, the flying boat army had already left the Qin territory, and a large number of reinforcement from the Immortal Alliance had come to support them. Lin Xiao and others did not dare to move forward again, relying on the army to confront the other side. What a pity. It took 3 days of sniping to destroy more than 100 flying boats. It happened suddenly. We still underestimated them. We thought Nansha was stable, but we didn't expect them to take so many people away. Everyone, it's better to leave, so we can unify Nansha, integrate the power of the entire Nansha, and fight against the Immortal Alliance. Lin Xiao replied to cheer everyone up. It's better for the people from Tiansheng Sect to leave. Nansha can be completely integrated, and then they can definitely send out 5 or 6 million troops. In fact, this move is a loss for the Immortal Alliance. That's true, but do you think the Immortal Alliance will surprise us now? No, Kunlun's reinforcements are on the way. They can't defeat us all at once. Now everyone is not ready for a big war, and dare not act rashly. Lin Xiao shook his head. The peerless battle involving tens of millions of cultivators is not so easy to fight. After all, neither side wants to end up in a dead end, but to win. So there will definitely be small battles, but no big battles. Let's wait a little longer. It's okay anyway. Why not talk about how to distribute Zuanshanmen's territory? What does sect leader Lin think? Zuanshanmen plus a few small countries have vacated a territory of more than 70,000 miles. Although Zuanshanmen has been destroyed, it is better than the average small country. I think it should be confiscated and used as an asset of the alliance, and whoever makes meritorious service will be rewarded in the future. Okay, but we can't waste it now. Each of us can send people to take over and grow some spiritual rice. It can't be wasted. It should be so. Lin Xiao nodded. The territory left behind by Zuanshanmen is very valuable. It is the hinterland of Nansha and there is no threat of monsters. As long as the territory is occupied, they can develop steadily. Many people must want it, and Lin Xiao will not leave it to those people from Lingjianmen, so he proposed to confiscate it. Chapter 699, Alliance Confrontation. The Qin army kept coming back for support, and with the arrival of Kunlun's reinforcement, the opposing Xian Meng army slowly withdrew. The Kunlun army also withdrew, after staying for a few days. Lin Xiao's analysis was correct. If the two sides were not prepared for a war, it would be impossible for a war to break out. Otherwise, it would be a way of mutual destruction. Then the Xianyu sect notified all the leaders of the sects in Nansha with Shengsu period or above, to hold a meeting in Zuanyu city. The meeting had two contents. The first was to form the Nansha Alliance as an important part and vassal of the Five Continents Alliance. The second was about the ownership of the territory left by Tiansheng Sect. The Nansha Alliance was mandatory. The Xianyu sect forced all the 100 countries in Nansha to join the alliance. No one was allowed to fall behind. Those who fell behind were the public enemies of Nansha. Nan Xiao would suppress them unanimously, or even directly eliminate them. In this way, naturally no one objected. Then the Nan Xiao alliance was established. The first thing after its establishment was to require all countries to form a coalition army, share the burden according to the strength of each country, and conduct exercises first. If there was a real war, then the coalition army of the entire Nan Xiao would be formed for exercise. According to the alliance's plan, Nan Xiao will form an elite army of 6 million people. The cultivation level of the cultivators cannot be lower than the condensed vein stage. If the cultivation level can be guaranteed to be no lower than the purple mansion stage, the number can be reduced. Wugo has been allocated a quota of 200,000 troops. The countries have assembled their troops, and the subsidies given by the alliance will not be much, so the alliance has decided to accept and develop the territories left by the Tiansheng Sect and other factions. The financial resources produced on their territories will be distributed according to the number of troops sent by each country, after deducting various costs. Accepting territory is a lucrative thing, and Lin Xiao will not miss it. He argued at the meeting, and got a quota of 500 people, and it was also a good job to govern Xianyang City. This time, the merchants in Xianyang City suffered heavy losses, including the Beijing merchants, and the property and personnel they lost were not affordable by the Nan Xiao alliance. Preliminary statistics show that it is more than 3 billion yuan crystals, and it is possible that the final loss will reach about 5 billion, not counting the loss of personnel. Therefore, the Nan Xiao alliance was powerless this time. The army that intercepted the flying boats had shot down 100 flying boats and killed many enemies. The alliance only took out part of the compensation for the casualties, and the rest was used to make up for some of the losses of the Xianyang City business. The Qin army took over Xianyang City first, and within a month, troops from various countries moved in one after another, and used policies to stimulate the prosperity of Xianyang City to keep it profitable. The empty mountain gates in various places were also managed by people, and no one knew how much they could produce. Lin Xiao worked hard for more than half a year, before returning to Wu State. The establishment of the Nan Xiao alliance and the formation of a 6 million strong coalition army required a lot of supplies. Relying on Lin Xiao's relationship, the Wu State factory received a large number of orders. Of course, this was also due to the price advantage of the Wu State factory. After all, low-level resources, the various sects could not compete with the Wu State factory in price. The basic base of the 5 continents alliance has been basically established. The West continent is too busy to send people to participate in the war, and can only provide some support in terms of momentum. The North continent can only mobilize a maximum of 1 million troops. Together with the 6 million troops of the South continent, the overall strength of the 5 continents alliance has greatly exceeded that of the Immortal Alliance. Unfortunately, it is unable to form an absolute advantage in the local area. With the purchase of dozens of teleportation arrays within the Immortal Alliance, the communication ability of the 7 sects has been greatly enhanced. No matter which side is attacked, they can quickly provide support. The 200,000 troops of the Wu Kingdom were also mobilized within a month. According to the strength of each sect, the Tiansheng Sect alone took on 30,000 troops, and the rest were divided equally among the other sects. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Xi Yunfei was the first to complete the polishing and precipitation. He was in seclusion in the mountain gate. Lin Xiao gave him a 7 souls pill to help him break through. Now there is a 7th level spiritual vein at the mountain gate, and the mysterious energy is sufficient. Xi Yunfei no longer needs to use the mysterious crystal to make up for it, which saves him a lot of costs. You must know that Lin Xiao's 7 souls pill is not given for free, which has already consumed all his merit points. A year later, a vortex of mysterious energy was set off in the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect. Countless mysterious energy swarmed into the cave, where Xi Yunfei was in seclusion. Not long after, a phantom appeared in the sky above Tiansheng Sect. The phantom changed, which meant that Xi Yunfei broke through the Shengsu period at one time. Xi Yunfei spent half a year to stabilize his cultivation. After coming out of seclusion, he came to see Lin Xiao as soon as possible, and he was very excited. Yunfei thanks the master for his cultivation. No need to be polite, get up. The sect owes you a lot for letting you hide in the Thorn God for so many years. This is what a disciple should do, master. Haha, we don't need to be polite. The sect has prepared a promotion ceremony for you. It will be held in 3 days. Have a good rest. Lin Xiao said with a big laugh. Lin Xiao was in a good mood. After cultivating for so long, he finally got something. Zi Yunfei was just the beginning. Basichen, Basixi, Zhang Qingxun, and our king were all about to be polished and settled. Moreover, Yushiangxiang, Tishi, Jia Mengren and others were all at the 11th and 12th level of spiritual light. According to Lin Xiao's estimation, these people would definitely be able to break through before the war. 3 days later, the promotion ceremony began. All the sects in Wuzhou and the sects in the southwest of Nanzhao all sent people to participate. Zi Yunfei was the protagonist today, and Lin Xiao did not steal his limelight. Instead, the spiritual light cultivators were extremely envious. After all, this was a very glorious thing. After the promotion ceremony, Lin Xiao took Zi Yunfei to travel around Nanzhao and took him to meet high-level monks above the Shengsu stage in Nanzhao. Lin Xiao now needs someone to help him stand on his own, and Lin Xiao will not let Zi Yunfei go, so naturally he needs to meet more people. All countries are extremely jealous of Lin Xiao's arrival, because Zi Yunfei is also very young, only about 600 years old. You must know that Nanzhao is not Zhangzhou. Zhangzhou can produce golden body monks around 500 years old, and they are all from various major forces, with countless tens of thousands of years of foundation. Most of the Shengsu stage monks in Nanzhao break through after more than 700 years old, or even around the end of their lifespan. After breaking through the Shengsu stage, the possibility of further advancement is very low. The earlier the breakthrough, the greater the potential. This is a well-known thing. Many people speculate that Zi Yunfei has at least 3 possibilities to impact the golden body stage. A year later, Lin Xiao brought Zi Yunfei back to the sect, took out a pill, and put it in his hand and said, Yunfei, you also know that the war in the world of immortal cultivation may break out at any time, so a single Shengsu period is not enough. This is a 9-orifice divine silkworm pill, which can reduce your hard training by 300 years. After you eat it, you can at least break through to the 3rd or 4th level of Shengsu period. Work hard. Master, how much does this precious pill cost? No one in Zhangzhou has bought it, so I don't know, but the estimated price is 700 to 800 million. As the master, I will give you a bargain, and give you 500 million. 500 million, master, I earn 2 million a year, and 250 years of salary is gone just like that. Zi Yunfei smiled bitterly. The higher his cultivation level, the poorer he felt. With just this pill, his 250 years of income is gone, not to mention that he hasn't changed his 6th level magic weapon yet. Then do you want it? Yes, how can I not want it? If a real fight breaks out, a newcomer to the Shengsu period, like me, will be a fat sheep, and will be slaughtered sooner or later. That's right. I've told Nanzuan that I'll give you 1 million Zuan crystals every year, and the rest will be used to pay off debts. 500 years is not much, it will be quick. And after you come out of retreat, remember to learn some skills of Dunfuki Zen. As a cultivator, how can you do without learning some skills of cultivating immortal arts? Yes, master, I'll try my best. Okay, go into retreat, and come out this morning. Lin Xiao nodded. It would be a waste to keep the pile of things on Lin Xiao's body. He must equip his own disciples as soon as possible. When Lin Xiao was free, he began to refine more magic tools, especially the 6th level magic tools. The price of buying them outside was extremely expensive. Lin Xiao could refine them himself, so he must not waste them. 2 years later, Basixi went into retreat. After another year, Basixi had not come out of retreat yet. Basichan also entered retreat, and Zi Yunfei came out of retreat. Zi Yunfei lived up to Lin Xiao's expectations. After coming out of retreat, he reached the 4th level of the Shengsu period. However, like Lin Xiao, his Zuan Qi was too frivolous. He dared not swallow the pills without 10 to 20 years of tempering. Zi Yunfei began to take up an important position in the Tiansheng Sect. He was not only responsible for the training of 200,000 troops of Wu State, but also had to go to the large factory of Wu State to take charge. At this time, more than 30 years had passed since Lin Xiao swallowed the creation green lotus pill. Lin Xiao could not help but retreat again. Lin Xiao took to creation green lotus pills. The first one reduced his time of hard training for 1,000 years. The effect of the second one was 40% off, and the third one was almost 30% off. It would be useless to take more. At present, it is difficult for Lin Xiao to get the treasure pill to swallow after eating this creation green lotus pill. This makes Lin Xiao very melancholy. Without these pills, if he needs to practice hard day and night, he doesn't know how long he will stay at the stage of tempering internal organs and soul embodiment. Without the cultivation of the 8th realm, it will be very dangerous in the next war. Lin Xiao swallowed the pill, and a huge amount of vitality surged out. Lin Xiao used the Hunyo and Wu Qigong to restrict the vitality, and then released it little by little, nourishing the soul, and tempering the bone marrow. A soundproof formation was set up in Lin Xiao's cave, so no movement could be heard from the outside, but inside the cave, there was a rumbling sound, and the movement was very loud. In 5 years, Lin Xiao consumed the third creation green lotus pill, and completely tempered the bone marrow. He began to temper the internal organs, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, which are the 5 most important internal organs. In addition, there are internal organs such as the stomach and intestines, which also need to be tempered once. When all of these are tempered, the golden body stage will be complete, and with the fusion of the embodied soul and body, it will be able to break through to the 8th realm. However, Lin Xiao does not know the secret of the 8th realm yet, and needs to learn a little bit. Before that, what Lin Xiao needs to do is to upgrade the system level first. Chapter 700 New Conditions for System Upgrade. The last time the system was upgraded was 200 years ago. After such a long time, Lin Xiao felt that it was very slow to upgrade. However, even now, Lin Xiao still couldn't upgrade. Among the 3 conditions, Lin Xiao completed 2, but the number of Tiansheng period cultivators was still a little short. At present, Tiansheng Sect has 6 Tiansheng period cultivators, including Lin Xiao, Li Muxu, Yunanyu, Zi Yunfei, Bai Zixi, and Bai Zichen. Zhang Qingxuan and Arking are still in the process of breaking through. The backup personnel is Yu Xiangxiang, and the next one is Jia Mengren, Tishi, Bai Ziyu and others. After counting, only Yu Xiangxiang can break through in a few years. So there are only 9 people, and there is still 1 person missing. Lin Xiao feels a little headache. Where can he find the 1 person missing? What if he asks for Tiansheng period next time? Can Lin Xiao afford it? Does he really have to use Chaoyuan pill, Zhouqiao Shenkan pill, Jiazuan Jinling pill, and Zhaohua Qinglian pill to push them to Jinshan period? If this is the case, Lin Xiao's points will not be enough. You must know that the situation in the world of immortal cultivation is extremely strange now. No one knows when the war will break out. Once it breaks out, the Tiansheng Sect will definitely be swept up in it. Lin Xiao must reserve some points, otherwise Lin Xiao himself may be wiped out by the system. After coming out of retreat, Lin Xiao found Yunanyu and said to him, "The cultivation world has been in frequent cold wars in recent years, and we don't know when the war will break out. I estimated that we need at least 10 people in the Shengsu period to deal with the current situation. Counting Zhang Qingxuan and Arking who are still breaking through, plus Yu Xiangxiang, we only have 9 people. Master, why 10 people? Why so many whys? I have my own ideas. I asked you to ask you, how is Yunzhang's transformation going, and whether he can be naturalized in? Master, we have transformed Yunzhang very well, but I don't think he is suitable for naturalization. Yunzhang is a dissolute person, and has many enemies. Once he shows up, it will bring us a lot of trouble, and the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages. Moreover, he is an important bargaining chip for us to infiltrate the 7-star pavilion. Now the 7-star pavilion is near the Tiansheng Sect. I see, that's it. Who do you think can quickly make up for a Shengsu period? There really is someone. Oh, who Huangshang, is it her? Well, didn't the master promise last time that she could naturalize? Since then, he has been busy and hasn't done it. Within 5 years, no, within 3 years, Huangshang will be able to break through. Demon cultivation has always been an unstable factor. I'm a little worried. Master, if it's urgent, then take a risk. Otherwise, wait for Siki to get better. Yunanayu replied. It has been about 100 years since Siki broke through to the Lingguang stage. The consequences of forcibly pushing her to the Lingguang stage have been resolved. Her foundation is very solid. With Siki's physique, and with the feedback from Yunanayu, her cultivation speed will be very fast. Siki's speed is too slow. It will take at least 20 to 30 years to break through the Shengsu period. It's better to wait for Mengren and the others. Then I'm helpless. There are more than a dozen people at the 7th and 8th levels of Lingguang in the sect, but there are only a few above the 10th level. It's still a lack of foundation. Master, how about naturalizing cultivators from the outside world? Now the immortal cultivation world is divided into two major camps. The worst off are actually the independent cultivators. There are still some independent cultivators in the Shengsu period in the immortal cultivation world. Forget it, they are not trained by themselves, so they are unreliable. Lin Xiao shook his head. The major forces seldom recruit disciples from outside. The cohesion and loyalty of these naturalized disciples are problems, and they are far inferior to those trained by themselves. Therefore, basically no one does this. Only a few people are naturalized in hundreds or thousands of years. What about Huangshang? Wait a moment, let me think about it. Okay, then I'll go first. Wait a moment, how's the situation in Zhongzhou, and how much loss did Lin Xiao suffer? The situation in Zhongzhou is generally stable. The leaders of both sides are very rational. They know that, if they rashly go to war, the human race will be at risk of extinction. So both sides are restraining themselves, and have entered what the head of the sect calls a Cold War stage. They are tripping each other up, engaging in an arms race, and quietly hoarding supplies, causing a surge in the prices of various materials, especially high-end materials. Black crystals are becoming less and less valuable now. Lin Xiao has suffered heavy losses over the years. Both sides dare not fight, but they have made a lot of moves in secret, so the intelligence organization of the Immortal Alliance has developed very quickly. They use the original intelligence organizations of the Blackwater platform and other sects as a benchmark, invested resources on a large scale, recruited troops, and encircled and suppressed us, losing many people. What about the Five Continents Alliance? What's going on here? Return the favor. According to our incomplete statistics, the secret battles result in at least tens of thousands of deaths on both sides each year. Master, we, the Night Owls, are still too weak. We thought we were very powerful, but when these sects start to take us seriously, we no longer have any advantage. Why don't we let Nanzuan allocate more money? Here we go again. Get out. Don't you know the situation of the sect? The 200,000 standing army has made the financial resources of the Wu Kingdom tight. If we hadn't had some assets before, we would have gone bankrupt. Has the Five Continents Alliance contacted you? Yes, they wanted us, the Night Owls, to train people, and we agreed. However, we didn't dare to teach too much. They have money and people. Once their level improves, we will be the ones to suffer. You're right. The people we trust the most are always our own people. We can't teach everyone else everything. We have to keep some in reserve. I know. We don't trust anyone. Yunanayu nodded. He was still wary of this. The people who trained the alliance were the same people who trained the Yi family back then. They had already confessed their mistakes. Okay, I got it. Go show me the information about Xianyang City. You go and have a rest. Yes, master. Yunanayu nodded. Soon, Lin Xiao got the information about the operation of Xianyang City in recent years. Xianyang City was originally a very prosperous city, with at least hundreds of millions of profits every year. However, after being robbed by Zuanshanmen, it suffered heavy losses. Now it has less than 30 million profits a year, and the management cost is also rising. Lin Xiao knew that there was corruption. Managing such a big city is a very lucrative thing. The monks sent there are all monks with backgrounds from various sects. If it were Lin Xiao's character, he would have taken action long ago to beat all these people. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao could not make the decision. In addition, the territories left behind by the fleeing forces of Zuanshanmen are also being restored, but they have destroyed too much. Such a large territory only has a net profit of more than 100 million yuan a year. In addition to the subsidies from the Five Continents Alliance, the South Continent Alliance has about 200 million yuan crystals to maintain the alliance every year. But how can 200 million black crystals be enough to maintain the 6 million troops? According to Lin Xiao's estimate, at least 1 billion is needed, and this is the case without war. The rest will be shared by each country. For some small countries, this is a considerable expense, so after a few years, everyone's enthusiasm has decreased, and they are full of complaints. I'm afraid this is what the Immortal Alliance is most happy to see. Although there are many people on the side of the Five Continents Alliance, the forces are too complicated, and there are too many small forces. How can the small forces support the consumption of this confrontation? In this confrontation, they have taken a great advantage. Although Lin Xiao and Qin jointly manage the South Continent Alliance, the strength of Wu and Qin is too different. Without the support of the forces behind, Lin Xiao has no say, so Lin Xiao basically did not go to the alliance, and stayed in Wu, and Qin was also happy to do so. Half a year later, Zhang Qingxuan and Ah King came out of retreat almost at the same time, and lived up to Lin Xiao's expectations, by breaking through to the Shengsu stage. Lin Xiao began to miss those people who had died in the battle. If they had not died in the battle, they should have reached the Shengsu stage by now, and there would be no need for Lin Xiao to worry so much. After the two of them broke through, there was still a grand promotion ceremony, but since they were all members of Night Owl, Lin Xiao did not take them to meet people. Many people in the sect only knew that an ancestor had broken through, but they did not know who it was, unless they reached a certain level of seniority. On this day, Lin Xiao went to see his beloved disciple Yu Xiangxiang, because Yu Xiangxiang's polishing and precipitation was almost finished, and it was almost time to announce her retreat. Lin Xiao came to comfort her, and told her not to be nervous. "Master, I won't be nervous. You and senior sister are almost at the 8th level, I can't embarrass myself. Don't be anxious, you must be steady, okay? I know, Master. Do you have a gift for me after I break through? What gift do you want?" "Just one of each of the 9 Aperture Divine Silkworm Pill, 9 Turn Golden Ridge Pill, and Creation Green Lotus Pill." "Don't be too ambitious, you can't do that. Master, I'm your direct disciple. Senior sister has them, why don't I have them? A master can't be so partial. That's not how you take drugs. Your senior sister took 200 years to slowly digest them. I can also take 200 years, and I don't need to practice with my soul and body at the same time. I can just operate normally. Master, I'm going to the battlefield. You don't want me to die, do you? Bah, stop being so discouraging." Then Master agrees. "No one is so dependent on you as you are. I still have to prepare equipment for you. Master, don't worry about the equipment. I've been in Beigsuju for so many years, and have saved a lot of money." Yu Xiangxiang said with a smile. She has been in Beigsuju for many years. She has been in Tiansheng City for more than 100 years and Kunlun for a long time. She only came back a few years ago. Beizixi took over her position and sat in Kunlun. "Third sister, the head monk Nan is here." The two were chatting when a disciple came in. The visitor was one of Lin Xiao's registered disciples. There were many talented people among the hundreds of registered disciples. Lin Xiao temporarily did not accept them as his personal disciples, but let them work under the 3 disciples. It was also a kind of support. They earned more than other places. Yu Xiangxiang and others were also willing to teach them some things. "What does Master Nan want to see me for?" Third sister, Master Nan is looking for the sect master. Master, you're in trouble. Knowing that Master is in trouble, why don't you support him? TSK, how can a girl not have some pocket money? Master, don't think about me. Otherwise, you can look for senior sister. She is the sect master now. She must be very rich. Get lost. Master can't afford to lose that person. Lin Xiao said angrily. It goes without saying why Nan Zuan came to him. Everyone knew why. It was because the sect was out of money. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.